This is the story of an adventurer who broke a forbidden taboo. The sound of chewing echoed beside him as the young man bit down hard, devouring the meat before him with ferocity. In the blink of an eye he had consumed every last piece of the creature that had appeared before him. The giant monster was slowly and carefully chewed apart. Its enormous hands alone were terrifying to look at. But when the boy finally swallowed his opponent whole, his body began to transform in an extraordinary way. The system notification chimed in his ears: skill acquired, roar. Skill acquired, battle axe. Thanks to this, an overwhelming power surged through his body like never before. Hidden in the cold darkness, a pack of wolves fixed their eyes on their prey. Their glowing blue eyes shimmered eerily, utterly captivating. Somewhere in an old noble's journal, it was once written that consuming the flesh of monsters was strictly forbidden in this world. Yet this young man had crossed that ultimate line, defying the most sacred taboo known to mankind. And now, as he faced the pack of black wolves, there wasn't a shred of fear in his heart. For humans, eating the flesh of monsters meant inheriting the very essence of their demonic nature. And as he stood before the wolves, his entire body exploded with raw, violent energy, the first symptom of monster absorption. That uncontrollable, indescribable thrill washed over him, accompanied by enhanced physical abilities. But with that came the second symptom, an agonizing headache, waves of nausea, and a creeping sense of venom spreading through his veins. Yet even as the man's body faltered under the effects, he refused to back down. "When I get out of here." But before he could finish that thought, the monsters lunged at him. A sudden, brutal death was the fate that awaited anyone who underestimated them. But he swore to himself revenge would come. And sometimes when people fully embraced the darkness within, they no longer remained human. They became monsters themselves. With that resolve he swung his weapon with all his might, slashing forward. In the blink of an eye, the boy used his own teeth to devour every monster in sight. Skill acquired, appraisal. Gripping his weapon tightly, he charged straight ahead. Skill acquired, ultrasonic detection. Skill acquired, gluttony. From his opponent's mouth, a stream of blood gushed out. Perhaps this was the end. Or perhaps it was only the beginning, as he now faced a massive serpent with razor-sharp eyes. Calmly, the young man picked up his next meal, gnawing on it as his eyes locked forward. Finally, the system chimed again: skill acquired, swift step. Skill acquired, lightning shot. And countless others followed. Standing before the towering serpent, he showed no fear. With ease, he pried its mouth open. His weapon, too, seemed to be reinforced by a new, terrifying surge of power. In an instant, the massive snake's body convulsed violently as a storm of lightning coursed through it. After fully absorbing the giant serpent, the boy finally obtained skill acquired, venomous bones. He gnawed through the crisp, brittle bones with satisfaction. Skill acquired, web creation. This ability made everything before him look laughably weak. But exhaustion had begun to set in. Breathing heavily, the young man struggled to stay upright. Still, no matter what he had been through, his figure stood tall and unwavering. "I will make it back alive." His eyes sharpened with deadly focus as he stared forward. "You bastards better stay out of my way." Faced with countless powerful monsters lurking ahead, there was no fear in his heart, only the readiness to strike back at any moment. They were like an organized army, ready to strike at any moment. The boy's eyes burned with determination as he stared in their direction. "You bastards," no matter what happened, he couldn't accept the way things had turned out. "Because I swear I'll be back." The border city of Bologna, lush, beautiful, and blessed with nature. But hidden within the vast forests surrounding it lay countless labyrinths. Among those already discovered, one stood out: the Miasma Labyrinth. The very air within that place constantly weakened any adventurer daring enough to enter. Most adventurers despised the place. But me, I came here regularly. That's why they started calling me the Miasma Scavenger. The boy glanced at what he'd gathered and smiled faintly, a hint of excitement playing on his lips. Not bad. Standing before the vibrant green forest, he couldn't help but feel a little pleased with himself. It's a decent haul for today. This was the 6th floor of the dungeon. The miasma grass, known for releasing toxic fumes, was an irreplaceable resource for him. Cheerfully he stuffed the herbs into his pouch, a satisfied smile still lingering. No need to overdo it, he thought. Just enough to get by. What he had now would last 3 days. Still grinning, the boy turned, ready to leave. But before he could take another step, a strange noise echoed nearby. Over there a pack of bizarre rats had gathered. They were massive, far larger than ordinary rats, and they were known as miasma rats. Their appearance was far from cute. Without hesitation, the boy charged forward, sword in hand, attacking directly. These creatures were infamous for using poison fog and releasing toxic gases. It was one of the main reasons no one liked this place. But him. He gripped his sword tighter and lunged ahead. I can handle this. The poison, it doesn't work on me. With a powerful swing, his blade sliced cleanly through the monstrous bodies. They couldn't react in time, their defenses were useless against him. But when the situation left him with no other option, he wasn't afraid to use his sharp teeth to tear into them either. The young man easily knocked them all away. But because of their pack mentality, the rats quickly regrouped, forming a highly coordinated unit. Their sharp fangs glinted as they bared their teeth at him, looking ready to devour him alive. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. Fireball. In an instant, one of the giant rats was engulfed in flames. A massive explosion erupted before his eyes. The boy froze in shock. What the hell? Footsteps approached from behind. A man emerged, muttering to himself. Tech missed. A group of rough-looking adventurers followed, clearly unfriendly, laughing and teasing each other. See? That's why I told you to get closer before you shoot. The boy frowned as he recognized them. I've seen those faces 100 times at the Adventurers Guild. The man who had cast the spell stepped forward, wearing a playful smile. Sorry about that. You're rude, right? You looked like you were struggling, so I thought I'd give you a hand. The boy ignored the man's cocky attitude, standing up slowly and replying calmly, Thanks for the concern. But next time I'd appreciate a little warning. The other man's smile faded slightly as he responded, I did yell fireball, didn't I? At that moment, the fat guy in the back suddenly shouted out. A wide grin spread across his face as he pointed ahead. The miasma grass is really growing here. Hearing that, the others broke into excited smiles. Talk about luck. Rude couldn't believe his ears. Wait, you guys have been following me, just to harvest my miasma grass. The group immediately let out a few disgruntled noises. One of them stepped forward, closing the distance, and raised his voice. We're just adventurers trying to make a living in this labyrinth, same as you. We just happened to run into you and save your ass, that's all. He sneered. And you? A shameless little scavenger who doesn't even know how to say thank you. Now you're accusing us. Faced with these obnoxious men, Rude knew there wasn't much he could do. Their mocking eyes stared him down, their faces twisted in irritating, smug grins. Of course he knew full well he wasn't a match for this group. Frustrated, he clenched his eyes shut, bitter and powerless. His voice trembled as he spoke. I'm sorry for doubting you. Thanks for saving me. His fists were tightly clenched, shaking with frustration. Underscore 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 underscore. Back in the city of Bologna, the capital, his so-called base of operations, the Full Belly restaurant, Rude was sent flying out the door, landing on the ground in a miserable heap. The same group of men looked down at him, grinning with mockery. Hey scavenger. You still stink like crap even in a restaurant. How many times do we have to tell you? The group laughed as they walked away, chatting amongst themselves. Adventurers. The people capable of slaying monsters. People like me, Rude thought bitterly, with a garbage skill like abnormal status immunity. How can I even call myself an adventurer? He could do nothing but grit his teeth, enduring their taunts and insults. Sure, being immune to abnormal status effects was technically his unique ability. It came in handy inside the miasma labyrinth. But it didn't help him kill monsters, something crucial for any proper adventurer. Because of that, no party ever wanted him. Instead, he'd been labeled the miasma scavenger, doomed to forever scavenge items from the lower levels of the labyrinth. In other words, because of his pathetic skill, he had become a rejected, unwanted adventurer. Even after all this time in the profession, he still struggled to deal with rats. Is my life always going to be like this? The boy curled up on his bed in the dark, clutching his head in quiet despair. The next day at the Adventurers Guild, Rude showed up with a serious expression. I should hurry and collect more grass while I still have a bit of money left from yesterday. But something felt off today. The guild was noisier than usual. What's going on? It's way more crowded than normal. A familiar voice called out to him. Hey scavenger. You here? A new labyrinth just got discovered. Rude's eyes widened in shock. A new labyrinth. A place filled with treasure and magical equipment, a golden opportunity for any adventurer. So that explains why today's so crazy, the guy in front of him continued casually. Oh, and by the way, about that grass you've been selling, starting today, the price is gonna drop hard. Rudy's gaze snapped to the bulletin board. The price had plummeted from 1,000 down to just 300. He couldn't believe it. Charging forward, he shouted, "What the hell? Why?" The man calmly explained, "The old labyrinth's not exactly popular anymore for gathering materials. And with this new one popping up, no one's going to need that grass of yours for a while." Rude could hardly believe what he had just heard. Was this really happening? The girl in front of him spoke again. "The new labyrinth is located in the Avalio mountain range. But you're not allowed to go there." "Why not?" he asked, confused. The woman handed him an information sheet and continued with a serious tone. "The minimum requirement to explore that labyrinth is rank D. You're only rank E, so you're not qualified." Rude stood there, stunned, unable to process what she was saying. His voice trembled with frustration as he quickly pleaded. "But I really want to go to that labyrinth. Isn't there any other way?" The woman let out a helpless sigh, clearly tired of this conversation. Rules are rules. Even if you did manage to get there, you'd just die for nothing. Rude clenched his fists. It made no sense. Why does it have to be this way? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "If you're that desperate to go, how about tagging along with us as a porter?" A man stepped forward, a faint, smug smile on his face as he stared directly at Rude. The carriage rolled along the mountain path, swaying gently as it moved. Inside, the group looked visibly tired from the long journey. The young man across from Rude greeted him with a bright smile, locking eyes with him. "It's really great to finally meet you. I've been looking for someone to help carry supplies from the new labyrinth, but it's been impossible to find anyone." Rude stayed silent, not bothering to respond. His mind was already racing with his own thoughts. It's probably because all the adventurers have rushed off to the new labyrinth. Finding anyone willing to stay behind as a porter is basically impossible right now. Suddenly, someone in the group spoke up, their voice dripping with annoyance. "Of all the people, why the hell did we have to pick some poison gas scavenger? We couldn't find anyone better." The young man sitting across from Rude let out a slightly awkward laugh. "Hey now, don't say that. He's already been an adventurer for a while. Isn't that still better than dragging along a total newbie?" Then, the man turned to Rude and offered a friendly smile. "Let me properly introduce myself. I'm Bear, leader of the Blood Sword Party. These two here are Sasha and Rick. We're all rank D adventurers." Rude politely replied, "Name's Rude. I'm a rank E adventurer. Nice to be working with you." Bayer nodded, smiling casually. "Before we get started, I just want to double-check something. Mind showing me your guild card?" "Of course." Rude reached into his pocket, pulling out a small card. A faint glow pulsed across its surface as all his personal information and usable skills were displayed. "Guild card open." Bear leaned in, scanning the card, clearly surprised. "So you can use fire magic?" Rude offered a sheepish smile. "Barely. The output's too low for combat. But it comes in handy for light at night and cooking." The young man across from him chuckled. "Hey, that's actually pretty useful. We'll be counting on you, Rude." The carriage rumbled forward again, steadily following the winding road. The three adventurers sitting across from Rude wore bright, eager smiles. They looked genuinely excited. Standing by the edge of the carriage, Bear pointed ahead with a grin. "We're here." In front of them stood the recently discovered Avalio labyrinth. The place was a half-ruined structure, shrouded in mystery. And yet, all of them couldn't hide their excitement. "Looks like we're the first ones here. All right, let's get exploring." The massive doors slowly creaked open. The group peered inside, eyes filled with anticipation. But they weren't alone. The place was already packed with people. All around them, adventurers were splitting up treasures they had found. Others were busy fighting monsters just a little further in. On the side, groups had even set up impromptu stalls, already trading artifacts and rare loot. Sasha groaned, clutching her head in frustration. Damn it, everywhere we go, it's packed with other adventurers. What a pain. Bear, on the other hand, stayed calm and composed. Looks like the first floor's already been completely explored. So much for being first, huh? Wasn't that your line? Rick grinned, adding, guess we'll have to head deeper inside. Bet there'll be fewer people down there. Yeah, to their surprise, Rude spoke up from the back. No, this labyrinth was just discovered. It'd be smarter to map out the first floor properly before diving deeper. The moment Rude finished speaking, the others scowled in irritation. Mocking smirks appeared on their faces. Did I just hear a porter giving out tactical advice? No wonder you're stuck at rank E, old man. But their leader quickly stepped in to stop things from escalating. Enough, both of you. Rude wasn't trying to sabotage us. Bear sighed, then continued, that said, I do agree with them. If we keep playing it safe like this, we won't get anything worthwhile. We need to go deeper. Without further argument, the group set off toward the lower levels of the cave. Avelio Labyrinth, 4th floor. The atmosphere here felt strange. Right in front of them stood a massive wolf, its razor-sharp fangs bared, radiating a vicious aura. The party tensed, a flicker of unease running through them. But before panic could set in, one of them already stepped forward, weapon in hand. Rick chuckled as he brandished his sword. Don't let these oversized mutts scare you, old man. Sasha followed, unleashing her power and cutting down one of the wolves with ease. The rest of the group quickly joined in, throwing everything they had at the beasts. Rude stood there, frozen, unable to react. They're so strong, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. I can't move, damn it. The giant wolf was swiftly defeated, and the group wiped out the rest of the monsters with little effort. Victorious smiles spread across their faces. Heading deeper was definitely the right call. No other teams around, finally some breathing room. Bayer grinned, clearly satisfied. The monsters aren't too tough yet, and we've already found a few treasures. Suddenly, Rick snapped his fingers, remembering something. Hey Rude. Go gather the loot from the monsters I killed. Rude, still steadying his breathing, responded calmly. There's nothing worth salvaging from those. Most of the bodies are wrecked. And the magic stones are probably shattered too. Rick's eyes narrowed, his expression turning cold and irritated. Oh yeah, you sure about that, scavenger? Don't get cocky. The man's gaze darkened with clear hostility. Rude clenched his fists, recalling how effortlessly Rick had taken down the monsters. I can't fight back against them. His shoulders slumped slightly as he relented. Understood. I'll go collect them. Slowly he approached the wolf corpses. The bodies were practically falling apart, the flesh rotting, blood and guts reeking with stinking stench. This guy really had to go all out like that, huh? Rude muttered under his breath, disgusted. An idea suddenly popped into his head. He sparked a small flame in his hand, curiosity flickering in his eyes. I wonder what happens if I burn a little. Seeing this, Rick snorted with disdain. Look at that idiot, burning the monster. What's he planning? Gonna roast some meat or something? His words dripped with disgust. Actually, we've been exploring for a while now. I'm getting hungry. Looking at that monster meat's making me crave a bite. Nah, forget it, that's gross. Sasha, however, stayed serious, warning him. Don't even joke about that. You know eating monster meat's forbidden for adventurers. Their energy gets absorbed into your body. Who knows what the hell could happen? Rick chuckled at Sasha's warning, waving a hand dismissively. Relax, I was just kidding. Once we get back, I'll buy a ton of real food with the reward money. But before anyone could respond, a deafening rumble echoed through the cavern, shaking the ground beneath their feet. The group froze, wide-eyed, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Even their leader, Bayer, stood rooted to the spot, his expression frozen in stunned disbelief. Rude, too, found himself paralyzed, unable to react. In the blink of an eye, an enormous figure appeared before them. No way, a massive, hulking beast with the body of a bull, and the build of a man clutching a huge battle axe, its bloodthirsty eyes locked onto them. A minotaur. Rudy's heart pounded in his chest as he stared at the towering monster in disbelief. A B-rank monster, there's no way. There was no possible explanation for a creature like that to appear this deep into an early floor labyrinth. The moment they saw the monstrous figure before them, the entire group cried out in shock. Shit, how the hell are we supposed to beat that thing? What do we do? Bear quickly snapped into action, shouting, Rude. I'm using an item, hand me your pouch, quick. Keep its attention on you, Bear added. Rude, still dazed and struggling to process what was happening, hesitated for a moment. All right. His voice was filled with uncertainty as he stepped forward. Bear, you got a plan, right? The man flashed a cunning, devilish grin. Without answering directly, he swung his sword forward with force. Oh, I've got the perfect plan. In an instant, a powerful strike carved through the air, forcing the monster's attention forward. Bear turned to his teammates. Sasha, Rick, now. The others grinned, seemingly thrilled. Brave warrior activate. A giant spectral axe materialized, hurtling toward the Minotaur. The brave warrior's skill marked a target, making them the sole focus of the monster's aggression. But to Rude's horror, the axe's target wasn't the Minotaur, it was him. The spectral weapon struck down in front of him, locking the beast's gaze squarely onto Rude. Their grins only widened with amusement. Haste activate. Suddenly Rude's body felt lighter, unnaturally quickened. But it wasn't a blessing, it was to make sure he couldn't hide. You guys, you planned to ditch me from the start. Bear smirked arrogantly, that same scheming glint in his eyes. Why the hell would I bring along some poison fog scavenger like you otherwise? Rude stood frozen, unable to comprehend the betrayal. The group turned away without hesitation, walking off with smug smiles. Just buying ourselves time, that's all. Falling to the ground, Rude screamed in frustration, you bastards. But the Minotaur had already closed the distance. Its eyes, heavy with menace, locked onto him. In a flash, its massive arm swung forward, unleashing a brutal strike. The sheer force of the blow sent Rude flying, pain erupting through his entire body. His voice trembled weakly. Serves me right, damn it. His vision blurred as dizziness overtook him. This is it. It's all over. The Minotaur stepped forward, raising its fist high and slamming it down. Bones cracked. Flesh screamed in agony. Rude's entire body felt shattered, like his insides had been completely pulverized. He hit the ground hard, the impact breaking through rock and debris. But then, the Minotaur's massive frame tumbled after him. What? In the blink of an eye, both he and the beast plummeted into a massive pit hidden below. Darkness swallowed them. Only faint echoes lingered around him. Groaning, Rude slowly opened his eyes, dazed and confused. Huh? I'm still alive? His gaze drifted downward. The Minotaur's massive body had cushioned his fall, sparing him from a grisly death. The creature had unintentionally broken his fall. But Rude knew this only bought him a little time. Even if no other monsters showed up, he'd die down here from starvation or blood loss before he ever recovered. God, I'm starving, I just want to eat something. His eyes lingered on the fallen Minotaur beneath him. His stomach growled. Saliva pooled in his mouth. What the hell am I thinking? Eating a monster. That's nothing but asking for disaster. But as his eyes fluttered closed again, he couldn't help but think, how much worse could life possibly get? A brilliant flash of light suddenly appeared in front of him. The faint outline of a man slowly took shape before Rude's eyes. Listen closely. The man spoke softly, his gaze fixed firmly on his son. No matter how hard, no matter how painful life gets, you can't ever give up. In the next instant, driven by pure hunger and desperation, Rude tore into the monster's flesh, devouring it without hesitation. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, the raw, terrifying strength of the creature he had just consumed. When a human on the verge of magical exhaustion eats the flesh of a monster, their body doesn't simply recover, the creature's power invades them, takes over. Monsterization. A terrifying transformation far worse than death by poisoning. Rude stared down at his own body in stunned disbelief as his flesh began to change before his eyes. But his trembling hand still gripped the crude knife, slicing through the thick hide of the beast. His entire body was mutating rapidly, violently. That was the reason this act was considered forbidden, because once you start down this path, there's no turning back. But with his blood running dry and his body screaming for sustenance, Rude had no choice but to gamble. An ominous aura erupted from within him, thick and heavy like suffocating miasma. It pulsed, twisting his body in ways he couldn't control. The pitch-black cave around him suddenly felt alive. Countless pairs of glowing eyes stared down from the jagged ceiling, silently watching. Bat-like creatures, small yet unnerving, clung to the rocky outcroppings above. Their beady eyes glinted, locked onto the lone human limping forward below. Rude's face contorted unnaturally, his features shifting into something more beast than man. The moment he stepped into their territory, the bats screeched and swarmed toward him, attacking without mercy. But Rude didn't even flinch. Drawing upon the lingering power of the minotaur he had devoured, he let out a monstrous guttural roar. War cry. The cave shook as his thunderous bellow echoed the air, the bats scattering in every direction, completely overwhelmed. The creatures were blasted away, tumbling helplessly through the air. Without pause, Rude tapped into yet another ability, the monster's physical enhancement. Body reinforcement. A temporary boost, flooding his limbs with raw, brutal strength. With ease, Rude struck down the remaining bats, tearing through them like paper. He didn't stop there grinning darkly, he feasted on their charred, leathery meat without hesitation. Another power surged within him, echolocation. The new skill sharpened his awareness, mapping his surroundings in perfect clarity even in complete darkness. The moment he activated it, countless faint outlines appeared in his mind, horrifying, grotesque creatures hidden throughout the cave. There were more of them. Lots more. So I'm not the prey anymore. His eyes gleamed with something primal, something monstrous. His body now fully tamed, fully transformed, ready for the hunt. The man unleashed his strength in an instant, effortlessly slicing through everything in his path. The creature's body was torn apart, unable to resist as it collapsed in agony. Rude could feel the battle axe resting perfectly in his hand, the weight, the balance, everything felt natural. He could even sense the lingering magic of the monsters nearby without needing to see them. The boy's eyes gleamed with a crazed, bloodthirsty light as he stared ahead. In mere moments, the remaining monsters were shredded to pieces, their corpses falling at his feet. And just like that, Rude devoured them all. In this monstrous, twisted form, his bloodlust only grew. With each creature he consumed, his body became stronger, more terrifying. His clenched fists trembled not with fear, but with raw, growing power coursing through his veins. Gripping the weapon tighter, Rude's twisted smile widened. The monsters surrounding him snarled, ready to strike at any moment. But he didn't flinch, not even for a second. The boy turned, carrying his weapon, walking slowly toward the exit of that dark, suffocating labyrinth. Step by step he approached the blinding light ahead. His body froze, eyes widening in disbelief as sunlight poured down over him. The axe slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground. A relieved, almost giddy smile crept onto his lips. I made it, I'm alive. Emerging into the beautiful, open space beyond the maze, Rude breathed in deeply, his heart pounding in exhilaration. Back at the Adventurers Guild, the atmosphere was tense yet eerily calm. The elegant, pristine hall buzzed quietly as whispers rippled through the crowd. People exchanged uneasy glances, suspicion in their eyes. It was because the Bloodsword party had returned, and brought with them strange news. An older man with neatly combed white hair stood before them, a stern expression on his face. After hearing your reports, I've summoned all relevant adventurers, the man stated firmly. He was Lankar's, head of the Bologna branch, leader of the Adventurers Guild. Bear stood at the front, his face painted with sorrow and regret. Yes, sir. When we encountered that monster on the 4th floor, Rude was killed before we could protect him. He bowed his head, voice trembling with grief. If only we'd noticed it sooner. The others wept beside him, mourning their fallen comrade. Lankars nodded, taking in the information gravely. I see, I'll issue an immediate lockdown on that labyrinth. A young receptionist nearby sighed in boredom. But suddenly her eyes widened as she noticed something. The main door creaked open, and through it walked Rude. The room froze. Shock rippled through every corner as eyes locked onto him. The miasma scavenger, he's supposed to be dead. The disbelief on their faces was almost comical, mouths agape, unable to process what they were seeing. Even Lankar stood frozen, unable to comprehend the boy's sudden appearance. Bear's eyes nearly popped from his skull as he rushed over. Rude, you're okay. But his expression darkened as he leaned in, his voice dropping to a threatening whisper. Say one wrong word, and I'll kill you myself. The others quickly gathered around, their faces painted with worry and fake concern. Are you all right? We went back for you, but the labyrinth was sealed shut. We couldn't get through. One by one, their hands landed on Rude's shoulder, their smiles warm, rehearsed, false. But hey, you made it. Let's celebrate your return. Rude returned their smile, but his eyes were ice cold. Yeah, but not here. Before the words even left his mouth, he noticed something, the faintest flicker of confusion on their faces. And then panic. They couldn't move. Their bodies froze completely. One by one, realization dawned. Something was very, very wrong. Rude shouted with absolute seriousness, his voice cutting through the tense silence. They only used me as a disposable pawn. The words hit the room like a thunderclap. The leader of the group, Bayer, turned to him, eyes wide with disbelief. Rude, what the hell are you talking about? Another man in the crowd stepped forward, puzzled. What do you mean used as a pawn? With a cold, determined expression, Rudy answered, Bayer stole my supplies and ambushed me from behind. Rick used his skill to drive that monster straight toward me. And Shesa, she used her speed boost so the three of them could escape. The accusation immediately sparked an uproar. Bayer's face twisted in anger as he snapped back. We never did any of that. But the guildmaster calmly raised his hand, signaling for silence. He turned toward a young woman already standing nearby. Then, let's verify the truth. A woman in a witch's uniform stepped forward, her presence alone commanding attention. The moment the others saw her, their faces paled in shock. A truth officer? Why is a truth officer here? They almost never leave the capital. The guildmaster's face remained stern as he explained. Because too many porters have mysteriously died after temporarily joining your party, Bayer. Thanks to an old favor, I managed to request her presence. Whispers rippled through the room as realization set in. The old man's voice rang out clearly, Truth officer, whose words hold the truth. Bayer's or Ruda's? The woman's eyes glinted with a chilling calm as she silently scanned the room. It was as if she could see through their very souls. Then, her voice, soft yet absolute, echoed through the hall. The members of Bloodsword are lying. The staff in her hand pulsed with a brilliant light, illuminating the truth for all to see. And Rude is telling the truth. Bayer's face contorted in disbelief, unable to process what he was hearing. The room descended into stunned silence as everyone exchanged bewildered looks. The murmurs and gasps quickly spread, panic brewing in the air. Bayer, face flushed with anger, pointed accusingly toward the truth officer. How could someone like her possibly know what's true or false? But the guildmaster only sneered in response. The truth skill. It's not a skill that can be trained, it's innate. And its effectiveness surpasses even rare unique abilities. No lie, no matter how small, can escape the truth skill. His eyes narrowed with cold authority as he added. And what could be more trustworthy than the word of a knight, sworn to serve and protect the nation? Bayer's expression crumbled, his arrogance replaced by fear and disbelief. The guildmaster's voice roared through the hall, brimming with fury. Eliminating teammates is the greatest crime an adventurer can commit. Not only that, you deliberately injured your comrade and used him as bait. Whether or not further investigation proceeds, your adventurer licenses will be revoked, and you will be demoted to slaves. The group clutched their heads in disbelief, faces twisted in panic. No way, they staggered back, eyes wide with fear and desperation. One of them, teeth clenched so hard they nearly cracked, trembled uncontrollably at the thought. A person like me, reduced to a slave. His fists slowly tightened into trembling balls of rage as his gaze locked onto the truth officer standing calmly nearby. If they weren't here, an overwhelming surge of power seemed to well up within him as his rage boiled over. Without warning, he grabbed his sword and charged forward, his eyes burning with fury. The crowd gasped, stunned by the sudden violence. Even the truth officer froze for a brief second, her eyes wide with disbelief. But in that instant, someone moved. Rude stepped forward, his grip tightening around his sword. With unwavering determination, he planted himself between the attacker and the truth officer. Don't even think about laying a hand on the truth officer. The charging man's eyes widened in shock. In the next instant, his body was sent flying. Rude's strike had landed cleanly, launching him backward like a rag doll. The heavy thud of his body crashing to the floor echoed through the hall, drawing the attention of every single person present. The other two members of the Bloodsword team stood frozen, completely speechless, their faces pale with disbelief. Rude clenched his fist tightly, his voice cold and unyielding as it cut through the heavy silence. That wasn't a smart move. Inside the Adventurers Guild reception room, the guildmaster sat with a serious expression as he spoke. Sorry to bother you with all this, you must be exhausted. Rude shook his head with equal seriousness. I'm fine. What's more important, is what's going to happen to them. The older man leaned back slightly, his voice steady. The staff will handle them. Of course they'll be thoroughly questioned. If it's confirmed they used porters as bait again, the Bloodsword team will lose their adventurer licenses, and their freedom. They'll be demoted to slaves. The guildmaster closed his eyes for a moment and let out a weary sigh. But Bayard dared to attack a truth officer. "I doubt you'll be seeing him around here ever again." As he spoke, the man placed something on the table, catching Rude's attention. "It's only fair," the guildmaster continued. "They've forfeited their rights to the profits from the new labyrinth. That means, those profits now belong to you." Rudy's eyes widened in disbelief as the man pushed the item across the table. It was a heavy pouch filled with coins. "There's around 200,000 region in there. Please take it." For a moment Rude just stared frozen. He could hardly process what was happening. The door creaked open, the sound echoing in the room, but his eyes remained fixed on the pouch. Finally he broke into a wide, uncontrollable grin as he grabbed the money and hugged it to his chest. This is enough to cover some of my debts already." It would have taken him forever to earn that much collecting miasma alone. Adventurers really do make ridiculous amounts of money. His gaze cooled as he scanned the room. Clutching the pouch tightly, he prepared to leave, keeping his guard up. "After what just happened, people might not openly insult me anymore. But that doesn't mean they'll suddenly treat me well. If he stood out too much, there'd definitely be questions. People would start doubting how he got stronger so fast. Best to keep my head down for now, stick to the miasma labyrinth, and make steady money." With a quiet sigh, Rude whispered to himself, "All right, no need to sulk anymore. I've got some cash. Time to buy some gear, and finally eat something good for once." His eyes widened again as he caught sight of something displayed outside a nearby shop. "Is that a magic pouch?" It sat there in front of the store, practically glowing with temptation. Rude let out a heavy sigh. "Let's get some food first." Time passed. The next day, deep within the dark, suffocating tunnels of the labyrinth, a monster was sliced clean in an instant, its body collapsing to the ground. Rude stood over the twitching corpse of a miasma rat, a sigh slipping from his lips. "Seriously, these things. I used to be terrified of 5 of them just yesterday." His appraisal skill activated automatically, scanning the defeated creature. The glow in his eyes sharpened as data poured into his mind. Miasma rats, vermin species, signature skill miasma fog. Rude's lips curled in satisfaction. "So that's how I got the miasma skill when I ate that thing. Wonder if I can use that trick on other corpses, too." He tilted his head curiously. "Speaking of which, how much have my stats gone up?" The rats were easy prey. He figured his level must have jumped, maybe to around 20. "Let's check my status." The familiar interface appeared before his eyes, a detailed status window revealing his current level. Level 42. Rude froze, his brain struggling to process what he was seeing. Level 42. His expression twisted in disbelief. "I was only level 7 yesterday. No way." He quickly opened his skills tab. A long list of abilities appeared before him, stretching down further than he expected. A wide grin crept across his face. "There's so many, this is incredible." As he walked past the spot where he'd fallen into the new labyrinth, he noticed the wall had already been sealed up. Figures they closed it off. "That place'll stay locked for a while. Guess today I'll just stick to grinding in the miasma labyrinth." Rude clenched his fist tightly, his eyes filled with determination. At the same time though, he couldn't deny the excitement bubbling inside him. He wanted to test out his new powers, to see how well they perform on the deeper floors. His eyes drifted down to the magic pouch strapped to his side. "And that thing I bought earlier," a slight grin tugged at the corner of his lips. "I should pick the right kind of monster to try it out on." Without wasting time, the young man pressed forward, quickly making his way down to the 6th floor of the labyrinth. Countless monsters fell before him one after another. By the time he reached the 9th floor, everything in his path had been reduced to ruins. Even when he pushed deeper to the 13th floor, it was still smooth sailing. He paused for a moment, eyes scanning the area. "These things aren't even worth my time. I need to go even deeper to find a real challenge." Finally, when he reached the 24th floor, the atmosphere around him began to shift. The air grew heavier, the surroundings darker. That's when he spotted a large lizard creature pacing around, its sharp eyes darting left and right. What surprised him most was the small dagger it held tightly in its claws. Hidden behind cover, Rudy's gaze locked onto the creature's towering frame. That thing, without hesitation, he activated his appraisal skill. Lizard Soldier level 25. Detailed information filled his vision. A lizard soldier, they usually move in groups. But as far as he could see, there was only this one. A smirk curled across his lips. "A lizard, huh? That's worth testing my strength on. With a tight grip on his sword, Rude lunged forward, launching his attack. But to his surprise, the monster reacted almost instantly, raising its arm to block the strike. Rude's expression didn't falter. In fact, his smirk deepened, clearly pleased. Not bad, but you won't be blocking this one. His next strike sliced through the air with brutal force. But instead of engaging, the lizard's eyes widened in fear, and it bolted, fleeing deeper into the labyrinth. Rude froze, momentarily confused. It's running. Before he could give chase, an unsettling feeling prickled at the back of his neck. Something wasn't right. His eyes narrowed as he scanned his surroundings, realization crashing down on him like a bucket of ice water. That thing, it's leading me into a dead end. Sure enough, up ahead, the lizard finally came to a stop. It drew the sword strapped to its back, turning to face him with a wicked grin. But what made Rude curse under his breath wasn't the creature's confidence, it was the sudden, overwhelming presence he sensed behind him. Slowly he turned, eyes widening in disbelief. A whole swarm of towering monsters stood blocking his only escape route. It was a trap. A perfectly executed ambush. Damn it, Rude muttered, cursing under his breath, his body tensing as he prepared for the worst. Rude clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to hide his irritation. Damn it, they set me up. The level difference was obvious, but even so, this situation was getting out of control. The lizard-like creature standing ahead raised its sword, lunging toward him with deadly intent. Without missing a beat, the young man's expression turned cold as he swiftly dodged backward. Fine, I'll take them down one by one. Gripping his swords tightly, he charged forward, unleashing a powerful strike. The monster was sent flying, wincing in pain, its eyes wide with shock as it struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Rudy's eyes glinted with resolve. He was ready to finish this whenever he wanted. Let's end this. But before he could strike the final blow, a shadow loomed in his peripheral vision. Another monster appeared out of nowhere. His eyes widened in surprise. What the hell? A sinking feeling hit him as he quickly realized something wasn't right. Another massive creature had snuck up behind him, raising its weapon high, ready to strike. Its menacing eyes glared down at him from above, and for a split second, the tension was suffocating. Rude scoffed under his breath, forcing out a bitter chuckle. Close one, damn it. How many of these things are there? Before he knew it, he was completely surrounded by towering monsters, each of them ready to tear him apart. His sharp eyes scanned the area, analyzing the situation. They're not just mindlessly attacking, their coordination is too precise. There was no way a bunch of wild monsters could pull off an ambush and coordinated movements like this. Just as they began to move in near perfect sync, a high-pitched sound echoed through the air. The sharp, almost commanding screech sent a chill down Rude's spine. His eyes narrowed. There it is, from behind the crowd, a different lizard stepped forward, a sly, almost arrogant smile on its face. Rude's gaze locked onto it, his eyes shimmering as he activated his appraisal skill. The information flashed clearly in front of him. Lizard Captain level 32. Skills: One-handed sword mastery, shield mastery, special skill command. A crooked grin spread across Rude's face as he muttered under his breath, clearly amused. Finally, there you are. You're the boss, aren't you? The lizard captain let out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the cavern. The other lizard soldiers quickly responded in unison, roaring back with bloodthirsty excitement. They gripped their blades tightly, charging toward him as one. But Rude was ready. Without hesitation, he activated his enhanced physique skill. A wave of raw power surged through his body, muscles tightening, energy exploding within him. Letting out a fierce shout, he propelled himself forward, determined to crush them all. The surrounding monsters didn't even have time to react in the blink of an eye. His powerful legs slammed into the nearest enemy, driving it headfirst into the ground. Rude's hand tightened around his sword as he stepped forward, eyes locked onto the lizard captain. Across the battlefield, the boss monster's eyes widened in disbelief as it witnessed the brutal display. The tables had turned. Rude gritted his teeth, glaring down from above, his presence radiating overwhelming dominance. You're done for this time, he declared coldly. The massive creature was sent flying through the air by the force of his strike. But what happened next left Rude completely stunned. The creature got back up completely unharmed. Not a scratch on its enormous body. Before Rude could process it, another large blade gleamed from the side, slicing toward him. The light reflecting off the weapon carried a terrifying aura. He knew instantly there was no way to dodge this one in time. At the last possible moment, Rude activated another skill. Iron Body. His entire body hardened, reinforced by the monstrous strength he had absorbed from the spider he defeated earlier. A faint, confident smirk appeared on Rude's face. I'm not the only one with a trump card, you know? The monster's eyes widened, visibly shaken by the sudden turn of events. Rude channeled his power once more, ready to strike, but confusion crept across his face. What the? He could feel the impact land, yet the enemy showed no signs of injury. It didn't have any durability boosting abilities, he had already confirmed that. It had to be something else. Rude quickly scanned the surrounding area, his sharp eyes locking onto a nearby lizard. Something was off about it. Among its listed abilities, one stood out like a glaring red flag. Substitution. It all made sense now. The smaller lizard was taking damage in place of the boss. The unfortunate creature trembled in shock as its body was suddenly and brutally pierced through. Rudy's cold, piercing gaze fell upon it. Must suck, being just cannon fodder and still getting stuck as a sacrificial pawn. The lizard's eyes were wide with disbelief as it collapsed. Defeated in an instant. Don't take it personally, Rude muttered as he casually finished the creature off. Across the battlefield, the lizard captain howled in rage and anguish, its roars echoing through the cavern. The remaining lizard soldiers raised their weapons and charged in unison, fueled by fury. But Rude was already ahead of them. Using his stolen spider abilities, he conjured countless strands of silk web shot. With a swift flick of his wrist, thick threads of webbing burst into the air, encircling the entire area. The monsters froze, staring upward in disbelief as Rude gracefully maneuvered through the air, weaving his trap. Bunching up like that just makes this easier for me, Rude sneered. Here, have this. From above, he unleashed a massive, reinforced spiderweb, casting it down over the enemy. The lizard captain roared in frustration as his soldiers were instantly tangled in the sticky, unbreakable threads. Even the boss itself struggled under the growing disadvantage. As Rude's towering silhouette loomed over him, the captain's gaze sharpened, but it was too late. With a smug, victorious grin, Rude declared, "Looks like I win this one." In a flash, his blade sliced downward the lizard captain's head, separated cleanly from its body, tumbling to the ground. Its agonized, guttural death cry echoed the dark maze, sealing Rude's overwhelming victory. The creature's severed head lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by the countless lifeless bodies of its fellow lizardmen, their scales shimmering under the faint dungeon light. Rude stood there, a faint, satisfied smirk curling on his lips. Guess it's dinner time, he muttered to himself. His eyes drifted down to the pouch strapped at his side, and his smirk widened in satisfaction. This little thing, he bought it with the guild's money. Time to put it to use. A magic pouch. An item that expanded space with magic, capable of drastically reducing the weight of its contents when sealed. With practiced ease, Rude reached inside and pulled out exactly what he needed: cooking utensils. A small pan clinked softly against a cutting board as he set them down on the ground. Neatly organized spice jars followed, all lined up like they were waiting for a feast. Rude picked up a sharp knife with the air of a seasoned chef, expertly slicing into the monster meat. I remember, when I was stuck on the hidden floor, I was so desperate I thought as long as I survived, that's all that mattered. His knife continued gliding through the meat, clean and precise. But honestly, I always wanted to try this. In the blink of an eye, sizzling meat hit the heated pan, fragrant spices sprinkled generously on top. Monster meat. He couldn't help but gulp hungrily. Without hesitation, Rude bit into the cooked meat. His eyes lit up with delight. Damn, this is actually delicious. Without even realizing it, he began devouring the entire plate. Who would have thought monster meat could taste this good? I'm seriously getting addicted to this. As he wolfed down his meal, his skill window popped up before him, drawing a grin across his face. One-handed sword mastery. Shield technique. Miasma resistance. Command manipulation. Not only had he gained new skills, but they were actually useful. Could this be related to the monster's magical power? He wondered aloud. He thought back to the steel silk carapace ability from the giant spider, and demon eyes, which had proven invaluable. He'd defeated countless monsters by now, picking up bizarre, handy abilities along the way. But there were still some he hadn't tested. The Thunderwolf, and the Dark Serpent. Finishing the last bite of monster steak, Rude licked his lips with satisfaction. Right. On my way back, I'll make sure to sample as many types of monster meat as possible. His eyes flickered as another thought crossed his mind. Speaking of skills, the humanoid lizard he'd fought earlier with that substitution skill, there were still plenty of those around. Later, at the 21st floor of the miasma labyrinth, the air was thick with strange, alluring scents drifting from the bodies of massive moths and butterflies. In the distance, giant toads exhaled sickly, noxious fumes that sent shivers down the spine. But Root? He barely flinched. With a crackle of lightning, he raised his hand and unleashed a devastating electric strike lightning spear. In an instant, the airborne insects combusted, falling from the sky in charred, crumpled heaps. Root stared down at his hands, eyes sparkling with amusement. Man, skills like these really make life easier. Those monsters were clearly built for debuffs designed to poison, weaken, or paralyze their enemies. But unfortunately for them, they picked the wrong guy to mess with. Grinning to himself, Root pulled out his trusty frying pan once more, slipping effortlessly back into his role as an amateur dungeon chef. Frog meat, insect meat. Naturally, the cooking method was obvious. Deep fried to perfection. In the blink of an eye, the once terrifying monsters were transformed into a steaming, golden, crispy platter of food. The young man cheerfully stuffed the last pieces of meat into his mouth, savoring every bite. Damn, those poisonous frogs may be deadly, but their meat's juicy as hell, and with these spices. This tastes insane, man. I could really use a cold beer right now. As he licked his fingers clean, the familiar skill window appeared once again, listing off the new abilities he'd gained from the meal. But suddenly, a noise echoed through the cavern, snapping Root out of his contentment. His head shot up, eyes narrowing with suspicion. What the hell? Sounds like fighting in people. A sly grin crept across his face. So there are other adventurers around here, huh? Without wasting another second, Root packed away his cooking tools into the magic pouch. Thanks for the meal. With that, he dashed toward the commotion, a spring in his step like he was running to meet an old friend. It's not every day you stumble into a good brawl. Maybe I can even trade some info with these guys. As he drew closer, the unmistakable sound of swords clashing and blood splattering filled the air. A group of armed men stood over a young woman who had collapsed to the ground, clutching her side in pain. They wore sharp, polished armor, their blades stained with fresh blood. Their leader sneered down at the wounded girl, his voice dripping with disdain. "Ha, tough one, did think she'd still be casting spells after that." With a twisted grin, he reached out and yanked the cloak off her shoulders, revealing a defiant, beautiful face framed by pointed ears. An elf. The group immediately broke into muttered conversation. Damn, wonder how much she's worth. Before they could decide, a calm voice called out from behind them. Man, I was hoping I'd meet a potential friend, but I guess I walked into something else. The sudden voice sent a jolt through the group. They spun around, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Root emerged from the shadows, casually strolling forward. Don't know exactly what's going on, but I sure as hell can't just stand by while you assholes gang up on a girl. The scar-faced leader sized him up with obvious disgust. And who the hell are you supposed to be? Root flashed a cocky smirk. An adventurer. Low-ranked, just an E-class unfortunately. The elf girl's eyes widened the moment she saw him. Fear filled her voice as she cried out. Get out of here. They're bounty hunters, rogue adventurers. The words made Root freeze for a moment. Bounty hunters, rumor had it. These guys weren't just any adventurers. They were elite level, dangerous, cutthroat. The highest among them. Level 65. The rest, all seasoned veterans, not the type you'd casually run into. For the first time, a serious look clouded Root's expression. These guys, they probably had hidden abilities. Anti-magic gear. Tricks up their sleeves. The scarred leader gave a simple, cruel order. Pin him down. One of the bounty hunters gripped his sword tightly and charged straight at Root. The young man's eyes widened slightly in alarm. He's fast. Barely in time. Root raised his weapon and blocked the strike. But the sheer power behind the blow was unlike anything he'd faced before. The bounty hunter's lips curled into a smug grin. Not bad. Despite the disadvantage, Root held his ground, a smirk forming on his own face. You're only saying that 'cause you're weak. The man's face twitched in anger as he gripped his sword with both hands. Weak? I'll cut your damn head off. The other two exchanged glances, clearly preparing to jump in as well. Meanwhile, Root took a deep breath, exhaling a faint, green mist onto his blade. Poison. A sickly green vapor quickly coated the sword, a sinister aura radiating from it. The bounty hunter froze as pain shot through his body. He staggered back, clutching at himself with a groan of agony. The other men's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he just spit poison? He fights like a damn monster. The group stared at Rude, unsettled by the young man's strange, reckless fighting style. But Rude only smiled wider, eyes gleaming with defiance. Yeah, this is how a weakling like me survives. The poisoned man's skin turned pale as the venom took hold, eating away at him from within. Their leader quickly pieced it together. A unique poison skill? Himph, never judge a book by its cover, I guess. His expression darkened. Both of you, take him down. Now. The remaining 2 bounty hunters lunged forward with deadly precision, weapons swinging. Their blades gleamed as they sliced toward Rude. The young man ducked low, dodging the first strike. But he hadn't expected the sudden kick that followed. A vicious boot slammed into his chest, sending him flying. At the last second, he activated Steel Body, fortifying himself just enough to survive the impact. But it wasn't enough to stop his momentum. With a loud splash, Rude crashed into a nearby marshy pond. From above, the bounty hunter peered down, pride filling his voice. Damn stubborn bastard. That kick should have snapped your neck. Beneath the murky water, Rude slowly pushed himself upright. The leader's grin widened. I'll end this right here and now. But just as they prepared to finish him, Rude's footsteps echoed faintly across the water's surface, running. In the blink of an eye, the young man was retreating deeper into the swamp. The hunters stared, momentarily dumbfounded. Hey! Get back here! But before they could pursue, the older man in the group raised a hand, stopping them. Don't leave him. The others looked at him, confused. That swamp's filled with deadly toxins. If he goes any deeper, he's a dead man. The older hunter's eyes narrowed. He won't last long in there. He'll be crawling back out soon enough. Rude spotted the silhouettes of the group still standing there at the edge of the swamp, looking more and more uneasy. Their frustrated voices carried across the toxic marsh. How long's he planning to drag this out? What? Is this a contest to see who can endure longer? Rude smirked faintly to himself. Guess it's lucky they kicked me into this swamp. Standing here too long, their stamina will keep getting drained by the poison in the air. The group's breathing grew heavier, their faces already showing signs of fatigue. The leader scowled, glaring across the marsh. How long is that bastard planning to stay down there? It's been 10 minutes, my head's starting to pound. Rude's expression turned serious. It's time. Originally he'd hoped to wait them out until the poison weakened them further. But if he stalled any longer, the elf girl wouldn't hold on. Her injuries were too severe. With steady steps, Rude walked toward them, his voice cool and confident. So, how's it feel breathing in poison and miasma this whole time? Getting tired yet? The group's eyes lit up as they spotted him emerging from the toxic swamp. Chech finally gave up, huh? You've been a damn pain in the ass, kid. But Rude's arrogant smile never wavered. Shame for you guys, I don't really get affected by this kind of stuff. Guess I'll never know how miserable you're feeling right now. The leader's face twisted with shock. No way, he's got anti-debuff resistance. He tricked us, kill him. The leader roared in frustration. The men charged instantly. Their swords clashed against Rude's, but the bounty hunters couldn't hold their ground. Their drained strength made them sluggish. Rude's smile widened as he analyzed the situation. The poison's been eating away at your stamina this whole time. Pretty soon, your strength, your speed, it's all downhill from here. Suddenly, movement in his peripheral vision caught his attention. Another attacker lunged at him from the side. Rude activated Steel Body, his skin hardening like reinforced steel. The attack landed with a dull thud, but it barely left a scratch. Shock filled the bounty hunter's eyes. Rude didn't waste the moment. Lightning burst. A deafening crack of thunder erupted, sending bolts of lightning surging outward. The bounty hunters were caught in the blast, their bodies convulsing violently before collapsing in smoldering heaps, charred black. The leader, still alive but blackened with burns, staggered back in fury. Damn you, he summoned a faint, shimmering glow around his hands. Heaven sent his next skill activated, aiming straight for Rude. But the young man was ready. A familiar technique materialized around him, countering the attack. The leader's eyes widened, horror creeping across his face. Impossible, there's no way a human should have monster skills. Frozen in disbelief, he stood there trembling. Rude gripped his sword tightly, his expression sharp and unwavering. I don't owe you an explanation. With that, he charged. The leader across from him still looked visibly unsettled. Deep down, panic was creeping in. I had the upper hand at first, but now his face twisted into full-blown fear. Standing across from this knight-like fighter, he realized he couldn't win. That damn poison, at this rate I'm finished. With no other option, the man activated his next skill speed boost. No way I'm losing to a damn kid like this. Gripping his sword tightly, he lunged forward with everything he had. But Rude didn't even flinch. He calmly activated strength boost, enhancing his physical power. The next instant, the leader's sword shattered into fragments, blown apart by sheer force. The others weren't spared, their bodies were sliced down effortlessly. The man crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. Rude stood there, his grip firm on his sword, his cold eyes fixed on the fallen man. Under his breath, he muttered with a faint smirk, "If you weren't hit with debuffs, maybe you'd actually be stronger than me." The girl's footsteps approached quickly from behind. With a slightly awkward expression, she spoke up, "Thank you for saving me. If you hadn't shown up, I don't know what would have happened." Rude stood there, quietly studying her. She's trying so hard to look brave, but her body's clearly still affected by the miasma. He had already done what he could to help ease her condition, but it's rare to see an elf wandering somewhere this remote. What the hell happened to her to get hunted by those so-called adventurer hunters? Before he could ask, a loud sound erupted behind them, snapping both of them to full attention. A massive butterfly suddenly descended in front of them, its wings pulsing with eerie light. Rudy immediately activated his appraisal skill, scanning the creature thoroughly. Looks like the boss of the moth swarm. A level 37 beast. Massive. Possessing 6 different poisonous attributes. It looked like pure trouble. Without hesitation, Rude's body shot forward, eyes locked onto the creature. "Just 'cause you're bigger, doesn't mean you'll take me down." The towering creature retaliated instantly, unleashing its full power. But something felt off. That attack, Sky Sever, a brutal strike cut through the air, easily capable of ripping through most enemies. Even the surrounding area shook with the sheer force of it. The elf girl ducked and weaved to avoid the chaos, struggling to stay on her feet. Rude called out with concern, "You alright?" "I'm fine," she shouted back. His gaze snapped forward again, expression hardening. "You scared the hell out of me, bastard. Guess I'll return the favor. You think flying gives you the advantage? Cute." A faint, dangerous smile crept onto Rude's lips. He gathered his strength. Skill Sky Sever. In an instant, a devastating strike cleaved through the air, slamming into the massive creature. It coughed up blood, writhing in agony. Only then did it seem to realize something was wrong. In desperation, the beast released a powerful paralytic attack. But Rude simply grinned, tilting his head upward, completely unaffected. "Nice try. Paralysis powder doesn't work on me." But then, his eyes widened. "Wait, its target wasn't me. It's been aiming for the girl," he muttered, realizing too late. But the elf wasn't helpless. Raising her staff high, she activated her magic, a brilliant light erupting outward. A blast of radiant energy surged forward, slamming into the massive butterfly. It crashed to the ground, wings torn and broken. Rude stood off to the side, slightly impressed. "Magic seal, huh? Figures she is an elf after all." Not wasting a second, Rude drove his sword deep into the creature's head, finishing it off. The girl, still catching her breath, looked at him with wide eyes. Confused. "Wait, the paralysis, and the poison, none of that worked on you. Your skills, they're basically monstrous." Rude froze slightly at the comment, awkwardness creeping over him. He honestly had no idea how to explain that one. But suddenly the girl beside him winced, her face tightening in pain. Rude immediately stepped closer, concern flashing in his eyes. Is that a flare-up from an old injury?" Breathing heavily, the elf girl shook her head. "No, this is something else entirely." She looked away, her voice quieter now. When do you plan on leaving this place?" "Once we're out, I'll tell you everything." Her gaze drifted toward the darkness of the cave behind them, her expression clouding. "That cramped, cursed little dungeon, I thought I'd die there." Moments later, sunlight filtered through thick forest leaves as the two of them finally stepped out into the open. They sat down under the shade of a massive tree, both exhausted, both relieved. The girl leaned back, finally breathing freely. Fresh air, that hellhole's finally behind us." Before continuing, she straightened up a bit and smiled faintly. "I never properly introduced myself. I'm Alicia, a former adventurer." Rude's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, you don't mean Alicia from Emerald Feather, do you? Alicia chuckled softly, that faint, proud smile returning to her face. So you've heard of me? Of course I have, Rude replied, still stunned. The Kingdom of Ludius, everyone knows the top-tier guilds, the Blue Trail, Emerald Feather. But, Alicia nodded quietly. Yeah, 5 years ago. Her voice dropped slightly, the memory clearly weighing on her. We were wiped out by monsters. We faced the creature that guarded the deepest floor of the Abyss-class dungeon. Our captain died. One of us was crippled and forced to retire. Another never made it out at all. She paused, her eyes distant, voice faint. Even I barely made it out alive. But before she could say more, she reached for the hem of her clothes. Rude, flustered, immediately waved his hands frantically. Hey, what are you doing? But when Alicia pulled aside part of her tunic, his eyes landed on the strange, glowing mark etched across her chest. A curse mark. Alicia nodded, her expression darkening. This was placed on me back then, a lesser curse, or so they called it. Rude furrowed his brow, sitting down beside her. Lesser curse? I've never heard of that. Me neither, at least not before that day, Alicia replied bitterly. I've tried everything, potions, purification magic, even old ritual spells. But it only gets worse the more I fight it. Her eyes narrowed, her voice dripping with frustration. Those bounty hunters, they found out. They've been using it to keep me weak, and sooner or later, once the curse reduces my level to nothing, I'll die. But being pitied, being treated like a walking corpse, she clenched her fists, biting her lip. I refuse to accept that. A thought sparked in Rude's mind. His eyes widened slightly. Wait, that curse, he muttered. I might be able to help. Digging through his pouch, Rude pulled out a strange card, its faint glow pulsing in his palm. I have a skill called substitution. I can transfer damage, debuffs, maybe even a curse. He looked up at her, a quiet determination in his eyes. I want to try. Alicia's eyes filled with confusion. You can do that. Rude simply smiled. We'll find out. He gently placed his hand over the cursed mark. Activating substitution, he channeled the strange, elusive energy. Alicia's eyes widened in shock as her body pulsed with warmth. The mark, it flickered, the curse's power, shifted. She panicked, grabbing his wrist. Stop. If you keep going, the curse will. But Rude's calm smile never faded. Relax, trust me. A dark, demonic silhouette flickered behind him for just an instant, a suffocating bloodlust radiating from its form. And yet, Rude never wavered. The girl standing in front of him couldn't believe what she was feeling. Because right now this boy carried within him the combined power of countless monsters. His unique skill, status effect immunity, had fully activated. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous presence she had sensed earlier was completely gone. Rude glanced down at his hands, flexing them slightly, his expression lighting up with satisfaction. All right, looks like it worked. The girl stared blankly, still trying to process what just happened. What was that? Check your guild ID, Rude replied casually. Fumbling with her belongings, the girl quickly pulled out her adventurer's guild card, her eyes widening the moment she saw it. It showed normal status. The cursed mark, gone without a trace. Her face contorted with pure disbelief, her eyes glistening like she was on the verge of tears. This can't be real. The curse, it's lifted, Rude smiled warmly. My special ability negates harmful effects. I figured if I absorb the curse it's break. Guess I got lucky. But instead of relief, the girl suddenly burst out. Are you stupid? You risked all that, for someone you just met. Despite the scolding, she couldn't help but smile, genuine, bright, thankful. But thank you. Really thank you. Seeing her like that, the tension inside Rude finally eased. With a gentle smile, he reached out, offering her his hand. It's all right, I couldn't just leave you like that. Back at the grand, bustling Adventurers Guild, a loud clunk echoed as a heavy glass of liquor slammed down onto the table. Across from him, Alicia sat at the table, practically glowing with excitement. Cheap food and good booze, you really know the best places, don't you? She laughed, raising her glass. Rude let out a quiet sigh, muttering under his breath. Last time I came here, I got my face smashed in. Still, he couldn't help but speak up. Aren't you drinking a little too much? You did just recover from some pretty serious injuries. But Alicia grinned playfully, waving him off. I'm fine now. Besides, it's a good day, isn't it? No reason not to celebrate. She clinked her glass against his enthusiastically. Rude hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised his drink. So what do you plan to do next? But Alicia's response caught him completely off guard. First, I want to know more about you, Rude. With a gentle, teasing smile, her bright eyes locked onto his. Why did you decide to become an adventurer? The old, painful memories surfaced once more. A long time ago, my village was attacked by monsters. The boy he used to be could still see it, the flames, the screams, the devastation. His family, his friends, all taken away. A small, helpless child clutching his mother's lifeless body, unable to do anything. But then, a figure appeared. A powerful S-rank adventurer, clad in shining armor, stood before the monstrous creature. The boy had looked up in awe, completely forgetting his fear. And then, he saw it. A calm, confident smile on that hero's face. In a single, effortless swing, the beast was slain. That's why I'm still alive, Rude said quietly. I'll never forget that moment. From that day on, I decided one day I'll become an S-rank adventurer too, just like him. So I can save people, like I couldn't save my family. A soft, almost bittersweet smile curled on his lips as he finished his story. Alicia smiled warmly. That's a noble goal. Their conversation drifted on, laughter and determination mixing in the air. Rude tilted his head, smirking. What, you're gonna laugh at my dream now? Alicia chuckled. Please, I've got the same dream. I'm planning to become even stronger than I was before I was cursed. Her gaze sharpened with determination. My comrades, they're still trapped deep inside the abyssal labyrinth. No matter what it takes, I'll defeat that monster. I'll save them. She reached her delicate hand across the table. So, how about we team up? Rude blinked, momentarily stunned. Wait, but before he could finish, a different hand suddenly reached between them, stopping both of them in their tracks. A group of rough-looking men stood nearby, grinning as they eyed Alicia. Perfect drinking partner right there, one of them muttered with a smirk. Poison fog hunters. Rude thought to himself, his expression instantly darkening. He recognized them immediately, the same bunch that had beaten him up at this very bar before. They loomed over him, looking down like they were towering over some insignificant bug. Without hesitation, they approached Alicia, their voices low and greasy with arrogance. Simon, girl. Don't waste your time with this boring loser, one of them sneered. Come have a drink with real men. Before they could get any closer, a hand shot out from behind and blocked their path. It was Rude, his eyes sharp and cold. Back off. The man snarled, grabbing Rude by the collar with one hand. You little punk. But even as the man pulled him closer, Rude's expression remained calm, eyes locked onto his opponent with unwavering defiance. The two stared each other down, the tension crackling in the air. Enough, both of you. Alicia's voice cut through their standoff as she stepped between them. This is a bar, not a back alley. You want to fight, take it somewhere else. The hostility in the room simmered for a moment, until one of the hunters chuckled. Fine, he grinned. Then let's settle this properly with a drinking contest. Alicia's eyes lit up with playful energy as she slammed back a full glass of liquor in one gulp. The men cheered wildly. Round after round, the drinks kept coming, the sound of glasses clanking filling the bar. The poison fog hunters guzzled drink after drink, laughing and boasting, but their faces were turning increasingly flushed and sluggish. Rude stood off to the side, watching with an exasperated sigh. Meanwhile, the cheerful buzz of the tavern grew louder as the contest dragged on. In the end, the rough group of hunters collapsed one by one, completely wasted, their faces red and lifeless. But Alicia, she still sat there, lively and smiling, not even a hint of exhaustion. The entire bar burst into cheers, applauding Alicia as the clear winner. She turned to Rude with a smug little grin, clearly enjoying her victory. Rude simply raised his thumb with an amused smile, silently giving her his approval. Time passed, and eventually, the two of them stepped out into the cool night air. Geez, Rude laughed as he glanced at her. You played that a little dirty, didn't you? You were already hammered before the contest even started. Alicia blushed, letting out an embarrassed giggle, but then her expression turned sincere as she looked at him. You know, you really are my lifesaver, she admitted. I wouldn't have had the guts to sit there like that otherwise. Her words began to slur as her eyes glazed over, her steps faltering. And before Rude could even react, she stumbled forward, collapsing right into his arms. Seriously, you're hopeless. Rude muttered under his breath with a helpless smile. A faint glow appeared as he instinctively activated his substitute skill just in case. Suddenly, the girl looked up at him, surprised. Rude sighed, clearly reluctant to explain. I transferred your drunkenness to myself, he admitted. Not like I can get drunk anyway. Alicia's lips curled into a bright, teasing smile. First you take my curse, now my drunkenness. That skill of yours is way too useful. We have to form a party together. With that, she cheerfully walked forward and grabbed another glass of liquor, eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, let's keep drinking. The men nearby chuckled, clearly enjoying the light-hearted atmosphere. Take it easy on each other, now, one of them teased. Alicia suddenly glanced toward the food advertisement on the wall, her eyes lighting up as she spotted the picture of a delicious-looking fish. I'll be so bummed if I can't try their signature dish, she muttered. The chef standing nearby spoke up, sighing. Actually, something's been killing all the fish in the breeding grounds. Some kind of monster, apparently. I already sent a request to the Adventurers Guild, but all the top-ranked adventurers are out on missions. The chef's eyes shifted toward Rude and Alicia. You two wouldn't happen to be interested in taking care of it, would you? The two exchanged a surprised glance at the unexpected request. Scene cut: the peaceful fish farm spread out before them, nestled between rolling hills and calm waters. The scenery was so beautiful it almost looked like a painting. Alicia sat at the front of the small boat, eyes shining with excitement as she looked around. So this is the fish farm. Let's beat that monster and enjoy that special dish. Rude, sitting behind her, grinned in agreement. Count me in. But suddenly, his expression shifted. Something felt off. Without warning, a powerful attack burst from beneath the water, sending waves splashing high into the air. A wide smile spread across Rude's face as he narrowed his eyes at the disturbance. Found it. That must be the monster the chef mentioned, he added confidently. But just as they braced themselves, Alicia's voice dropped to a cautious whisper. Hey, Rude. Only then did they both realize they were completely surrounded. Dozens of monstrous shapes circled the boat, cutting off every escape route. No way, Rude muttered under his breath, his cheerful grin twisting into something more serious. They never could have expected the scene unfolding before them. No way. The entire area was now completely surrounded by enormous aquatic monsters. Rude's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint flashing across his gaze as he carefully scanned their surroundings. Below the water's surface, a swarm of large fish lurked, each one looking far more dangerous than your average catch. Their levels clocked in at 23, making them nothing to scoff at. Suddenly, jets of pressurized water shot from their mouths with incredible force. Rude calmly raised his sword, blocking the attacks with ease. But when dozens more of the creatures surged forward in waves, things changed. For the first time, Rude realized he might actually be in a bit of trouble. This won't work if I just stay here trying to hold them off, he thought grimly. I can't block them all forever. With that, he instinctively tossed his sword aside and dove straight into the water. Alicia, still in the boat, stared after him in shock. The fish, too, hesitated for a moment. It wasn't every day their prey willingly jumped straight toward them. Rude smirked as he plunged deeper. Over here, he called out, taunting them. The fish lunged forward, baring their sharp fangs as they prepared to strike. But Rude had been waiting for this moment. Electricity crackled along his arms, lightning dancing at his fingertips. In an instant he unleashed lightning burst, sending a devastating current through the water. A brilliant flash erupted beneath the surface as countless fish were fried instantly, their charred bodies floating upward. Rude broke through the surface, gasping for air, his face calm and confident. Alicia's panicked voice echoed across the water. Rude. He grinned, raising a hand. I'm fine. Of course, it didn't take him long to notice a few of the fish were still alive, lurking below. They're holding back. Why? He narrowed his eyes. The creatures weren't attacking, nor were they retreating. They're guarding something. Turning to Alicia, he called out, I'm diving deeper to check things out. Oh, and I need you to do something for me. Without waiting for her reply, he secured a thin rope around his waist and dove beneath the surface again, activating his swimming skill to propel himself downward. Rude moved cautiously, scanning the area as he descended. Just as I thought. The fish didn't attack him. They hovered in place, eerily still, clearly guarding something. Suddenly he spotted a strange figure resting on the seafloor. The moment he appraised it, the information popped into his mind. A level 38 boss monster, lurking quietly at the bottom. It wasn't just a sea anemone. It was a giant hermit crab. Twisting, armored limbs stretched outward from beneath a massive shell. Strange markings resembling flowers pulsed across its tentacle-like appendages. Tiny fish squirmed around the crab, emerging from its shell and its oversized claws, the same sharp-toothed fish Rude had been fighting earlier. A realization struck him. It's creating them. That thing's spawning the fish. Unless he defeated the source, there was no point in fighting the smaller ones. The hermit crab showed no signs of aggression, but Rude knew better than to drop his guard. I need to prepare first, but suddenly he felt himself being pulled. His eyes widened in shock as he realized the crab's tendrils were slowly coiling around him, dragging him toward its waiting claws. In the blink of an eye, Rudy's entire body was yanked violently downward, the monstrous tentacles dragging him straight toward the swarming fish like they were preparing a feast. So that's why the fish didn't attack me, he realized. They were just luring me closer to these damn tentacles. But if they wanted to play it that way, Rude clenched his fists around the slippery appendage. Without hesitation, he unleashed a massive surge of lightning burst. Electricity surged through the water, crackling violently along the creature's slimy limb. The enormous monster flinched, unable to withstand the shock coursing through its body. Just as I thought, Rude smirked. If I hit it directly, even something this big, but his expression faltered. Something's wrong. Before his eyes, the tentacles split apart, cleanly severed from the main body. Self-amputation. It had a built-in skill to immediately sever limbs under threat, preventing critical damage. The creature wasted no time retaliating, lunging toward him with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, Rudy's chest tightened painfully, his lungs burning. Damn, I can't hold my breath much longer. Grabbing hold of the rope tied around his waist, he tugged sharply, a signal to Alicia. Above the water's surface. Alicia immediately understood. Her expression turned serious as she activated her magic. Pulling the rope upward with all her strength, the line tightened. Just as the creature's attack came barreling toward him, Rude's body shot upward, narrowly escaping its grasp. The beast's eyes followed him, its massive form thrashing in frustration as Rude broke the surface. Coughing and gasping for air, Rude collapsed onto the warm sand, exhausted but alive. Alicia rushed to his side, her voice filled with concern. Rude, are you okay? He let out a shaky breath, smiling faintly. Thanks, you saved my ass this time. His expression darkened. There's a boss down there, it keeps spawning those damn fish. And it's got self-healing abilities too. We can't win like this. Alicia frowned, frustrated. It has the home field advantage underwater. I can't use most of my magic down there. Do you have a plan? Rude nodded slowly. There's only one way, but I need to think carefully. His mind drifted to what Alicia had told him earlier about her curse, her willingness to team up with him. Then, before she officially joins me, there's something I have to confess. Turning toward her, Rude approached a nearby fish. What I'm about to say, you can't tell anyone, alright? Below the water's surface, the monstrous boss stirred the giant hermit crab, finally sensing its prey had returned. But this time, Rude wasn't the same. Activating the new ability he had obtained from devouring one of the smaller fish, his body surged with speed and agility. The beast's sharp-toothed offspring lunged toward him. But Rude zipped through them effortlessly, a blur beneath the waves. The crab lashed out with its powerful tentacles, striking toward him with deadly force. But Rude's enhanced speed and compact form allowed him to dodge with ease. Unfazed, he plunged his weapon into the soft, vulnerable flesh beneath its armored shell. Blood spilled into the surrounding water as the hermit crab thrashed violently. Rude grinned, his eyes gleaming with confidence. See you in hell. A final surge of lightning erupted from his hand, lightning burst, completely obliterating the monstrous boss in a brilliant flash. Deep beneath the sea, the vast waters were stained red with the blood of slain monsters. Rude stood there, silently watching the lifeless bodies drifting by. A strange sense of relief washed over him. With this, things around here can finally return to peace, he thought to himself. But almost immediately, another troublesome thought crept into his mind. Alicia. The image of himself eating monster meat flashed vividly through his mind. What would she think after seeing me like that? He wondered. What will she say when we meet again? Rude replayed the stunned look in Alicia's eyes in his head. She must been completely shocked back then. Breaking the surface of the water, Rude lifted his gaze toward the bright blue sky. His eyes drifted toward the small island in the distance. Slowly he made his way to the shore. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. How foolish of me, thinking she'd actually wait for me. Who was I kidding? But before he could lose himself in his doubts, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. Took you long enough. Alicia stood there, casually looking him over, as if sizing him up. Does it look like you got hurt too badly? So, did you take down the boss or not? Rude nodded. Good, Alicia said with a relieved sigh as she sat down, a bundle of dry firewood in her arms. Thank goodness, I couldn't just sit around and wait forever. So I wandered off to gather some firewood. You know, to get a campfire going. I figured you'd need it to dry off after coming back soaking wet. Rude froze for a second, almost unable to believe what he was hearing. After a moment of hesitation, he asked quietly, You're okay with all that? After seeing me like that? Alicia offered a small reassuring smile. Yeah, I was definitely surprised at first, but she met his eyes with unwavering sincerity. But the fact that you trusted me enough to show me your secret, that means a lot to me. Her words caught him off guard, and the weight that had been clinging to his chest seemed to melt away. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Ruda replied, I see. Thanks for understanding. Then as if suddenly remembering something, he perked up. Oh right, Alicia tilted her head slightly curious. Rude pulled something up from beneath the water. I wanted the boss skill, so I carved off a piece to bring back. The net came up, revealing the corpse of the sea monster Rude had defeated earlier. His expression darkened slightly. Eating alone is kinda depressing, you know. Alicia's eyes drifted down to the monster meat, looking a bit unsure. Is that even safe? Rude chuckled lightly. It's bar namas. I brought it back for us. I'll admit, it's a little weird sitting here eating next to a dead monster. But still, Alicia's expression shifted to one of determination. It's not weird at all. I'll eat it. Rude couldn't help but laugh at her bold response. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden-orange light over the campfire, the two of them sat down beside the crackling flames. A pan sizzled over the fire as fish cooked inside. While tending to the meal, Rude spoke up. While we eat, let me tell you about the first time I ever ate monster meat. Alicia bit into a piece, her eyes lighting up as she chewed. Wow, this is really good, she exclaimed in surprise. But what shocks me more is that you can actually eat something like this. You have your reasons, right? Rude stared into the fire, his voice quiet but steady. Because of that, a weak rank like me can get a little closer to my dream. Alicia nodded, understanding gleaming in her eyes. I get it. You used that power to protect me. From those scummy hunters, and from the curse. She paused mid-sentence, causing Rude to glance her way as he chewed his food. But Alicia continued. When you cook it like this, the monsters taste a whole lot better. Rude chuckled, his eyes glinting playfully. Right? Surprisingly, they actually taste pretty good. His tone turned teasing. I didn't really need to bring the journey back, but I couldn't help wanting to cook it at least once. Hey Alicia, wanna try a bite? She shot him a mischievous look. Yeah, hard pass. There's no guarantee I'll even live after eating that thing. Then, her expression softened into something more serious. So, let me ask you one more time. Her eyes locked onto his, unwavering and determined. Do you want to join my party? Rude stayed silent, offering no response at first. But then his eyes flicked toward the girl in front of him as he finally spoke. Alicia, if it's really you, do you have no teammates at all? Alicia let out a soft sigh, her eyes dimming slightly with a hint of sadness. It's been 5 years since I was cursed, she began quietly. Even if people survive the labyrinth, their lifespans are too short. Some retired because of old age. She stared into the crackling flames of the campfire, the reflection dancing across her eyes. Besides, most adventurers on the front lines, no matter how strong they look, always have one thing in common. I can never fully trust them enough to turn my back. Alicia extended her hand toward Rude, her expression steady and unwavering. To explore dungeons together, I need a partner. Someone I can turn my back to without having to worry about betrayal. Her voice softened but carried undeniable sincerity. And if that person is you, Rude, he blinked in surprise, caught off guard by her words. Alicia, I think I can be that person. Rude closed his eyes briefly, lost in thought for a moment. Then, without realizing it, a faint smile curled on his lips. All right, he finally declared, his voice clear. Let's form a party. The atmosphere shifted to the formal interior of the Barona branch of the Adventurers Guild. A receptionist's voice rang out. All right then, The two of them strolled side by side down the bustling street, Alicia beaming with excitement as she threw her arms into the air. Ready? Let's take on our party's first quest. Rude responded calmly. Well, between the two of us, one's an E rank, so I doubt we'll be taking on anything major. Some people passing by glanced at Rude with clear disdain in their eyes, but Alicia remained unfazed. Maybe, but that's exactly why this first quest's important. At the guild's reception desk, they were greeted by a polite voice. Can I help you? The receptionist turned toward them, her eyes immediately landing on Alicia. Alicia smiled brightly, holding out an ID card. We just formed our party today. Could you help us register it? The receptionist's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the name. S-rank adventurer. Alicia of the Emerald Feather? A status window materialized. Rank, S43rd, race, elf condition, normal HP, 212 mana, 358 strength, 126 soul, 32 endurance, 134 agility, 146. Her impressive stats were accompanied by an extensive skill set, including her unique ability, Miasma Hunter. Skill after skill flashed across the display: magic, martial arts, archery, crafting, mana reduction, Hawkeye, stealth, miasma resistance, song, silence, language, detection, engineering, disassembly, support magic, and elemental magic in fire, water, ice, wind, earth, light, and lightning. The receptionist blinked, stunned, then hesitantly asked, why would someone like you team up with a miasma hunter? Alicia's eyes narrowed slightly, her stare sharp enough to make the receptionist flinch and stammer. I didn't mean anything by that, I understand. Without hesitation, Alicia confirmed their partnership. Oh, and I want to apply for Rude's rank promotion as well. Rude scratched the back of his head with a helpless smile as Alicia added, what requirements does he still need to fulfill? The receptionist checked his file, looking a little awkward. Well, Rude has met all the achievement requirements. He just needs to pass a combat trial. Alicia's gaze sharpened. And tell me, what's the highest difficulty quest we're eligible to take? Without missing a beat, she made up her mind. We'll take it. The receptionist nodded, flipping through the records. Currently, there's a mission just outside Verona. A wolf extermination request. Quest assigned. Exterminate the gray wolves near Verona. A gray wolf prowled nearby, its eyes gleaming with hunger. A status window appeared. Gray wolf level, 11 HP, 35 mana, 13 strength, 28 soul, 10 endurance, 22 agility, 42 skill. Scent detection. Rude smirked with quiet amusement. They've got skills, huh? Suddenly, a massive spider-like shadow loomed behind him. His eyes gleamed red as he raised his sword toward the approaching wolves. The wolves sensed danger, but it was too late. Their surroundings distorted as Rude activated stealth, his form vanishing entirely. One of the wolves spun around in confusion, but it was already over. In a single swift strike, Rude's blade slashed through the air, cutting them down. Blood splattered across the ground. With a confident grin he declared, die. The wolf's dying howl echoed across the forest, drawing more of its pack from the shadows. The new wave of wolves charged forward, their eyes locked onto him, ready to attack. Rude turned to Alicia with a playful smirk. Your turn. She smiled and replied, here we go. A faint green glow appeared, wrapping around a spirit. Alicia gripped her staff tightly, her eyes filled with determination as she spoke, Sylphide. The spirit smiled softly as a pale green light enveloped her entire body. A blinding light suddenly erupted, enveloping both the spirit Sylphide and Alicia. Clutching her staff tightly, Alicia's eyes burned with fierce determination. Sylphide twirled gracefully in the air as Alicia spoke with absolute resolve. Lend me your strength. Rudy's eyes widened slightly in surprise, thinking to himself, that's Alicia's unique skill. Almost immediately, Sylphide conjured a powerful, swirling current of green energy. The magical force coiled around Alicia's staff like a living storm. The pack of starving wolves snarled viciously, lunging toward her all at once. But Alicia remained remarkably calm, unshaken. With unwavering composure, she shouted, Gale Slash. The moment her words left her lips, an intense burst of energy exploded from the tip of her staff. A blinding whirlwind of wind swept across the clearing, swallowing the wolves whole. The beasts were hurled into the air, their blood splattering in every direction. Razor-sharp gusts tore through their bodies, killing them so swiftly they didn't even have time to react. The violent shockwave left Rude completely stunned. What insane power, he thought. watching as deep cuts were carved into the ground and the wolves' corpses littered the area. Alicia exhaled a sigh of relief, while Rude suddenly realized there was no way to dodge that attack if you were caught in it. Alicia looked slightly disappointed. Because of the curse, I can't even unleash my full power. That's probably for the best, she muttered. Rude hesitated, his thumb lifting awkwardly to give her a thumbs up. A faint trace of fear lingered in his expression. I can't even imagine how terrifying her full strength would be. Just then, Rude's instincts flared something wasn't right. A second pack of wolves, even more vicious than before, burst out from the forest. They must have been drawn by the commotion. Rude spun around, only to come face to face with a wolf snarling, its fangs bared as it lunged straight at him. Damn it, some of them were hiding, Rude cursed under his breath. There was no time to dodge. The wolf was already upon him, its gaping jaws snapping shut. Rude instinctively stepped back, but Alicia's voice rang out, sulfied. In an instant, something flashed across his vision. The wolf's eyes widened in shock. The entire pack froze, their bodies tense with caution as they glanced around. Where Rude had been standing moments ago was nothing but a fading wisp of dust. A voice called out from above, catching the wolves' attention. Floating high in the sky, Rude and Alicia hovered midair, surrounded by an ethereal aura. A delighted grin spread across Rude's face. Wow, so you can do this too, huh? Relief washed over him as he let out a breath. Thanks, Alicia. You really saved me. Sylphide twirled beside them, humming cheerfully. Alicia smiled. If you're grateful, you should be thanking the spirit. Rude glanced downward, only to hear Alicia add with a wry tone, though I don't think we can land just yet. I spotted at least 5 more hiding in the brush, probably even more. Both of them scanned the forest floor, eyes sharp with caution. Rude's expression turned confident. Well, guess it's my turn now. Alicia tilted her head, watching him curiously. Rude wasted no time, activating his skill Echo Pulse. His shadow stretched out beside him, casting ripples across the ground like sonar waves. The waves swept through the forest, revealing dozens of glowing red eyes hidden in the undergrowth. With precision, Rude locked onto each and every lurking predator. Roughly 30 wolves in total. He mentally tallied the numbers, factoring in those they'd already taken down. If we strike together now, we can wipe them all out in one go. Without hesitation, Rude barked an order. Alicia, target the spots I'm marking. The wolves below raised their heads, their eyes locking onto their foes in the sky. But their expressions quickly shifted to shock. Streaks of radiant energy sliced through the air with terrifying speed, barreling toward the howling wolves. The pressure alone was enough to crush them, their bodies exploding in a violent blast of light. The few that escaped the initial onslaught turned and fled, but Alicia wasn't finished yet. From above, she unleashed a barrage of glowing projectiles, raining down relentless strikes upon the forest floor. From within the forest, the terrified wolves scattered in all directions, howling in panic. The few that didn't escape in time were struck by the glowing projectiles, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Hidden in the bushes, Rude's sharp eyes followed the frantic movements of the pack. His mind was calm, calculating. Echo Pulse, its accuracy drops in an open space, he thought. And Alicia can't target too many enemies if they're spread out. A plan formed in his mind. But if I attack from that direction, we can herd them all into one spot. High above, Alicia exhaled softly, relieved. Alright, I've done my part. Down in the forest, the remaining wolves prowled around warily, their eyes darting back and forth, searching for the source of danger. Alicia's voice echoed in Rude's mind. The rest is up to you, Rude. A moment later, Rude emerged from the shadows behind them, his crimson eyes glowing faintly. But the wolves, too distracted, didn't even notice him. They were still scanning their surroundings for prey. Behind Rude, the silhouette of a giant toad materialized. Rude opened his mouth, releasing a faint, misty vapor that spread rapidly, paralysis dust. The wolves that inhaled the cloud collapsed one by one, sprawled helplessly across the ground. A few struggled to stand but failed miserably. Rude watched them with calm, emotionless eyes as he slowly drew the sword from his back. The sky was already tinged with the deep orange of dusk. Looking down at the fallen beasts, Rude casually reported, 52 in total. The sheer pile of wolf corpses left Alicia wide-eyed in shock. I can't believe this, maybe one day I'll be able to take down this many, she murmured. Rude scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Their numbers were a lot higher than we expected. Curious, Rude asked, by the way, that skill you used, was it spirit magic? Alicia nodded softly, pointing towards Sylphide, the floating spirit hovering beside her. That's right. I can borrow the power of spirits to cast magic, but the spirits have to exist naturally around us. This is Sylphide. The little spirit fluttered gracefully around her as Alicia continued explaining. Spirits are everywhere, but you can't normally see them, they conceal themselves from sight. If you want to borrow their power, all it takes is a bit of mana in exchange. She smiled reassuringly. You can cast powerful magic with just a small amount of mana, as long as the spirit agrees. As she finished speaking, Sylphide playfully landed on Rude's head. He glanced up at the little spirit, visibly curious. Alicia added, and like you saw earlier, she can also use spells like levitation. Rude's eyes widened in surprise. I've never seen wind magic that powerful before. Sylphide mischievously tugged at Rude's hair, yanking it hard with a gleeful grin. Ow, hey, stop that! Rude cried out in pain. Alicia chuckled beside him, shaking her head in mild exasperation. Sylphide loves messing with people. The more you react, the worse she gets. As the sky darkened, Alicia glanced at Sylphide and remarked, it's going to get dark fast. I want to head back soon. So suddenly, a strong gust of wind swirled around them, lifting their bodies off the ground. Rude let out a startled yelp. Alicia suggested casually, let's fly back. Rude quickly nodded in agreement. High above, beneath the fading sunset, they soared through the air. Rude raised a hand, striking a heroic pose with excitement. This is awesome. He laughed, the wind whipping through his hair. Turning to her, he asked, Alicia, what kinds of spirit magic can you use? Alicia glanced toward the floating Sylphide as she answered, I specialize in water, ice, light, and earth spirits. Dark and fire spirits don't really suit me. She turned back to Rude, adding, if your affinity with a spirit is low, borrowing their power costs an insane amount of mana. And they'll barely lend you any strength in the first place. Sylphide fluttered over to Rude, circling his face. Alicia's tone grew teasing. I think Sylphide likes you quite a bit. Sylphide gave Rude's ear a playful pinch, making him wince. Confused, Rude asked, wait, likes me? Like for real? Alicia giggled at his pained expression, yup. As they flew, Rude suddenly pointed to the horizon. Alicia, there's a lot of smoke over there. Alicia quickly located the source. There's a village. Thick, dark smoke billowed into the sky. The village below was engulfed in flames. Emerging from the inferno was a massive, goat-faced monster, its hulking body reeking of death. Each of its heavy footsteps carried the weight of destruction. Its glowing eyes gleamed with menace as guttural, incoherent growls rumbled from its throat. A raging inferno erupted, engulfing the land in searing red flames and suffocating black smoke. Amid the chaos, terrified villagers scrambled in all directions, screaming in panic. But the monster remained still, towering and unmoving. A cruel smirk etched across its grotesque face as it watched the frightened, pathetic humans scatter like ants. With heavy, deliberate steps, the creature advanced toward two figures bracing themselves for battle. Shock and terror flickered across their faces. The older of the two cursed under his breath. Damn it, the younger man cowered behind him, trembling uncontrollably. We weren't there only gray wolves in this area. What the hell is that doing here? The creature loomed over them, its entire body radiating an ominous red glow, as if feeding off their fear. The man's eyes widened in horror. Baphomet, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The Baphomet raised its hand, and a glowing magic circle flared to life in the air. The man's face contorted in pure terror as he stared helplessly at the sight. From within the magic circle, something began to emerge, a long spear, wreathed entirely in savage flames. The Baphomet locked eyes with them, its expression eerily calm, almost entertained. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from the tip of the spear, cutting through the thick smoke. The flames howled like a living storm as they surged toward the two men. Overcome with fear, one of them collapsed to his knees. But before the fire could consume them, a powerful surge of water exploded outward, transforming into sharp jets that sliced through the oncoming blaze. The man, stunned, lifted his head in disbelief. Both the Baphomet and the two men froze, their eyes snapping toward the figure emerging from the heart of the inferno. A lone silhouette stepped forward, calm and composed. It was Rude. Water spiraled protectively around him as he stood there, one hand raised in the aftermath of casting his spell Aqua Bullets. The Baphomet scowled, visibly irritated that its attack had been neutralized. It closed its eyes and let out a series of guttural, Inhuman grunts that echoed like distorted words. Suddenly, Alicia appeared behind the two men, her voice filled with concern. "Are you two all right?" Still stunned, the man instinctively responded. Thank you." Alicia's eyes remained sharp as she stated, "We'll handle the monster." Then, with urgency in her voice, she asked, "Report the situation. Now." Wasting no time, Rude seized the moment. Sword in hand, he dashed toward the Baphomet, weaving through the debris with practiced precision. His eyes glinted as he activated his skill Aprasol. A transparent screen of information flickered into view. Baphomet level 27, stats HP 122, mana 132, strength 88, spirit 124, endurance 95, agility 76, skills flame magic principles, echo-based detection, accelerated mana regeneration, mana absorption principles, spirit fortification. Root processed the information mid-sprint. Its level's lower than the average lizardman, but its stats, they blow regular monsters out of the water. A conclusion clicked in his mind. Which means this thing isn't your run-of-the-mill monster. A new magic circle materialized before the Baphomet. It spread its arms wide, summoning 4 glowing circles that hovered ominously in the air. From them, burning spears as if forged in the depths of hell began to emerge. Rude assessed the situation swiftly. Those spears, and its skills, suddenly flames erupted around the Baphomet. Flame magic principles, Rude recognized immediately. But before he could react further, rocks materialized midair, forming a barrier above. Earth magic principles. The Baphomet unleashed a barrage of scorching fire pillars, each one roaring toward Rude with relentless force. The ground hissed beneath the onslaught as Rude weaved and ducked, narrowly dodging each flaming column. His mind raced. My current flame magic is too weak, it's useless for direct combat. Then, something shifted. The Baphomet tilted its head slightly, as if sensing something. And in that instant, Rude launched himself upward like a storm, a blur of motion cutting through the smoke-filled sky. But he thought, if I can eat this thing, Rude steadied his breathing, confidence flickering in his eyes. Maybe I can actually fight back with magic now. But the Baphomet reacted almost instantly. It swung its arm up, effortlessly blocking the attack with a deafening clang that echoed through the blazing battlefield. The flames behind the creature roared even fiercer, casting an ominous glow over its massive frame. Rude's eyes widened in shock. It blocked that. He quickly guessed the reason. That must be its Iron Claw's skill. The Baphomet's razor-sharp talon scraped along the edge of Rude's sword, sending out an ear-splitting screech. If that's the case, Rude's expression hardened. Guess I'll have to go all in with brute strength. But the Baphomet suddenly released its grip, causing Rude to stumble forward off balance. In that opening, it conjured magic circles, launching a barrage of attacks toward him. Rude couldn't raise his guard in time. The strikes landed squarely. A violent explosion erupted, flames engulfing the area with a deafening boom. Alicia instinctively whipped around, eyes widening. Through the wall of smoke, she saw Rude's body sent flying, crashing into the ground. "Rude," she called out, bolting toward him. She knelt beside him, concern etched on her face. "You all right?" His response came more from instinct than composure. "Yeah," gritting his teeth, Rude fixed his gaze on the approaching Baphomet. It had already fired most of its flaming spears. Only 2 remained, spinning lazily around it like deadly guardians. The flames crackled and danced across its body, wrapping it in a shroud of death itself. Rude couldn't help but curse under his breath. This thing is going to be a nightmare to take down. Alicia stood beside him, sharp eyes never leaving the creature. "It's being cautious now," she observed. "We should exchange information while we've got the chance. Looks like the villagers haven't fully evacuated yet." Worry crept into her voice. "I asked the others earlier to guide them to safety, but I still want to avoid any unnecessary casualties." Her eyes flickered toward the frantic, panicking villagers still scattering beyond the battlefield. "And with my mana almost drained, I can't use my stronger magic to end this quickly." Rude quickly sized up the situation. Her mana must have been spent during the earlier fight, and from running all over the place organizing the evacuation. Which means, I can't rely on her elemental magic this time. His jaw tightened. "I've got to come up with something." Before he could say another word, Alicia spoke firmly. "I'll handle its magic." Rude shot her a surprised glance. She nodded with quiet determination. "Trust me." His eyes sharpened with renewed focus. No matter what happens, he launched himself forward. The Baphomet raised its remaining spears, aiming them squarely at Rude as violent flames erupted around them. But Rude didn't flinch. Ignoring the searing heat, he charged head-on. At that moment, jets of water blasted from Alicia's magic circles, racing to intercept the fire. Just as the flames reached him, the two opposing elemental forces collided mid-air. The explosion of steam and blinding light filled the battlefield. Rudy's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. Their magic canceled each other out perfectly. Opposing elements of equal force. The Baphomet's expression contorted in rage. Its crimson eyes widened as it conjured an even larger magic circle. Chunks of earth and stone burst forth, raining down toward Rude like deadly missiles. But Rude was ready, his sword slicing through the air as he prepared for impact. At the same time, Alicia's voice rang out behind him, calm, commanding. Go. Boulders and debris from both sides collided in the air, crashing together in a chaotic dance of destruction. From behind, Alicia provided cover, expertly intercepting any stray projectiles threatening to hit Rude. He couldn't help but analyze her tactics as he advanced. She's matching the weight of each stone perfectly, saving mana while minimizing damage to the surroundings. Her control, it's insane. A smirk crept onto Rude's face as admiration bubbled up. No wonder she's a former S-rank adventurer. Alicia caught his glance and shot him a smug little grin in return. Rude suddenly leapt into the air, raising his sword high as his sharp eyes locked onto the monster. With a burst of strength, he activated his physical enhancement skill. The blade in his hand gleamed with a cold, deadly sheen. In a flash, Rude's strike came down clean and precise, slicing through the creature's fingers. Severed digits flew through the air, blood splattering in every direction. The monster let out a pained, guttural howl, but Rude didn't give it a chance to react. Another slash followed, cutting through the air like lightning. Its eyes went wide, contorted in a grotesque, maddened expression. It let out a chilling, distorted shriek as if it had completely lost its mind, and swung its remaining arm at Rude with a twisted, mocking grin. But Rude stood his ground, perfectly calm, unfazed by the creature's reckless desperation. Suddenly, a streak of fire cut through the air, slicing past the creature's head. Blood exploded outward as flames erupted, engulfing its body in a blazing inferno before it could even react. The monster's agonized screams echoed across the battlefield as its body burned, the flames swallowing it whole. Alicia stood nearby, her eyes cold, watching the creature writhe in the fire. With a sharp, taunting edge to her voice, she sneered, "So, how's it feel being burned by your own game?" The flames roared, crackling fiercely. The monster's pitiful howls grew weaker as its body was reduced to nothing but ash and smoke. The raging flames devoured the village, thick columns of black smoke billowing into the sky, turning it an ominous shade of gray. At a makeshift shelter nearby, the villagers stood frozen, staring out in stunned silence, their faces a mix of shock and anxiety. One man finally spoke, his voice trembling. "That explosion just now, and those screams, did those adventurers really defeat it?" Beside him, a young man sat clutching his injured arm, face filled with guilt. "I'm sorry. If I hadn't been hurt, I would have stayed to help." Just then, Alicia approached, her calm, confident steps drawing all eyes to her. The man's expression shifted to surprise as he called out, "Why you?" Alicia stopped in front of them, offering a sincere smile. "Thank you for helping evacuate everyone." The man, still visibly shaken, opened his mouth to speak, but Alicia cut him off with a casual thumbs up. "Don't worry. The Baphomet has been defeated." Her eyes hardened with quiet determination. "But while I landed the finishing blow, if it somehow survived, there's a chance it'll attack again." Her tone grew even more resolute as she added, "That's why we're going after it now." She paused for a moment, then smiled sheepishly. "Actually, I have a small request." The man placed a hand over his chest, replying earnestly, "If there's anything we can do, name it." Before he could say more, his eyes widened as Alicia's stomach let out a loud growl. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she scratched her cheek in embarrassment. "If you guys have any food, mind sharing a little? I'm kinda starving." The scene shifted to the outskirts of the village, where the lush, green forest stretched endlessly. Underneath the shade of a large tree, Rude sat by a crackling campfire, his eyes fixed on the pot of bubbling soup. Steam curled into the cool air, carrying the rich aroma of meat. Beside him, the massive corpse of the Baphomet, a trophy from their recent battle, lay sprawled across the grass. Alicia emerged from the dense foliage, her voice light as she announced, "I'm back." Rude barely glanced up, his tone casual. "Oh, welcome back." Before she could sit, he asked, "How's the village?" Alicia made her way over, plopping down on a nearby rock and swinging her legs idly. "Seems like everyone got out safely. Thanks to those adventurers, really." She leaned back slightly, a satisfied glint in her eyes. "I told them we were tracking down the Baphomet, so they won't suspect a thing when its body vanishes." Rude's expression softened with slight guilt as he glanced toward the monster's corpse. "Sorry about all that, and thanks." Suddenly his face lit up with excitement as he turned back to the pot, eyes sparkling. "Alright, now this looks amazing." Steam billowed from the pot of freshly cooked meat, filling the air with its savory aroma. "Baphomet stew," Rude declared proudly, complete. He eagerly leaned in, adding a sprinkle of spices. "Just a bit of ginger and mugwort, perfect." Alicia curiously peered into the pot. Rude scooped a spoonful into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully before nodding with satisfaction. It's got that distinct goat meat flavor, but if you ignore that, it's actually really good." Alicia watched from behind, practically drooling. Suddenly, a glowing message appeared before them: skill acquired, fire magic principle, earth magic principle, minor spirit enhancement, iron claws, minor mana regeneration boost. Alicia eyed him with hesitation, the delicious aroma making it hard to resist. "It does smell good." But her expression twisted into slight discomfort. "Watching you eat a humanoid monster like that, it's kinda unsettling." The image of the Baphomet's grotesque, goat-like form flashed through her mind. She frowned. "Yeah, not super comfortable with that." Rude froze mid-bite, glancing down at the stew with a slight grimace. "She's not wrong. The fact that I'm getting used to this is kinda terrifying." Suddenly the sound of rustling bushes snapped them both to attention. From the dense undergrowth, 3 massive wild boars emerged, snorting aggressively. A glowing status window appeared before Rudy's eyes. Wild boar level 22 HP. 51 mana, 14 strength, 44 spirit, 28 endurance, 47 agility, 39 skill. Blink. Alicia's eyes widened. Wild boars? Seriously? Rude let out a frustrated sigh. "Okay, isn't this a little too many monsters for one day?" Rude slowly stood up, brushing the dirt off his clothes. "Well, it's come to this, hasn't it?" he muttered. Alicia turned toward him, her expression puzzled. Rude smirked, his eyes sharp with determination. "It's about time I introduced my combat magic." He raised his hand dramatically, but nothing happened. The wild boars snorted dismissively, stepping back as if mocking him. The whole area fell into an eerie silence. Rude's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, one of the boars charged like a blur of light. A glowing skill notification appeared. Skill. Blink dash greatly boosts straight-line speed over a short distance. Rude barely had time to process what was happening before the boar rocketed forward, leaving only a faint streak of light behind, as it slammed into both of them. The impact sent Rude and Alicia flying backward, tumbling across the ground. The pot of freshly cooked stew shattered, soup spilling everywhere. Alicia stared at Rude, her brows furrowed in confusion. "I thought you could use magic now," she continued, her tone growing a little tense. "My mana's running low, so I can't back you up much." But Rude clenched his jaw, his voice cold and eerily steady. "I can't forgive them." Alicia leaned in, her expression uncertain. "Huh?" But his next words came out like a chilling whisper. "I worked my ass off to make that stew taste good, and now it's ruined." His eyes burned with barely restrained fury as he glared at the scattered food on the ground. "Do you even know how long it took to clean that meat up and make it edible?" His teeth ground together with audible frustration. "I wanted to enjoy a good meal, so I went through all that effort to change its flavor, and now—" Alicia took a step back, visibly concerned. Rude's gaze sharpened as he locked eyes with the lead boar, his expression dark and unsettling. "Let me eat your meat." Startled by his disturbing declaration, Alicia grabbed him by the collar and yanked him back. "Hey, calm down," she shouted. Rude gasped, nearly choking as she pulled him close. "Gee, gimme a second," he protested, rubbing his throat after she finally let go. Alicia's expression hardened with seriousness. "About that boar's strength. The skill it used earlier, Blink Dash, greatly enhances its charge speed. Even a simple hit becomes dangerous with that." Rude listened while massaging his sore neck. "We need to stay out of its range, even just to be safe." Alicia's eyes narrowed as she scanned their surroundings. "Looks like we're surrounded." The boars had already flanked them from both sides. Alicia's voice turned firm and decisive. "In other words," the lead boar snorted, cautiously stepping back, Suddenly, both Rude and Alicia bolted, sprinting at full speed. "We need to retreat for now," she urged. The three boars charged after them, their heavy steps shaking the ground. "Damn it!" Rude cursed as they ran. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting silver light across the quiet forest. Branches rustled faintly in the cool breeze. Down below, one of the boars sniffed the air, searching for their scent. High above, hidden in the treetops, Rude exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. "Looks like we lost them." Below, the boars continued prowling through the undergrowth. Alicia leaned in closer, whispering with curiosity. "So earlier you couldn't activate your magic?" Rude's expression turned sheepish, a trace of embarrassment in his eyes. "I've never failed to use a skill I've acquired before, at least, not until now." Alicia tilted her head thoughtfully. "Maybe, try using your appraisal skill to check." Rude nodded. "Good idea." His eyes focused as glowing text appeared before him. Skill: Fire Magic Principle grants instinctive understanding of fire magic. Skill: Earth Magic Principle grants instinctive understanding of earth magic. Rude mumbled under his breath. "It says I should instinctively understand," but Alicia chimed in, her tone teasing yet sharp. "If you still can't use it, then maybe your brain's just hopeless." Rude shot her an incredulous look. "Hey, don't you think that's a little harsh?" Alicia shrugged, keeping her serious gaze locked on him. "But you can use weak fire magic, right? So this doesn't explain why your combat magic didn't activate at all." She paused, then offered a theory. "Unless," she leaned in, her voice low. "Unless using monster-based magic requires you to control your mana flow directly." Rude's eyes widened slightly in realization. Mana control, that makes sense. His expression hardened with focus. "I don't know much about mana, but if it's about absorbing a monster's ability," he closed his eyes, whispering to himself, "then let me try." The world around him seemed to fade as Rude sank deep into concentration. In his mind, a memory surfaced. The towering form of a minotaur appeared vividly in his thoughts. Just like back then, when he devoured the minotaur, he remembered clearly the way his wounds stitched themselves back together, the way his broken arm mended instantly. Suddenly, a brilliant red energy erupted from within his body, blazing with raw, untamed power. Rude recalled the overwhelming surge of energy he'd felt back then, thick, powerful, almost suffocating. A realization hit him like lightning. That was it. That's the exact energy. In his mind's eye, he stretched out his hand. From within, crimson energy surged forth like a raging flood, wild and untamed. "If I can just guide this energy outside my body," he whispered to himself. In that moment, a faint glow flashed across his consciousness, like a door unlocking deep within his soul. Across from him, Alicia stared, her eyes wide with quiet awe as she watched the young man before her. There was something different now, something sharp, focused, dangerous. Finally, Rude's eyes fluttered open, calm yet unwavering. For a brief second, a brilliant light erupted around him, illuminating the darkness in a radiant flash. Rude froze, momentarily stunned by what had just happened. 3 fiery magic circles now floated around him, spinning gently as flames crackled in the air. A quiet grin spread across his face, his expression tinged with excitement. "I did it!" He could feel it now, raw mana surging through his body, flowing around him like a living current. A thought clicked into place. As long as I can feel the mana, Rude lifted his hand, focusing his mind. The magic circles responded instantly, swirling with precision as blazing spears of fire materialized in the air. His heart raced with exhilaration. "I can control it, like it's a part of my own body." Without hesitation, Rude thrust his arm downward. The wild boars finally sensed the danger, their eyes snapping toward him, but it was too late. A blinding beam of fire shot from the magic circles, cutting through the air like a comet. A deafening explosion rocked the entire forest, flames bursting outward in a roaring fireball that shattered the stillness of the night. The souls of the 3 wild boars drifted into the night sky, ascending as if they'd been sent to the afterlife. Down below, the sizzling sound of crispy meatballs echoed as they fried in bubbling oil. Rude hummed a little tune to himself, casually singing under his breath, "Diced boar meat, sizzling away." The crackling of the fire blended with his melody, creating an oddly charming rhythm amidst the forest. He turned to the person beside him with a sheepish smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Alicia responded softly, her tone calm and understanding. "It's fine. I figured you'd need a little time." She kept her eyes fixed on him, thinking quietly to herself, "Ah, that smug face." Alicia explained further, her gaze still focused on him. To use magic, you need to tap into your mana, not your magical power. From what I saw, your mana didn't decrease at all during the last attack. That's why I assumed you could keep using your skills. Rude nodded, the corners of his mouth curling up confidently. The moment I felt that energy flowing inside me, I immediately figured out how to control it. He looked over at her, eyes sparkling with determination. If mana can replace magical power, then I can do the same thing. I'll use mana to strengthen myself, my body, my weapons. Memories flickered in his mind. Among adventurers, many chose to train their magical power, but some used it for close combat, channeling energy through their bodies to boost their strength. Those who mastered it could even sharpen their blades with raw power. Alicia's eyes widened, slightly surprised. So basically, right now you've got barely any magical power left, and you can't use those magic-based skills yet. Rude nodded firmly. Exactly. With that, he carefully lifted the golden, crispy meatballs from the pan, the mouth-watering aroma filling the air. All done. His tone was brimming with excitement. Plus, my mana's way higher than my magical power to begin with. But more importantly, a grin spread across his face as he popped a meatball into his mouth. I can refill my mana by eating monster meat. The moment he said that, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Skill acquired. Blink dash. An idea clicked in Alicia's head. Wait, that means he can absorb mana through food, and even store it in his body. Her eyes drifted toward the plate of meatballs, the hunger in her gaze completely unfiltered. More importantly, those diced boar meatballs smell absolutely amazing. Rude noticed her staring and chuckled mischievously. Hungry too, huh, Alicia? Her cheeks flushed faintly as she awkwardly turned away. And no, I mean that. Suddenly the ground rumbled beneath them, and a loud crash echoed through the forest. Dust and debris filled the air, shrouding their vision. The two spun around, expressions tense. What the hell? A pair of blazing eyes pierced through the haze, glowing like wildfire in the dark. The massive shadow of a creature slowly emerged, its figure unmistakably similar to the three boars they'd just defeated, but much, much larger. Its sheer size and savage aura made the smaller boars look like harmless piglets. Rude's jaw tightened, his voice filled with frustration. Great, the boss showed up. Without warning, the beast charged forward, leaping toward Alicia with terrifying speed. Its burning eyes locked onto her, murderous intent pouring off its hulking frame. Alicia's heart skipped a beat as she froze for a split second. It's too fast. Rude's mind raced as familiar words popped into his head. Blink dash. Without hesitation, he grabbed Alicia and bolted like a bullet, slicing through the air at breakneck speed. A deafening crash exploded behind them as the beast's charge slammed into the ground, shaking the forest like an earthquake. After landing safely, Alicia's voice trembled with both relief and shock. You saved me. Her heart was still pounding in her chest, the lingering fear refusing to fade. I could sense it. It was far away just a second ago, and then suddenly, it was right in front of me. How is that even possible? She turned her wide eyes toward the monster, now partially engulfed in roaring flames. A question burned in her mind. Why? Why is that thing even here? We're not inside a dungeon. Rude's voice rumbled low, filled with growing anger. Over and over again, this keeps happening. Rude stared at the mess on the ground, the food scattered everywhere. Hours of effort ruined in an instant. His face twisted in frustration as he pointed accusingly at the creature, voice boiling with anger. Stop messing with me already. He paused for a moment, eyes narrowing in thought. Actually, wouldn't that thing make for a great barbecue? Alicia shut him down immediately. Nope. Fire resistance. Her tone left no room for argument. I don't think it gives a damn whether the oil on its body catches fire or not. Look at it. The flames raging around the beast crackled wildly, distorting the air with their heat. Rude quickly pulled up the monster's stats window. The information appeared clearly in front of him. Stampede King level, 38 strength, 197 magic, 73 endurance, 187 spirit, 82 agility, 15 skills. Blink dash, fire resistance. Rude clicked his tongue in annoyance, his brows furrowed. Damn, its stats are pretty damn high too. His glare never left the creature as he pressed his palm against the ground. Golden light flared to life beneath his hand, the activation of a magic circle. Earth magic. Rude's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. It only has blink dash and fire resistance. That's manageable. With a fierce shout, his voice cut through the chaos. Get ready to face the wrath. The ground beneath the creature buckled as a massive stone hand erupted from below, clawing its way toward the monster. The earth around them trembled with its emergence. Elisha swiftly leapt back to avoid the attack zone. Rudy's eyes locked onto the blazing red beast, his teeth clenched in determination. Of a true gourmet. The massive stone fist swung toward the creature with incredible force, the gust of wind from its movement whipping through the clearing. But the beast charged forward, its gigantic frame stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. It smashed straight through the stone arm, shattering it into countless fragments. The ground quaked violently under the force of the collision. Rude's eyes widened in shock. What? Steel? The creature lunged straight at him, its terrifying speed impossible to react to in time. The impact sent Rude flying through the air like a ragdoll. He crashed into the trunk of a tree with a sickening thud, the tree trembling from the force. His body slumped to the ground, unconscious. Rude. Alicia's voice cracked with panic as she rushed toward him. But there was no time. The monster was already charging again, bloodshot eyes gleaming with ferocity. Alicia's mind raced as she quickly summoned her spirit, sylphide, faint green light glowing around her hand. Blades of wind lashed out like invisible razors, slashing at the creature's flesh. It howled in pain, its roars echoing through the forest. Alicia's eyes widened in momentary surprise. I actually landed a hit. But then Sylphide's form began to fade, and realization struck. It wasn't my skill. This thing's hide, it's just insanely tough. Neither earth magic nor wind magic were leaving more than shallow scratches on its thick, durable flesh. Alicia analyzed the situation quickly. We don't have enough firepower to bring it down. The beast lifted its massive legs, ready to strike again. Her eyes stayed locked on it, tense and unwavering. Here it comes. The monster charged straight for Alicia, unleashing a shockwave as its heavy body slammed the ground. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy burst through the clearing. Invisible waves rippled through the air, shaking the very atmosphere. Rudy's eyes flickered with crimson light as he unleashed his skill roar. His voice boomed, filled with unshakable authority. Eyes on me, you bastard. Alicia's head snapped toward him, eyes wide in disbelief. There he stood, bloodied, bruised, but still alive, still glaring at the creature with pure, unfiltered rage. His face contorted with fury as he growled through clenched teeth. We're not done here, you oversized pig. Rude's mind raced. Our skills, they barely work on this thing's absurdly tough hide, blink dash, steel body, they're useless. If I try to drag this into a battle of attrition, it'll turn its attention to Alicia. Rude's mind raced, each second stretching into what felt like an eternity. I don't have a skill that can take down a monster like this in one hit. But the beast didn't seem to care, it just kept stomping the ground, its hooves pounding out deep, thunderous booms. Then, an idea flashed through Rude's mind. His eyes sharpened with resolve. It's the first time I'm trying this. He raised his sword, preparing for a decisive strike. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. I have to try. The monster charged, its massive body barreling toward him at terrifying speed. Alicia's eyes widened in panic, her heart seemingly stopping for a second. But Rude's focus never wavered. His thoughts locked in, his mind completely clear. First, draw the mana from inside me. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, feeling the river of energy surging through his body, flowing wild and powerful. Now, channel it into the sword. A brilliant crimson light began to envelop the blade. Energy pulsed around it, condensed like a raging storm trapped inside. The beast was nearly upon him now, its scorching breath blasting across his face. The gap between them shrank to nothing. The moment of impact was mere heartbeats away. Rudy's eyes snapped open, determination burning bright within them. In one swift, decisive motion, he swung his sword down. A flash of red light burst through the clearing, and in the blink of an eye the monster's body was cleaved cleanly in half. Blood sprayed like rain, painting the entire area in crimson. Alicia stood frozen, unable to believe what she was seeing. The creature's head split apart, blood gushing uncontrollably as it collapsed with a heavy thud. It died before it even realized what happened. Silence descended upon the forest, eerie and absolute. Rude stared in disbelief, eyes wide, still processing what had just occurred. He looked down at the sword in his hand, stunned. I did it. The monster's bisected body lay sprawled across the ground. The earth beneath it cracked and torn apart. Blood pooled around the corpse, soaking into the soil. Alicia finally found her voice, awe and admiration lacing her words. You channeled mana to enhance your weapon's destructive power, and you've never even practiced that before. Rude nodded, still trying to wrap his head around it. I just felt like I could. The mana inside me poured out, but his sentence was abruptly cut off by a sharp cracking sound. Rude looked down, eyes widening in horror. His sword, it shattered, splintering into countless fragments that clattered to the ground around him. Alicia blinked, momentarily confused by what had just happened. Meanwhile, Rude stood frozen, his face a perfect picture of shock. It was like watching a part of his own body break apart. My sword, he muttered in disbelief. Slumping down against the tree trunk, he sighed, voice heavy with regret. I overdid it, poured too much into it, now it's useless. Alicia crouched beside him, her voice soft and comforting. It couldn't withstand the amount of mana you channeled. A weapon, it's an extension of a hunter's body. You probably overwhelmed it completely. The forest fell silent once more. Night had fully descended. A crescent moon hung among the stars, a blanket of mist curling around the mountain's base. Breaking the stillness, Rude's voice echoed quietly. Anyway, I guess that's enough for today. His gaze shifted to the monster's lifeless body, eyes gleaming with excitement. But as for this guy, I'm definitely eating him. The scene cuts to a dim, damp underground chamber, the faint flicker of torches barely pushing back the shadows. Miasma Labyrinth, Floor 7. Magnus hurled a massive fireball down the corridor. Several large, nimble rats scattered to avoid the blast. Miasma Dire Rat Lev, 17. Rigard seized the moment, lowering his head and ramming one square in the gut. Elsewhere, Rondo coolly swung his sword, slicing clean through another rat's midsection with a swift, decisive strike. Magnus wiped the sweat from his brow, finally exhaling in relief. He bent down slightly, muttering under his breath in awe, Miasma Dire Rats, superior variants, tough little bastards. Rondo smirked, confidence dripping from his voice. Yeah, but definitely no match for our team. Rigard, still catching his breath, nodded in agreement. Damn right. The three of them erupted in laughter, their voices echoing through the twisting halls of the labyrinth. But suddenly, Rigard's expression stiffened. Wait, what was that? Rondo spun around sharp and quick. Nothing, thought I heard something. Curious, Rigard peeked over a crumbling wall. Hey, why is there a staircase here? The group exchanged intrigued glances. Maybe a secret passage, one of them suggested, excitement bubbling up. Without hesitation, Rondo strode forward. Let's go check it out. As they descended the steps, a faint glow illuminated their faces, drawing gasps from all of them. At the bottom sat a lone treasure chest, radiating a nearly irresistible allure. Rondo approached cautiously, pressing his ear to the lid. Doesn't sound trapped, Magnus, unable to contain his excitement, blurted out, what's inside? Treasure. As Rondo retrieved a gleaming sword from the chest, Magnus's eyes lit up. Damn, that thing's the real deal. Looks powerful. Rondo's grin widened as he held the sword up, feeling the hum of magic pulsing through it. I can feel the enchantment, this thing's worth a fortune. But Rigard frowned, his brows knitting together. Magic? Huh? You sure it's not cursed? His companion clapped him on the shoulder, chuckling. Rigard, don't be such a buzzkill. Magnus, ever the optimist, added with enthusiasm. Think about it, we haven't run into a single miasma hunter down here, and we've been grinding for hours just to scrape together a few measly coins. Raising a thumb with confidence, he declared, this is basically divine compensation for all our hard work. Rondo flashed a grin of agreement. After an all-nighter in this hellhole. Yeah, this is a blessing, all right. With both of them so sure, even Rigard began to relax slightly. Yeah, guess you're right. But then, his head tilted as another thought struck him. Speaking of, that miasma hunter, I bet he's off gallivanting around with that gorgeous elf. Rondo shouldered the sword with a scoff. Some miasma hunter, acting all arrogant. Magnus chimed in as they continued down the hall. Next time we run into him, let's teach him a little humility. But Rigard lingered, eyes narrowing at the chest once more. There was something off. The chest sat there, lid wide open, unnervingly still. And from the sword clutched in Rondo's hand, came a faint whispering voice, kill. Kill. Cut to a bright blue sky, sunlight spilling down over the bustling border city of Bologna. Rude strolled through the crowded streets, a cheerful smile on his face. About my new weapon, I think I'll visit that blacksmith I know. They stopped in front of a large wooden door. The sign above read, Min'er's Hammer Weapon Shop. Inside, An elderly man with a monocle sat deep in thought, examining the shattered remnants of a sword on the table. This was Doam, the shop's owner. His low, rumbling voice broke the silence as he inspected the fragments. For a sword to be broken this badly, even an immense amount of force shouldn't have reduced it to this. Doom's sharp eyes lifted, scrutinizing Rude with quiet curiosity. Rude, exactly what did you do to this poor thing? Alicia leaned over, whispering under her breath. Are you actually planning to tell him? Rude, looking completely at ease, replied casually, I'll explain everything. With a confident glance toward the old man, he added, I've known Doam for a long time. He's not the type to go blabbing people's secrets. After a long pause, Doam finally stroked his beard, nodding as if things were starting to make sense. So, eating monsters lets you inherit their power. Lowering his head slightly, his deep voice carried a quiet weight. No wonder your strength's skyrocketing like that. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise, as she turned to the old man. You don't seem very shocked by all this. Doom closed his eyes briefly, then let out a slow exhale. Does it really matter what you eat, as long as it tastes good, right? His steady voice filled the room as both Rude and Alicia listened intently. Besides, you really think a sword can withstand that much raw mana? His gaze hardened as he continued, it'll take some time, research and craftsmanship before I can make you a proper replacement. Rude casually extended his hand, offering, need me to get anything for you? Doom looked down, considering it for a moment. If you've got some high-quality magic stones, that'd help. Rude rummaged through his bag for a few seconds, then placed 3 shimmering gems on the table, each glowing with a different color. The old man's eyes narrowed as he inspected them, a quiet hum of appreciation escaping him. Regular lizard Baphomet, and even a minotaur magic stone. A small smirk curled the corner of Doam's lips as he added, looks like your skills have improved quite a bit. Rude scratched his cheek, a faint flush of embarrassment on his face. Hearing you say that kinda makes me proud. Doam chuckled lightly. If I need anything else, I'll let you know. He turned and retrieved a sword from behind the counter, carefully handing it to Rude. Here. Use this one for now. Rude accepted it with ease. Thanks. But just as he was about to pull away, Doom's hand tightened firmly around the hilt, holding it in place. A sharp glint flashed across the monocle perched on his face. Whatever happens, he warned, voice low and cutting, don't channel energy into this one, got it? His expression darkened into something far more intimidating. If you break this sword, the weight of his unfinished sentence sent a chill down both Rude and Alicia's spines. I'll be forced to punish you, severely. Understood. Later that afternoon, the setting sun bathed the lively inn in a golden glow, the warm light casting long shadows across the bustling room. A bead of sweat rolled down Alicia's cheek as she sat beside Rude, her voice soft but teasing. For now, let's hold off on any flashy magic attacks, alright? The memory of Doam's stern face made Rude sigh in quiet defeat. That old man really takes weapons seriously, doesn't he? Alicia giggled gently, her expression lighting up with warmth. Scary, sure. But honestly, I'm kinda glad I finally got to meet one of your friends. Rude's eyes widened a little, caught off guard by her words. His voice raised slightly as he stammered, sorry, I guess. I've always been used to doing things alone. Just then Magnus suddenly butted in from behind. Well, look who's having fun. His entire party emerged behind him, a thick, ominous fog of miasma trailing after them. Mind if we join in? Rude's lips twitched ever so slightly. Not this crap again, that familiar, mocking tone, the infamous miasma hunters. Alicia stood up from the table, completely unaware that someone nearby was trembling slightly. If you guys have a problem with us, she offered, her tone sharp but steady, why don't we settle it the way adventurers do? A good old drinking contest. But then, Rondo, one of Magnus's teammates, stepped forward unexpectedly, leaving his companions visibly confused. Without warning, Rondo slammed his forehead down onto the nearby table with a sickening thud. Magnus's expression twisted in panic as he rushed over, hands flailing. Hey Rondo. What the hell, drinking alone again? But as he reached him, something felt off. Wait, hold on, Magnus's voice faltered. His eyes drifted down to the crimson sword in Rondo's trembling hand. That sword, didn't you sell that thing? A low, guttural whisper began echoing from the blade, growing louder with every second. Kill. Rondo's hand twitched as he gingerly lifted the cursed weapon. Kill. His bloodshot eyes twitched violently before he suddenly roared, voice cracked and unhinged. Shut up! Before anyone could react, Rondo lunged at his teammates, swinging the cursed sword wildly. Shut your damn mouth. In the blink of an eye, Magnus's life was cut short by a ruthless slash. Rigurd stood frozen, wide-eyed, barely able to stammer Magnus. Rondo's head snapped toward them, all reason completely gone from his expression. He charged, eyes wild and feral, straight toward Alicia. But before the blade could reach her, Rude stepped in, intercepting the attack with practiced precision. A deadly seriousness settled over his handsome features. Looks like this isn't just a drinking contest anymore. Magnus had fallen, cut down mercilessly in an instant. Rigurd stood there, horrified, struggling to process how quickly his comrade was gone. Rondo now faced Rude, entirely consumed by madness. A bead of sweat traced down Rude's cheek as he clenched his teeth, eyes locked on his opponent. What the hell happened to this guy? Two other adventurers inside the inn, enraged by the commotion, rushed forward. You got any damn clue what you're doing, you bastard? Get out of here. They grabbed hold of Rondo's arms, trying to restrain him. But in that moment, the cursed sword in his grip erupted with a thick, black miasma. As expected, within seconds, both men collapsed lifelessly to the floor, slain before they realized what hit them. Alicia's voice suddenly cut through the chaos, directed at the trembling innkeeper. Sir, I'm really sorry about this. But the staff in her hand began to glow faintly. Barrier. A bright sphere of light shot from her staff, crashing straight into Rondo's chest. The force sent him hurtling backward, smashing clean through the wall of the inn. Guess I'll have to fix that later. Rude peered through the large hole in the wall, a curious frown on his face. What the hell got into him? Beside him, Alicia's bright turquoise eyes widened with realization. Outside, Rondo was already scrambling to his feet, muttering under his breath over and over, kill, kill. Rude's jaw dropped in disbelief at the sight. Alicia, did you hold back? Her brows furrowed, her voice low and steady. A regular adventurer, there's no way they'd still be standing after that. Yet even through the swirling dust and smoke, Rondo looked completely unharmed. With a crazed glint in his eyes, he charged forward, roaring at the top of his lungs. I'll kill you. Rude's expression darkened as he stepped forward. Not good. From behind, Alicia's voice called out calmly yet firmly. If you can use healing magic, please take care of the others. Rude raised his sword just in time to block the incoming strike. Rondo, now completely unhinged, swung his blade recklessly, destroying everything in his path. A small status window appeared before Rudy's eyes. Rondo level 22 human status, Berserk. Rude gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the force behind the crazed strikes. He's lost his mind. This isn't the same Rondo I knew. His stats, they're way higher than before. Suddenly, Alicia shouted, Rude, get out of the way. Hearing the urgency in her voice, Rude glanced back, his eyes narrowing in understanding. A faint green glow surrounded Alicia's staff once more. This time I'm not holding back. With a sharp chant, a concentrated beam of light shot straight toward Rondo. Rondo snarled, lifting his sword to block the spell. But then, the eye embedded in the cursed blade flared ominously, absorbing the spell completely. Alicia's expression twisted in shock. The sword had absorbed it. A sinister fiery red mist began swirling around the blade, resembling living tendrils creeping up Rondo's arm. Her eyes filled with alarm as she called out urgently, Rudy. Be careful. That's a cursed weapon. Rude's face tensed as he, too, realized something was terribly wrong. You're amplifying your strength. The black-red tendrils slithered over Rondo's body, reinforcing his form, seemingly feeding off the absorbed magic. With newfound power, Rondo lunged again, his wild swings fueled by both rage and dark magic. The sound of clashing steel echoed alongside the wave of oppressive heat surrounding them. Rude clenched his teeth, bracing himself against the immense weight behind each strike. Damn, he's strong. Though Rondo's strikes grew fiercer, they still hadn't landed a clean hit. Seizing a brief opening, Rude managed to slash across Rondo's thigh. But his eyes widened in disbelief as the cursed tendrils swiftly coiled around the wound, sealing it shut within seconds. From the sidelines, Alicia's frown deepened, a growing sense of unease creeping over her. If I try to help, that sword will just absorb my magic again. Her grip tightened around her staff. I need to find its weakness and end this in one shot. Just then, a familiar voice cried out from behind them, don't kill him. It was Rigurd, his face twisted with raw emotion, eyes glassy with unused tears. "Rude, I know we've done terrible things to you." But his voice cracked, thick with regret. The weight of past mistakes heavy in every word. "I'm nothing but a useless, arrogant fool who looked down on everyone. Magnus, Rondo? They were all I had left." Rigurd lowered his head, shoulders slumped, and shouted desperately, "So please, I'm begging you, spare him." Rude's response wasn't harsh, nor cold. It was an honest, sincere smile. "I'll do my best." Dodging another incoming strike from Rondo, Rude called out, voice steady, "Let me try substitution, just trust me." Alicia's lips curled into a confident smile, her eyes never leaving the chaotic fight. "Understood." Rude smoothly avoided another reckless swing as he strategized in his mind. "It'll take about 10 seconds to use substitution on Alicia." He ducked beneath yet another slash, his brain racing to find a solution. "The real problem is, how do I restrain him without hurting him?" The cursed tendrils around Rondo's face continued to twist and tighten, fully obscuring his features. If only he could break the curse. But before he could finish the thought, Rondo's sword came crashing into his left side. Alicia gasped, eyes wide with fear. Rude. Fortunately, he'd managed to block most of the blow, though the weight behind it was staggering. Without hesitation, Rude grabbed Rondo's arm, pinning the sword down with all his strength. "But if I hang onto the cursed sword like this," his whole body tensed as he uttered a single word under his breath. "Skill." A blinding golden light erupted from beneath them, momentarily stunning Rondo. The ground beneath their feet rippled as large stone arms burst forth, gripping them tightly. "Earth bind. It'll absorb magic. But that's fine." The stone arms coiled around Rondo's body faster than the eye could follow, suspending him mid-air. Rude landed lightly on the ground, breathing heavily. His amethyst eyes reflected a mix of exhaustion and concern. "If this curse works anything like what happened to Alicia, then maybe I can snap him out of it." In his mind, images from that first encounter with Alicia flashed back, how he'd used that very same technique to awaken her from magical influence. A soft blue glow shimmered to life in his palm. Skill. Without hesitation, Rude pressed the glowing light directly against Rondo's chest. Substitution. A surge of blue energy rapidly spread out across the area. The black and red tendrils burst apart, scattering in streaks of crimson light. Rude clenched his teeth, bracing against the backlash of energy that slammed into him. The tendrils slowly disintegrated, and Rondo collapsed to the ground, finally freed from their control. His mouth hung open as he let out a pained, ragged groan. Watching the scene unfold, Rigurd couldn't hold back his emotions anymore. Tears welled up as he broke down sobbing, calling out Rondo's name through choked sobs. Beside him, Magnus, partially recovered thanks to healing magic, slowly opened his hazy eyes, a faint glimmer of joy returning to them. Rondo's lips quivered as he forced out 2 trembling words. "Help me." Rude struggled to steady himself, his eyelids growing heavier by the second. In the corners of his vision, twisted, grotesque faces seemed to appear, grinning at him in the most unsettling way. The skill was complete, but the recoil sent him flying backward. Seeing Rude hit the ground, Alicia panicked and sprinted over. "Rude," she cried. Planting his hands firmly on the ground, Rude forced himself to stay upright. "I'm fine," he shouted back, though his heavy breathing betrayed the strain he was under. But what concerned him most wasn't his condition, it was the terrifying sight before him. Rondo had once again lost control. The black and red tendrils had already begun to wrap around him, tighter than ever. A sigh of frustration escaped Rude's lips. The substitution failed. There was nothing he could do now but watch, as the cursed sword tightened its grip on Rondo. "It's not Rondo resisting my skill," Rude realized bitterly. "It's that damn sword." Anger welled up inside him. "Damn it, if only I'd held back a little more." With determination, Rude pressed forward. "Fine. I'll just burn through it." He activated his next skill, Demon Flame. A ferocious blaze erupted, roaring toward the tendrils and the earth surrounding Rondo. The cursed sword dislodged itself from the ground, the tendrils coiling even tighter around Rondo, who could only let out weak, desperate cries. But Rude's sharp eyes caught a fleeting opportunity. If he's struggling to break free, I can at least remove the curse from his left arm. Without wasting a second, he unleashed more demon flames, every strike aimed with surgical precision. In that case, I'll focus my attacks beyond his right arm's reach. But just as things seemed to be turning in his favor, the situation shifted. The cursed sword suddenly yanked Rondo's body backward, contorting him unnaturally. Rudy's heart skipped a beat. What the hell, what's happening to him? The blade shot forward, absorbing the full brunt of Rude's flames. In that instant, Rude's expression darkened. No, it's worse than that. To his horror, he realized what had happened. My magic, it's being absorbed again. The eye on the cursed sword flared a terrifying crimson. Suddenly a violent surge of red and black energy exploded from Rondo's body, tearing at his flesh, as he let out an agonizing scream. The wind howled through the area, drowning out everything but Rondo's tortured cries. Alicia squinted through the chaos, eyes wide with dread. That's tendrils completely engulfed Rondo, fusing together into something new. A dark realization dawned on everyone present. Possession. From within the mass, a new form emerged, twisted, monstrous, standing on grotesque, clawed legs. Rude's face paled as a terrifying possibility took hold of him. That body, no way. Without wasting a moment, he cast his appraisal skill. The figure that now stood before them was no longer Rondo. The cursed sword had taken full control, transforming him into an unrecognizable demonic entity. Through his appraisal skill, Rude quickly gathered information on the enemy standing before him. Dual arm curse gram. Level, unknown. Type curse. Condition, possession. A wave of shock ran through Rude as he realized the body standing there was no longer Rondo's. But before he could fully process that thought, a razor-sharp blade was already thrust straight toward his face. Rude instinctively sprang backward to dodge, then quickly spun around to counterattack. But his strike was useless against the cursed blade. It retaliated immediately. The impact sent Rude flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Too fast, he thought, but quickly corrected himself. No, it's not just speed. He's eliminated every ounce of wasted movement. While Rude was still analyzing the situation, the cursed figure appeared behind him like a phantom. The blade swung downward, aiming for a fatal strike. A sharp sense of danger exploded in Rude's mind. Shit. Panic flared in his chest. I need to circulate mana through my body now. But in that instant Alicia appeared behind the enemy, launching a surprise attack. Her strike disrupted the cursed being's assault, buying Rude a moment to retreat. For a second, it looked like the cursed sword wielder would topple over, but it quickly stabbed its hind limbs into the ground, stabilizing itself. It shifted, ready to counterattack. But Alicia wasn't about to give it that chance. She unleashed a devastating frontal assault, her strike crashing into it with overwhelming force. The impact drove the enemy into the ground, shaking the entire area with a deafening shockwave. Alicia landed beside Rude, steadying herself. Looks like I've got no choice but to get my hands dirty now, she muttered. Rude let out a strained laugh. Thanks, you saved me back there. Did expect you to be that good up close. Alicia's voice dropped to a low, bitter tone. A mage who becomes useless the moment an enemy closes in is nothing but a burden to their allies. She pressed her hand to a wound that was still bleeding, then glanced toward him and added firmly, "But, we can't afford to underestimate him anymore. You need to change how you're thinking too." That curse, it sunk deep into him now. Before them, the cursed figure rose again, completely unfazed by the brutal attack. Alicia's expression tightened, her voice laced with tension. There's no stopping him unless we destroy his heart. Rude clenched his jaw, muscles tensing as he forced his body back into a combat stance. His eyes sharpened with fierce determination. Got it. Behind them, Rigard and Magnus anxiously took a step forward. The healer, clearly frustrated, scolded them. Hey, don't move around. Your wounds aren't fully healed yet. But Magnus, still breathing heavily, pushed himself up. Rigard, he glanced at his teammate, then turned toward Rude and Alicia, his voice strained but resolute. You heard what the elf girl said, didn't you? In front of them, Rude and Alicia were already working together to face the cursed enemy. Rude fought while his mind raced for a solution. Even the two of us, we can't turn this around easily. His eyes darted toward the enemy's unsettling form. It's got two heads, that explains the improved field of vision. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Alicia, fall back a bit, he called out firmly. Startled, Alicia paused for a second, but quickly followed his instructions. She shoved off the cursed enemy and retreated gracefully. Meanwhile, Rude slammed his hand hard against the ground. A series of magic circles spread across the floor, sending a thick cloud of dust billowing into the air. Alicia's sharp eyes instantly caught on to his plan. I see, if he's using magic to stir up the dust like that, the cursed sword won't be able to absorb it. The cursed figure stood frozen, momentarily confused, then its eyes caught the flicker of a silhouette darting through the haze. It immediately swung its blade, slashing through the air, but it was just a decoy. Rude seized the moment, striking from behind. His sword carved a deep gash across the cursed one's back. Blood poured out as the creature stumbled, briefly frozen in place. Alicia didn't hesitate. She launched her magic. Earth Pillar. A massive stone spike shot up from the ground, piercing straight through the cursed figure's torso. No Mia, but something wasn't right. Alicia's heart sank as realization hit. Damn it, the stone pillar had missed its mark. The strike had only grazed the heart. The cursed figure quickly regained its composure and charged toward Alicia with murderous intent. But at that critical moment, Rigurd and Magnus suddenly threw themselves into the fray, restraining it with everything they had. Their actions left Rude stunned. Magnus. Rigurd, his face streaked with tears, clung desperately to the cursed one's arm. I'll hold it back, even if it kills me. Magnus gritted his teeth, eyes brimming with emotion, his voice cracking as he shouted. The three of us, we face this together. With unwavering resolve, Magnus aimed his blade straight at the enemy's heart. And with a single decisive thrust, he drove it in, ending the cursed one for good. The anguished scream of the dual-arm curse echoed through the room. Magnus clenched his eyes shut, having poured every ounce of his strength into that final strike. The three of them collapsed alongside the falling cursed body. The red and black skin that coated the creature began to peel away, revealing Rondo's original arm beneath. The final strike that ended the cursed form had also pierced straight through Rondo's heart. His body was beyond saving. A heavy, suffocating silence settled over the room, thick with grief. Rude and Alicia bowed their heads in quiet mourning. Rigurd and Magnus broke down, unable to hold back their tears. There was nothing left but to accept the painful truth: Rondo was gone. They sank to the ground, crying over the friend who had fought beside them for so long. Rude's eyes drifted to the side. The cursed sword lay abandoned in the corner, stained with smears of blood. He picked it up, holding it in his hand. His expression was layered with complicated emotions. Even if I hide this thing away, there's still a chance more victims will appear. A whisper curled around his ears, chilling and persistent. Kill, kill, kill. The eye embedded in the blade glared at him, wide and unblinking, like it was trying to hypnotize him, repeating that one word over and over. Kill, kill. But Rude was unfazed. His brow furrowed in irritation as he growled, "Shut up." The cursed sword recoiled slightly, clearly startled. Rude's voice was steady and cold. "Your little tricks won't work on me." Footsteps approached as more people began arriving. The nearby door swung open. Bologna hurried in, scanning the scene. "Is everyone all right?" His eyes landed on Rondo's mutilated body. His expression darkened as the truth set in. A deep, regretful sigh escaped his lips. Rude let the cursed sword drop loosely to his side as he spoke. "It's over. The fight's done." Bologna stood in silence for a long moment before finally saying, "Then, we should head to the guild. I'll need a full report on what happened." Scene transition in the guild's office. After listening to the detailed account, Bologna exhaled a long sigh. So the sword made him stronger. But at a terrible cost. His gaze shifted to Magnus, who sat trembling, head bowed low, still visibly shaken by what had happened. From what Magnus said, I believe the other adventurers will think the same. Bologna's eyes sharpened, locking onto the young man before him. That said, the moment he'd seen Rude carrying the cursed sword, curiosity had been gnawing at him. "Rude, you really don't feel anything? No pull from the curse?" Rude didn't bother to hide the truth. His face remained serious. "My anti-debuff skill keeps the curse from affecting me." His voice turned firm, resolute. "As long as I keep this sword in my possession, no one else will fall victim to it." Bologna leaned on his desk, rubbing his chin, thoughtful. "I see, but if that sword ever starts to get inside your head..." Rude smiled faintly, finishing Bologna's unfinished sentence for him. "If that time ever comes, you know I'll do what needs to be done." Alicia shot him a worried glance, clearly uneasy. Bologna, however, seemed satisfied with the young man's firm response. He cleared his throat and continued, "Rude. Alicia. I truly appreciate you both for containing that incident." His gaze drifted to the others in the room, the ones who had been silent this entire time, their heads bowed in grief. And as for Magnus and Rigurd, Bologna's voice softened with regret. "I'm sorry." But that was all. He offered a brief, vague apology. Then, almost deliberately, he shifted the conversation elsewhere. "Still, I don't believe we have the luxury of relaxing right now." Alicia tilted her head slightly, sensing the change in tone. Something happened. Bologna nodded, his expression turning grave. The others, the adventurers I summoned here to assist, they're from my old squad. His voice grew more serious as he explained, lately, the number of monsters appearing outside the labyrinth, it's increasing. At a pace that's unnatural. His concern was impossible to miss. It appears, those creatures are coming from the newly discovered Abellio labyrinth. Bologna's brows furrowed with frustration. And based on the scout team's reports, it's likely all of this is happening because of the presence of another creature. Rude's eyes sharpened at the mention. Another creature? Bologna gave a grim nod. The miasma dragon, Basilista. His voice dropped to nearly a whisper as he spoke the name. I only know of it from old texts, but even those say its level exceeds 70. Rude's eyes widened, startled. 70. Bologna didn't sugarcoat the situation. Even its sheer aggressiveness alone makes it a nightmare to deal with. But that's not even the worst part. He exhaled slowly, explaining further. It can release enormous amounts of miasma, and what's worse, it does so in calculated bursts, enough to corrupt and control other monsters, driving them out of the labyrinth. That revelation sent a chill through the room. And that is why the scout team suffered casualties. The survivors, they're still recovering. Bologna's expression tightened. If we let this continue, it won't be just monsters leaking out. His gaze hardened. The miasma itself will spill beyond the labyrinth, and the entire region will suffer the consequences. His words weren't just a warning. They were a plea. That's why I'm asking for your help, Rude. The young man stood in silence for a moment, taking it all in. I understand the situation. Rude straightened his back, eyes resolute. First, take me to the survivors from the scout team. I want to hear what they saw. Scene transitioned the infirmary at the Adventurers Guild. Rude stepped closer to observe the patient lying on the bed. The man was writhing in pain, gasping for air, groaning nonstop. Rude pressed his lips into a thin line, then placed his hand gently on the man's chest. He activated his skill substitution. Bologna's eyes widened in disbelief at what happened next. No way. The man lying there visibly relaxed, his body seemingly returning to normal. His breathing steadied, and within moments, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. Bologna was still processing what he'd just seen. That's incredible. I didn't expect you to be able to remove physical abnormalities from others like that. Rude gave a small smile, adding matter-of-factly, only if their body doesn't reject me when I touch them. Without hesitation, he stated his next decision. Which is exactly why only Alicia and I will be handling the miasma dragon subjugation. One of the guild officers beside Bologna quickly objected. Just the two of you? That's reckless. Absolutely not. Even Bologna looked unsure. That's not much different from suicide. But Rude calmly explained his reasoning. The fewer people I have to protect, the freer I am to move. A confident smile played across his lips. And besides, I've always taken down tough opponents on my own. Bologna fell silent, eyes narrowing as he considered the young man's words. A long moment passed before he finally relented with a sigh. Fine, I understand. I'll leave the entire miasma dragon, Basilista, subjugation to you. And just like that, the decision was official. Later, as they strolled down the wide streets outside, the weight of the upcoming battle still looming over them, Rude stretched his arms above his head, letting out a light-hearted laugh. Well, first things first. A good night's sleep and solid preparations. Alicia walked beside him, still processing everything, her expression slightly uneasy. Just the two of us? That's really going to be enough. Rude's eyes twinkled mischievously as he grinned at her. I can only use my skills at full capacity when I'm not constantly worried about bystanders, you know. A flicker of guilt crossed his face as he added softly, sorry for dragging you into this, Alicia. But she simply chuckled, teasing him with a playful glare. Seriously? You better not be thinking about going alone. You ditch me and I will punch you. Then her tone softened, sincere and determined. We're a team, remember? The two of us are enough to save everyone. Hearing her confidence, Rude couldn't help but laugh along, their spirits lifted, ready to face the battle ahead. The scene shifted to a dim, gloomy underground chamber, its air thick with a faint, ominous purple mist. Further ahead lay the lower levels of the Abellio labyrinth. From time to time, a few low-ranking bobgoblins would leap out, eager to pick a fight only to be effortlessly cut down by Rude's blade. He casually commented, pretty much like the rankers described, we've still got at least 5 floors to clear. But I didn't hear anything about the miasma spreading this fast. Alicia lowered her head, staring down at the item in her hand with a frustrated sigh. That just shows how fast it's accelerating. Even with my purification tools, it's getting harder to suppress the miasma. There was a brief pause as she hesitated, her tone carrying a tinge of unease. It's not like there are many monsters left alive on the next few floors. Rude frowned slightly, a trace of concern slipping into his voice. I've got no clue how many more floors we'll need to clear. So, are you sure you don't want to? Alicia immediately cut him off, already knowing where this was going. Of course not. Her breathing was heavier now, but the stubborn determination in her eyes left no room for argument. Your elemental attributes might not be effective against some of the monsters. Even if things get ugly and I'm forced into close combat, I know I can still land a few solid hits. Besides, she paused briefly, her gaze hardening with conviction. If I turn my back and leave my friends behind, I'll never be able to forgive myself. Rude understood immediately, offering a sheepish smile. Sorry I made you say that again. Reaching out, he gently touched her shoulder, his voice softer now. Alicia. She turned her head toward him, only to gasp in surprise. Rude had already activated his ability, drawing the poisonous miasma out of her body. With a mischievous grin, he teased, I'll use substitution to pull the miasma out of you. Alicia stared wide-eyed at the red and black mist swirling faintly between them. Rude clarified calmly, Yep. That's what I've been doing. As long as we're in contact, I can suppress the effects. But the moment I let go, it'll start building up again. A playful smile curled Alicia's lips. In that case, without warning, she tightened her grip on his hand. Her sudden, radiant smile left Rude momentarily speechless as she declared cheerfully, Then let's just keep holding hands while we walk. Looking him straight in the eyes, she added with a teasing wink, I can't even see my feet through all this miasma, so besides using substitution, would you mind escorting me too? Rude gave in with an exasperated chuckle, utterly defeated by her boldness. All right. With their hands tightly clasped, the two of them continued deeper into the labyrinth, side by side. Before long, they arrived at the middle levels of the Abellio labyrinth. Rude muttered under his breath, his expression growing tense. The deeper we go, the thicker the miasma gets. He stood still for a moment, focusing, ears attuned to the space ahead. Using sound to scout ahead, there are two monsters up ahead. Alicia tensed immediately. If they've survived in this much miasma, they've got to be tough. Rude nodded in agreement. They're different from any monsters I've ever seen before. Which means Alicia didn't wait for him to finish. Is there another route? Rude's expression darkened as he responded plainly, There is. But if possible, I'd rather fight them. Alicia's eyes widened as she stared at the young man beside her. Without thinking, she blurted out, Wait, do you want to eat them or something? Rude frowned, waving his hand to shut that down immediately. No, of course not. Resting his hand on the sword at his waist, he explained, It's this cursed sword, Graham. Before we fight the miasma dragon, I need to test it out. As if on cue, the path ahead was blocked by two monsters rolling beetles, both level 33. The stats floating beside them made it clear these things were way stronger than the bobgoblins from the lower floors. The beetles bared their sharp jaws aggressively as they closed in. Rude kept his cool and activated a magic array at his feet. A glowing crack split open right beneath the monsters. Earth Principle collapse. The ground beneath them exploded, launching both beetles into the air. Alicia let out a pleased ooh. Nice work. Rude was about to grin along with her. But then, the two beetles, still perfectly intact, hit the ground and started crawling toward them, completely unfazed. Okay, maybe not that effective, Rude muttered under his breath. One of the beetles let out a low, angry hiss, clearly ticked off by the sneak attack. Suddenly, it lowered its body toward the ground. The two of them tensed up, eyes locked on the strange movement. The beetle coiled itself up tightly. Alicia. Rude called out urgently, Can you stop it? Alicia confidently nodded. Leave it to me, but I'll need to let go for a sec. She quickly released his hand and summoned her spirit. No, Mia. The spirit appeared in an instant, and Alicia gave the command loud and clear. Make sure you catch that thing. The ground beneath them shifted, transforming rapidly. A massive earthen hand erupted from the floor, fingers closing in on the curled-up beetle. The stone fingers clenched tightly, locking the creature in place like a cage. Still holding her stance, Alicia gritted her teeth. Sorry, I won't be able to hold it for long. Got it, Rude replied. already stepping forward with his sword drawn. I'll test it now. Rude raised the cursed blade, its edge gleaming with condensed energy. The eerie eye embedded in the sword suddenly flared to life, shining with a crimson glow. Rude's thoughts sharpened into a single command directed toward the weapon. Don't mess with me. In a flash, he dashed forward, slicing cleanly across the trapped beetle's massive body. The creature let out a screech, collapsing onto the ground, wounded but not finished. Rude scowled in frustration. Too shallow before he could follow up, the second beetle roared and charged straight at him. Rude glanced down at the sword in his hand, muttering under his breath. If this isn't strong enough, guess I'll have to gamble. Rude signaled discreetly to the person behind him. Alicia. She instantly caught on, her voice steady. Got it. The creature ahead charged recklessly toward them, like a mindless beast. Alicia raised her hand, channeling a surge of glowing green energy forward. The cursed sword, Graham, greedily absorbed every last drop of it. The eerie eye embedded in the blade widened, gleaming with twisted satisfaction as it drank in the power. Suddenly, faint crimson veins of light flickered from within the eye. The sword pulsed with a dangerous glow, greedily pulling in the energy from its surroundings. In an instant, that power condensed into a massive, glowing green blade of pure force. Rudy's eyes narrowed with confidence as a faint smirk curved his lips. Let's do this, Graham. In his heart, he muttered a silent prayer. Show me your true strength. Without hesitation, Rude swung the cursed blade with everything he had. The monstrous creature was torn apart in an instant, its body ripped to shreds as the wave of energy carved straight through it. The monster before them was now nothing more than scattered pieces of flesh and bone. Its massive body lay pinned to the ground by a single sword. The young man glanced down at his opponent, a bright, satisfied smile spreading across his face. Just some basic magic control, as expected. Standing nearby, Alicia returned his smile, her expression calm and cheerful. Things went pretty smoothly, huh? Once again, the two of them had used their substitution skill to swap places and turn the tide of battle. All right then, thanks for the help, Rude added with a grin. Now mind if I borrow a little time? Alicia tilted her head. A curious look on her face. What for? Rude scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Well, absorbing their magic doesn't actually restore my mana, so she caught on instantly, smirking in amusement. Ah, so you finally plan to eat them, huh? Rude chuckled nervously, clearly embarrassed at being seen through so easily. Yeah, I'll cut them up into nice, neat pieces and pack them to go. With a casual wave of his hand, he ignited a small flame at his fingertips, roasting the monster meat to perfection. Tossing a piece into his mouth, he chewed thoughtfully before remarking, Huh, not bad actually. Kinda unique. Alicia grinned playfully beside him. So, how does it feel using that cursed sword? Rude tapped the hilt at his side, his eyes reflecting a hint of pride. After absorbing enough magic, my physical abilities have definitely improved. Alicia's smile widened. Plus, it looks like the sword won't break even if we pump mana into it. That's an improvement. True, Rude nodded. But what worries me, according to eyewitness reports, that dragon is as big as a tree. His eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at his sword. I wonder how effective this blade will be. In terms of raw impact, my old sword packed more punch. Just as the words left his mouth, the sword at his waist suddenly began to tremble, emitting an eerie, unnatural hum. Huh? It was shaking almost as if, begging for something. Give it to me, Rude froze, baffled by what was happening. Wait, don't tell me this cursed sword eats meat too. But the sword immediately corrected him. Wrong. Magic stone. Give me the magic stone. Rude leaned forward, reaching into his pouch as Alicia watched in mild confusion. The young man skillfully fished out a shimmering magic crystal, and held it up with curiosity. Here. The cursed sword's tendrils gently coiled around the gem, pulling it in. Within seconds, the sword had completely absorbed the radiant crystal, its eerie hum growing louder. A sharp, unsettling screech rang out as the blade pulsed with dark energy. Rude looked up at the towering weapon, his face lighting up in surprise and satisfaction. Before their eyes, the sword expanded, its size doubling in mere seconds, the air around it thick with a sinister aura. A sword this big. Alicia's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you know it wanted that? Rude smirked, casually resting the massive sword on his shoulder. It told me. Directly. In my head. With a playful grin, he glanced down at the weapon. I wonder, does it get offended when I say it's weaker than my old sword? Regardless, he now understood the cursed blade's abilities better than ever. Alright, let's head down to the lower levels, he added, his expression growing serious. That's where the dragon was last spotted. But before they could take a step, a deafening crash echoed through the cavern. The entire group flinched in shock as the ground shook violently beneath them. They turned to see part of the cave ceiling collapsing in the distance, boulders and debris raining down. Was that the dragon? Chunks of rock tumbled from above as the earth trembled again. The ceiling looked ready to give out completely. Rude's face paled as he shouted, "The roof's coming down. We've got to hold it up with earth magic." Beside him, Alicia's voice rose urgently. "If we only focus on protecting Gersech, the stairs will be blocked. We'll lose our chance to fight the dragon." Without wasting another second, Alicia swiftly summoned her wind spirit, her eyes sharp with determination. The makeshift barrier above their heads had already become unstable. There was no way it could hold much longer. But before it collapsed entirely, the girl unleashed the full force of her spirit's power, launching a fierce attack straight ahead. "We'll blast our way through," she shouted. In an instant, the falling debris was swept away as if by a hurricane. The young woman dashed forward through the layers of rubble, clearing everything in her path without hesitation. The woman beside her moved with quiet determination, eyes locked ahead. Meanwhile, Rude was still struggling to fully process what was happening. The space around them remained eerily silent, almost unnaturally so. But in the blink of an eye, both of them had already charged through, completely blowing away the remnants of the collapsing ceiling. Rude instinctively reached out, grabbing the girl's hand beside him to steady them both. A smile of relief spread across his face as he glanced her way. "Honestly, I thought I was dead for a second there." The girl returned a wry, slightly sheepish smile. "Yeah, I had to use up one of those magic stones." The area ahead was shrouded in darkness as they cautiously scanned their surroundings. "It's pretty dark on this floor," Rude muttered, still keeping his guard up. "I can still use heat detection, but if we keep wandering around like this, trying to find the enemy..." But before he could even finish his sentence, Alicia's eyes lit up with realization as she stared ahead. Something was happening deep within the cavern. They could both feel it now. A massive, terrifying presence was approaching from the far end of the cave. The ground beneath them trembled ever so slightly. "It's here," a colossal figure slowly emerged from the shadows. This was no ordinary beast, it was a miasma basilista, an enormous dragon shrouded in dark energy, its massive frame exuding an overwhelming, suffocating presence. Worse yet, the creature possessed countless dangerous abilities that made it far more deadly than its size alone suggested. Rude's voice was steady but tense as he quickly assessed the situation. Agility isn't its strength, but its vitality. Over 500, and its abilities. He paused for a second, eyes narrowing. Its fangs and claws are laced with poison, and, before he could say more, a bone-chilling roar erupted from the beast, shaking the very walls of the cavern. The dragon had finally spotted them. Both of them stiffened, their eyes wide with shock as they registered the monster's discovery. "It has magic resistance," Alicia realized aloud. "Fire, earth, light, and even darkness." "Got it." Rude nodded quickly. "I'll use other elemental types. Back me up, alright?" "Understood." With that, both of them slipped into full combat mode, their expressions sharpening with focus. The monstrous dragon tilted its head back, releasing another guttural roar that echoed the cavern like thunder. Neither of them flinched. Their eyes remained locked on the beast as they prepared themselves. "Let's do this." Alicia's gaze was calm but cautious, fully aware of the terrifying creature they were about to face. At that moment, Rude had already made up his mind. He needed to keep his distance, observe the monster's attack patterns, and only strike once he fully understood them. But in this thick cloud of poisonous mist, he wasn't sure how long Alicia could hold out. Which meant he needed to end this quickly. Suddenly, a blinding light burst toward him from the distance. The massive dragon opened its jaws wide, unleashing a towering pillar of flame aimed straight at them. Thanks to his quick reflexes and nimble footwork, Rude managed to dodge with ease. In the next instant, the entire area behind him was engulfed by the ferocious blast of energy. Alicia, watching from nearby, stared in disbelief. The pillars, the floor, they melted. The sheer heat radiating from that attack was terrifying. It made her feel like the air itself was burning. In the blink of an eye, another towering column of flame roared out, scorching everything in its path. Frantic, the girl summoned her spirit, using its power to create a gust of cool wind beneath their feet, a makeshift platform to escape the blaze. Relying on the wind's support, Rude dashed effortlessly through the air, swiftly closing the distance. With one clean, powerful strike, he slashed across the dragon's body. But almost immediately, his expression darkened. This thing wasn't going down that easily. The scales, the hide, everything was impossibly tough. The scene was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. There's no way I can cut through that with a sword alone, he thought grimly. And the magic I'm using, it doesn't seem compatible either. Alicia, he shouted, urgency filling his voice. Hearing his call, the girl instantly reacted. Channeling her magic, sharp blades of wind formed around her and shot toward the dragon in a relentless storm. But the moment she realized it wasn't working, even she couldn't believe it. Even spirit magic can't hurt it. Despite the barrage, the massive creature only suffered a few shallow cracks along its surface. That's all. That's the only damage it took. Suddenly, the dragon's enormous, spiked tail rose high into the air. Both Rude and Alicia tensed, their eyes sharp with focus. A second later, countless razor-sharp spikes launched toward them like a hailstorm of deadly projectiles. The two of them quickly summoned shields and used their reinforced bodies to block the barrage. Its defense was insane. And it could attack from a distance too. How the hell are we supposed to beat this thing? Just then, Alicia's voice rang out from behind him, calm but filled with determination. Rude, hold it off for me, I need time. Her voice carried a quiet confidence that immediately steadied him. She continued, before my current state runs out, I'll unleash my ultimate attack. A faint smile appeared on Rude's lips. Got it. The dragon's glowing eyes sharpened dangerously, sensing their intent. Alicia wasted no time. She had already summoned countless orbs of radiant energy, swirling around her like a brilliant storm. The dragon, realizing the threat, prepared to destroy everything before her magic was complete. But of course Rude wasn't about to let that happen. Drawing on the laws of earth magic, he raised his hand. In an instant, massive stone pillars erupted from the ground, towering around them like ancient guardians, ready to strike. Gripping his sword tightly, Rude charged forward with unwavering resolve. With a powerful leap, he brought his blade down hard on the dragon's massive head. The impact sent the beast crashing back, its roars filled with pain and rage. Meanwhile, Alicia entered a perfect state of harmony, pouring every ounce of her magic into one final, devastating attack. Right now I have no defense. I'm putting everything into this one shot, she thought. That's why I'll make up for what he's risking. Her voice rang out, clear and steady. Rude, get ready. Salam, the spirit of fire appeared in a flash, radiating pure excitement. Meanwhile, Rude stood his ground, staring down the enormous dragon towering before them. But that wasn't all. Another spirit had been summoned, a mermaid-like figure known as Urdale. As Rude kept the monster at bay, the girl behind him steadily poured more power into her summoning. Nomiya and Wakyan, the spirits of water and wind, had returned once again, joining the growing army of elemental forces surrounding her. The dragon's expression twisted in disbelief. It could feel the overwhelming magical pressure flooding the battlefield. As it turned its massive head, its glowing eyes widened in shock. She summoned the elemental forces of this world, all of them. The creature couldn't believe what it was witnessing. Then, from high above, a ferocious spell descended, a pitch-black lightning bolt tearing through the sky, born from the magic circles swirling around them. It hurtled toward the girl, intent on shattering her connection to the 5 elemental spirits. But Rude was already there, appearing beside her like a blur, ready to shield her from everything. It's done, Alicia shouted firmly, her voice unwavering. Get out of here, Rude. Hearing her words, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face, but he obeyed without wasting a second. The girl poured every ounce of her remaining strength into her next attack. Take this. A brilliant, blinding light shot toward the dragon. A wave of scorching, pure energy engulfed the creature, making even its massive form recoil in agony. The force of the blast shattered everything, sending debris and smoke flying in all directions. Breathing heavily, Alicia's body trembled from exhaustion. Back then, her thoughts trailed off as the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the thick smoke. The dragon, it was still standing. Its body, though scorched in places, showed only minor burns. It looked utterly unharmed, barely phased. Once, I could have brought down a monster like this with a single strike, she thought bitterly. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Rude standing behind her, his calm eyes meeting hers. "That was a solid hit," he said softly, his voice warm but steady. A faint smile curved his lips as he stepped forward, his gaze locked onto the dragon. "Now, it's my turn." A large chunk of flesh dropped to the ground beside the miasma dragon, fresh blood seeping into the dirt beneath it. The creature had taken significant damage, its furious eyes locked onto the two humans in front of it, growling with murderous intent. Alicia struggled to speak, her breathing ragged. "Sorry for making you use substitution magic on me, but I've used up all of my mana with that last attack." Rude forced a weak chuckle. "It's fine. Just use whatever magic you've got left to protect yourself." His expression turned serious as he tightened his grip on the cursed sword. "From here on out, leave this thing to me." Alicia quietly nodded, casting a retreat spell to move back, but not before calling out, "Be careful." Rude sharpened his focus, eyes glued to the massive beast before him. The miasma dragon, despite a chunk of flesh missing from its head, still radiated aggression. It let out an ear-splitting roar that shook the entire cavern. But Rude remained calm, taking a slow, deep breath. Then, activating his own skill, he roared back with equal ferocity. The miasma dragon froze, caught off guard, its expression showing clear confusion. Rude didn't waste the opportunity. He unsheathed his sword, planted his foot firmly on the ground, and launched himself forward like a bullet. The dragon stared, dumbfounded, as a streak of light hurtled toward it. Rude's body weaved around its massive frame, striking from all directions. He recalled the dark magic he'd absorbed earlier. That spell, it's packed with an insane amount of mana. His grip tightened around the cursed sword. Pouring all his strength into it, Rude slashed hard at the miasma dragon's body. His spirit burned hotter than ever, the rush of power flooding his veins. A series of sharp strikes finally began to tear away at the dragon's defense. Rude's eyes widened with excitement as he shouted, "Its scales are peeling off. It's getting easier to cut." Wasting no time, he pressed the advantage, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes at his target. The miasma dragon, heavy and sluggish, could only snarl and endure the onslaught. But suddenly, Rude noticed something worrying. The sword was becoming less effective. Glancing down, he realized the cursed sword's energy, its stored mana, was rapidly depleting. The miasma dragon bared its teeth, a savage grin spreading across its bloodied face. Then, it roared again, this time, the very air trembled from the sound. A wave of corrosive miasma exploded outward, blasting Rude off his feet. "Even if I'm immune to the miasma itself, I can still be taken out by the impact," he thought grimly. Gritting his teeth, he watched the dragon lower its head, ready to charge again. Scrambling to his feet, Rude's heart sank. "Damn it, I can't dodge in time." In that split second, he activated his skill Instant Step. But the dragon's sheer size made it nearly impossible to avoid completely. It swung its massive leg in a brutal counterattack. Rude barely managed to reinforce his body and raise his sword to block the strike. But the force sent him crashing against the wall, flattening him with terrifying power. Gasping for air, he struggled to stay conscious, his vision swimming. But in that moment of pain, a revelation struck him. "I figured it out. The distance I can cover with Instant Step." Narrowing his eyes at the massive creature before him, a single thought filled his mind. "Dragons really are incredible." Alicia's voice rang out, laced with panic. "Rude." His vision blurred from the impact, the edges darkening slightly. Memories flashed through his mind, his near-death encounter with the Minotaur. He remembered falling into that abyss, the desperation of clinging to life. That memory reignited the fire inside him. "No," he muttered under his breath. You see, slamming his palm into the ground, he activated another spell. A pillar of rock shot up from the earth, blocking the miasma dragon's next attack. Seizing the opening, Rude leapt high into the air, narrowly avoiding the beast's massive charge. There's a huge difference between the person I was back then and the person I am now. The miasma dragon quickly sensed its prey above. Its massive jaws opened wide, flames brewing deep within its throat. But Rude had no intention of dodging. He could tell exactly what the beast was about to do. It's going to use its breath attack, he thought calmly. Sure, he could avoid it with his thread manipulation skill, but if I just keep dodging like this, I'll lose the fight through attrition, Rude realized. Without hesitation, he activated his skill, weaving a dense web of threads into the air beneath him. In that case, his plan was crystal clear now. I'll use this like a slingshot and strike back. The young man moved swiftly, setting his plan into motion. At the same time, the miasma dragon let loose a violent blast of fire from its gaping jaws. But instead of retreating, Rude swung his sword directly into the inferno. The blade cut clean through the enormous wave of flames. Gritting his teeth, the young man braced against the unbearable heat. There's nothing I can do about the temperature itself, he thought, fighting through the searing pain. But within the dragon's breath he could feel it. Mana. If my fire resistance holds out long enough, Rude's grip tightened around the cursed sword as he poured every ounce of his strength into it. I can reinforce my weapon with my own mana, combine it with the mana Graham has been absorbing, and release it all at once. With that resolve, Rude plunged straight down into the dragon's fiery breath. The heat was suffocating. His vision blurred. Every muscle in his body screamed in agony. Just as he was about to reach his limit, when the pain became almost unbearable, a sudden wave of cool energy enveloped him. Eyes wide with surprise, Rude looked down to see a faint glow surrounding him. Alicia's voice rang out from behind. "Do it," she shouted. She had stepped in, offering her support just in time. With her help, the unbearable pressure lifted. Rude grinned. "Thanks, Alicia," he muttered. His body surged with strength. Gripping the sword tighter than ever, he slashed down at the miasma dragon with full force. The beast roared in agony, its screech shaking the entire cavern. Rude's strike landed clean. In a flash, the massive body of the miasma dragon was split clean in half. Landing gracefully on the ground, Rude looked over his handiwork, his face lighting up with a wide, triumphant smile. Rude crashed heavily onto the ground, landing with a dull thud. Alicia rushed over, her expression tense. "Rude. I'll cast a healing spell right away." But the young man waved her off with a faint smile. "Alicia, you don't need to push yourself any more than you already have." Just then, a notification popped up before his eyes. New skill acquired. Life Drain. It appeared as a reward for defeating the miasma dragon. Rude's eyes lit up with curiosity. "So I can recover some health if I use the skills I've gained from this hidden dungeon." Moments later, he sprawled comfortably across the cold floor, exhaling deeply. "Guess it's time to rest for a bit." The young man smiled, reaching his hand out toward Alicia. She smiled back warmly, clasping his hand in hers. Their palms pressed together as they activated the familiar skill substitution. Rude let out a sigh of relief. "We did it, both of us." Alicia nodded, her eyes shining with quiet pride. "We really did." She tilted her head slightly, glancing at him from the side. "But this is only the beginning, right?" Rude chuckled in agreement. "Yeah, I guess you're right." His thoughts drifted for a moment. An S-rank adventurer, huh? Memories of his younger self flooded his mind, along with the image of the hero he'd admired since childhood, tall, powerful, invincible. Rude smiled faintly to himself, whispering under his breath, "We've still got a long way to go." Shaking off his fatigue, Rude sat up with renewed determination. "First, let's grab some of that miasma dragon meat. Then we head for the deepest part of the dungeon." Time passed, and the two of them continued their journey until they reached a large door. Rude's eyes widened at the scene beyond it. A glowing stone hovered at the center of the room, the core of the dungeon. It sat there quietly, pulsing with a mesmerizing light. Alicia let out a breath of wonder. "Even among adventurers, only a handful ever get to witness this," she explained as they walked forward together. "If we use the magic circle near the core, it'll send us straight back to the dungeon entrance." Rude listened quietly as they approached. Alicia casually added, "Most adventurers leave the core intact, since it allows rare dungeon materials to keep regenerating." But Rude's expression darkened as he caught her meaning. "If we just leave it like this, someday," they both knew what could happen. The miasma dragon could be revived. Rude stood in front of the dungeon core, lost in thought. The Abolino dungeon, everything he'd experienced here, the hardships, the danger. But because of it all, he also remembered the day Alicia had joined him. The bonds they'd formed. The memories they now shared. A faint smile crossed his lips. "This place was the beginning of my path toward my dream." Rude raised the cursed sword in his hand. Bowing his head slightly, he whispered, "Thank you, Abolino dungeon." With that, he pressed the blade gently to the dungeon core. Scene transition inside Bologna's office. The atmosphere was tense. The man anxiously questioned the staff around him. "Any reports from Rude's team yet?" The subordinate bowed his head and spoke quietly. "No, sir. There's been no report of their return yet." Bologna let out a long, weary sigh, exhaustion weighing heavily on him. "I see." He sank into deep thought, unable to shake the unease settling over him. They call him the miasma hunter now, Bologna reflected. In the world of adventurers, strength is everything. He'd lost count of how many sleepless nights he'd spent worrying over this. Even when I try to ease the tension, even when I try to mediate, it never ends. An adventurer without power lives a life of hardship and suffering. His fist clenched tightly at his side. If all this pressure is enough to make him abandon his dream, Bologna exhaled, a wave of frustration washing over him. Then that too is simply another path. Just then the door swung open with a bang as a subordinate rushed inside, his voice panicked. "Report." Bologna straightened, hope flashing in his eyes. "Speak." The man beamed, barely able to contain his excitement. "They've returned, sir. Via the teleportation circle. Rude and Alicia, both of them." The joy in his voice was unmistakable. "They've defeated the miasma dragon and destroyed the dungeon core. The report confirms that they succeeded." The entire office erupted in cheers. A broad smile spread across Bologna's face as he laughed heartily. "I can't believe it. Of all people, he's the one who saved this city." Bologna rose to his feet, his expression full of pride. "Come, let's go welcome them properly." His voice carried weight as he addressed those present. Adventurers, with the power to change the future. Rude and Alicia. The scene shifted to the city of Golar, not far from Bologna. An old man sat reading the news, his face darkening with each word. "Damn you, Bologna," he cursed under his breath. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he threw the paper aside. They destroyed the new labyrinth, just like that, all because they owned so many already. The city lord of Golar scowled, rage simmering in his eyes. Our plan to seize control of that new dungeon, completely ruined. Across from him, a brown-haired man chuckled softly. "Isn't this actually better, my lord?" A sly smile played on the man's lips as he calmly analyzed the situation. "Bologna can't deny the legitimacy of our claim to the newly discovered labyrinth. That's why they destroyed it instead of handing it over to us." The brown-haired man leaned forward, his voice cold but calculated. "So, if we frame it that way, we can still pressure Bologna. We demand compensation for the profits we would have earned from that labyrinth." The room fell silent as the weight of their next move settled in. The lord stroked his chin, deep in thought. That would certainly be a more profitable approach than personally challenging the labyrinth and losing adventurers in the process, wouldn't it? A sly, dangerous grin crept across his face. "But if we do that, I doubt Bologna's Adventurers Guild will sit idly by." The long-haired man beside him scoffed. "Which is exactly what we want." His expression turned dark and cold as he spoke slowly, each word carrying quiet menace. "We'll show that old man and his little team who truly holds the upper hand." Scene transition: a quiet garden under the night sky. A small bird perched on a nearby branch was startled as Sylphide playfully swooped past. Beneath the tree, Rude and Alicia sat by a crackling campfire roasting meat. The sizzling sound filled the air as the miasma dragon meat cooked to perfection. Alicia sniffed the air, her mouth watering. "That smells amazing." Rude grinned proudly. "It's been sitting in my magic pouch all this time. Finally I get to eat it." Without hesitation, he picked up a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The rich, tender flavor exploded on his tongue, and he couldn't help but exclaim, This is incredible." Rude couldn't hold back his excitement. "So this is the taste of dragon meat. Every other meat I've had before feels bland now." He rambled on, oblivious to Alicia's gradually darkening expression. "It's got this sweet, rich flavor. The fat melts right on your tongue. The strength of the red meat just completes it. This is." Alicia suddenly stood up with determination. "I've made up my mind." She spoke with fake seriousness. "Tonight we're having real high-class steak." Rude blinked in confusion. "But we're already having steak." Alicia only looked more frustrated. "You're so unfair." With a pout, she declared, "We need to scout out the best restaurants around here immediately." Rude chuckled, shaking his head. All right, but first, let me enjoy this." Time past 4 days had slipped by since the fall of the Abellino labyrinth. In Bologna's office, the faint sound of a pen scratching across paper filled the room. The old guild master finally broke the silence. "Sorry to keep summoning you like this, Rude. But this will be the last time." He slid a document across the desk. "The final report on the dungeon raid has been confirmed." With that, Bologna handed Rude a large pouch. "And as promised, your reward. 1.5 million Regine." Rude's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What? That much?" Bologna chuckled calmly. The Abellino labyrinth had a difficulty rating of 70. This amount is more than justified. Rude accepted the pouch, his eyes sparkling with disbelief and joy. Bologna then spoke again, his tone growing serious. Also Rude-kun. He locked eyes with the young man. You and Alicia conquered that labyrinth alone. There's no way I'm letting you two stay at rank D. Bologna set down another form. So, I'll be updating both of your adventurer ranks. Rude stood frozen for a moment, completely blank. A little while later, the two of them stepped out of the guild office, blending into the busy crowds coming and going. Rude tilted his head back with a goofy grin. You know, I only got promoted to rank D not long ago. He still couldn't quite believe it as he looked down at the card in his hand. Status open. The details were clear: name, Rude level, 52 rank D race, human condition, normal. Rude let out a soft, amazed chuckle. I've hit this level, without wasting much time at all. Alicia peeked over to glance at the card. Even considering you've been fighting monsters far beyond your level, that speed is still abnormal. She thought to herself. Normally, when someone hits level 40, their leveling slows down dramatically. Rude suddenly chuckled to himself, glancing at her. Alicia blinked in confusion. What's so funny? Rude grinned teasingly. Alicia, you finally surpassed your own level cap. Alicia fumbled to pull out her own card, staring down at it with pursed lips. This isn't something to be proud of, she mumbled under her breath. Rude shrugged. Still, it's kind of weird though. He tilted his head thoughtfully. Even though my level's higher now, when it comes to actual combat strength, you're still stronger, right? Alicia explained calmly. That's right. Levels are just numbers. In the end, strength depends on your skills and personal experience. They were lost in their chat, when a commotion near the entrance caught their attention. A group of people barged into the guild, loud and aggressive. Leading them was a man with a pompous smile plastered across his face. Petty. The moment he stepped inside, he boomed, "You there?" So it wasn't just rumors, the famous miasma hunter. Rude scowled at him. Who the hell are you? You don't even bother introducing yourself real polite. The man snorted arrogantly. Adventurers from Bologna, so ignorant, can't even recognize the lords of neighboring cities. The moment Rude heard that, the pieces clicked together. A neighboring city lord, that means, this must be that stingy lord from Golar. Petty sneered, voice laced with hostility. Tell me then, how dare you destroy the 9 labyrinth? That dungeon should have been ours. Rude furrowed his brow in confusion. Last I heard, that newly discovered Abellino labyrinth was shared property, wasn't it? Petty scoffed dismissively. That labyrinth lies on the border between Bologna and Golar. You see? Yet your greedy lot locked us out. He rambled on, his words enough to anger anyone listening. And then there's the strange incidents happening inside, not to mention the surge of monsters and the dungeon's destruction. Petty stepped closer, eyes gleaming with malice. The profits we should have made from that dungeon, the damages our territory suffered from the monster rampage. So, how exactly do you plan to compensate us for all that, you little brat? Alicia finally lost her patience. Hey Lord, whatever your name is. She spoke with pointed politeness. Aren't matters like that supposed to be discussed with the guild representatives? And as far as I know, reports clearly state that Bologna's adventurers handled the situation. Alicia's friendly smile sharpened. So tell me, who gave the right to people who did absolutely nothing, to stand here barking demands? The pompous lord faltered, momentarily speechless. Rude smirked to himself. As expected of an S-rank adventurer, her words are sharp. But then, a subordinate of the lord stepped forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So, it's true after all. He sneered. The Emerald Tempest herself, Alicia, now reduced to working for Bologna. The brown-haired man flashed a mocking grin. Seeing your rank drop like that, must been the curse of that abyssal labyrinth eating away at you. Only someone like you fits perfectly with a run-down city like Bologna. Rude's blood instantly boiled. That bastard, if I'm not mistaken, he's the guildmaster of Golar. The brown-haired man kept his fake smile plastered on. This isn't really up for debate. After all, only low-ranking adventurers ever seem to think they have a say in such matters. Petty crossed his arms with a smug nod, clearly pleased. The brown-haired man stepped closer, leaning in beside Alicia's ear. His voice dropped to a near whisper, just enough for the two of them to hear. So that's all you are, just a worthless survivor of a party that died for nothing. You should stop sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. This time Alicia truly snapped. You piece of trash. A wave of energy surged from her body without warning. The brown-haired man's face instantly turned pale, panic flashing in his eyes. I'm actually feeling threatened. By a girl whose rank dropped to 45. Impossible. Before things escalated, an authoritative voice cut through the tension. Enough. Alicia swiftly reined in her mana. Bologna strode forward, eyes sharp as blades. I will not tolerate violence inside my guild. His gaze shifted toward the newcomers, calm but uncompromising. And you, guildmaster, follow me. We have matters to discuss. The brown-haired man hastily masked his unease, forcing a smile as he backed away. You really ought to keep your dog on a leash. Rude's eyes narrowed, muttering under his breath. What the hell's his problem? Just as he tried to shake off the irritation, someone called out to him. Rude. A man approached, waving cheerfully. The moment Rude saw him, he let out a weary sigh. Seriously, one after another, Alicia's eyes widened in recognition. Ebert. The man, Ebert, looked elated as he grabbed her hand. So you do remember me? Rude raised an eyebrow. You know him, Alicia explained calmly. He's from my old guild. We used to adventure together. Ebert's expression softened, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Back then, Azure Trails was the guild we all admired. He seemed lost in thought for a moment before his gaze locked onto her. You, the one who could wield multiple elemental spirit magics at once. His eyes shimmered with awe. You have no idea how much you inspired me, as a fellow elf. Ebert held her hand even tighter, his voice earnest. And then, after what happened to you in the Abyssal Labyrinth, I know how much you've suffered because of it. And that is exactly why I came to Bologna. Raising his eyes to meet hers, he made his offer. Alicia, would you consider joining my guild? Alicia's eyes widened in shock. Rude frowned, his clear displeasure aimed at the stranger in front of them. But Ebert kept that same professional smile plastered on his face. Alicia smoothly pulled her hand back. Thank you for the invitation, but I'm already part of another team. With a bright smile, she turned to introduce the person beside her. Let me introduce you to my partner. Rude held out his hand. Rude. Nice to meet you. Ebert blatantly slapped Rude's hand aside without even trying to hide his contempt. Rude's brows twitched in irritation. But Ebert didn't spare him a glance, grabbing Alicia's hand again as if Rude didn't exist. I heard all about what happened to you in the Abyssal Labyrinth. The curse you were afflicted with. He let out a fake, sympathetic sigh. But still, for someone like you, an S-rank adventurer, to end up stuck on a team with that miasma scavenger? Rude instantly caught the mocking tone in the man's voice. This guy, Ebert kept going, oblivious to the growing tension. If you joined my team, I could guarantee you countless chances to prove yourself again. Alicia's expression darkened. With a sharp tug, she pulled her hand free, stepping toward him. Don't talk so much about things you clearly know nothing about. Her eyes sharpened, her voice leaving no room for argument. I chose to team up with Rude. When you insult him, you insult me, she added, casually yet firm, but thanks for your concern. The curse? It's already been lifted. Ebert froze, visibly stunned. But that was an SS-rank Abyssal Labyrinth curse, wasn't it? And the floor boss itself cast it, right? Alicia shrugged with a light smile. Well, I was lucky enough to run into someone who could help. Ebert looked completely rattled, mumbling under his breath. How? No. This doesn't make sense. Alicia winked playfully at Rude. If your little secret gets out, it'll be a real headache. So keep it quiet, okay? Rude grinned in understanding. Thanks for the save. Alicia turned to leave, casually tossing a final comment over her shoulder. Oh, and we're about to rank up too. He's not D rank anymore. He's C rank now. Ebert's jaw practically hit the floor. What? For a moment, all he could do was clutch his face in disbelief. All this time, I've been worrying about Alicia. And now, frustration boiled inside him. That damn scavenger, it's him. He's the one manipulating her. His fists clenched tightly. How could some C-rank rookie defeat a miasma dragon? No, it wasn't him, it had to be Alicia. And that lowlife stole the credit. The mere thought made his blood boil. His eyes burned with resentment as he glared daggers into Rude's back. Rude, naturally noticing the hostility, casually complained, Hey, that guy's staring daggers at me, again. Alicia sighed, clearly used to this. Elves, they've always been prideful. And the longer they live, the deeper those prejudices sink in. The person beside her shot Alicia a meaningful look. She blinked in confusion. What? Rude grinned mischievously. You're an elf too, right? I was just wondering if you're one of those proud, stuck-up types. Alicia huffed in protest. What are you even saying? She proudly thumped her chest. I'm an elf, humble, understanding, irresistibly charming, and don't forget, super strong too. Rude chuckled inwardly. Yeah, still sounds kinda prideful to me. The two of them approached the guild registration desk. The receptionist greeted them with a bright smile. Ah, welcome. The guild master already filled me in. Her eyes lingered on Rude for a moment as she sighed in admiration. Truly, a rare sight indeed. As soon as Rude took the document from her hand, realization dawned on him and excitement followed. The receptionist smiled knowingly. You've been granted a rank jump straight from C rank to B rank. Rudy's eyes lit up as he cheered. Sweet. The receptionist leaned her chin into her hand, muttering thoughtfully. Just goes to show how difficult that Abellio Labyrinth mission was, she continued. Plus, we received reports from the villagers you helped. They confirmed your involvement in defeating that Baphomet. Rude still struggled to process it. Me? B rank. Suddenly a hand clapped down on his shoulder. You should be happier about it. Turning around, Rude found familiar faces Magnus and Rigurd. Magnus smiled warmly. The whole village is grateful to you. Before Rude could say anything, Alicia interrupted with a teasing scold. Hey, just B rank. Don't go getting full of yourself yet. Remember what you're aiming for. Rude inhaled deeply, realizing she was right. He slapped his cheeks to refocus himself. All right. With newfound determination, he stretched his arms toward the ceiling and declared, to become an S-rank adventurer, let's keep pushing forward. The moment was filled with energy and optimism until a familiar, unwanted voice cut in. Ebert approached with a sneer. You really thought I'd just let this little joke slide, didn't you? Rude sighed, visibly annoyed. Again with this guy, Ebert ran a hand through his hair with exaggerated flair, his tone dripping with condescension. Dungeon Intel is distributed based on rank. It's a system meant to protect adventurers. And yet, some nobody who only got ahead by riding others' coattails gets to be B rank. His voice oozed with contempt as his gaze locked onto Rude. Ebert shot a glance of pure disdain at everyone around him. This Bologna guild, is it full of idiots or what? Magnus and Rigurd both furrowed their brows, glaring his way. The receptionist and the surrounding adventurers all wore similarly irritated expressions. Rude narrowed his eyes with a quiet huh. The receptionist waved a hand dismissively. Think whatever you want. The B-rank promotion. That came straight from the guildmaster. Magnus stepped forward with a hostile glare. Hey buddy, why don't you take back what you just said? Everyone in the room was clearly siding against Ebert now. If you don't want to get your face smashed in, I suggest you shut your mouth. But Ebert remained unfazed, utterly indifferent to their anger. Judging by the looks of this place, maybe it is full of idiots. Magnus's face twisted in fury. You little. He grabbed Ebert by the collar, fists clenched in rage. But before he could land a hit, Alicia intervened. Don't. The next second, Ebert easily flung Magnus to the ground like he weighed nothing. Magnus hit the floor hard, groaning in pain. Ebert calmly drove the tip of his sword into the floor, mere inches from Magnus's shoulder. A cold sneer curled his lips. Do me a favor, and keep those filthy hands off me, will you? Alicia quickly stepped between them. Ebert, that's enough. Ebert casually sheathed his sword, his eyes softening as he addressed Alicia. You've always been such a kind soul. So much so you'd even lend a hand to useless trash like him. But Alicia's expression hardened. Watch your mouth. Ebert lowered his head in mock humility. I know we elves are proud. Prejudiced. Even for me, changing my perspective takes effort, especially when I'm so sure I'm right. He let out a loud, self-satisfied laugh. A humble, understanding, devastatingly charming elf like me, as your kin, it's my duty to guide you back to the right path. Rude couldn't help but chuckle at the familiar, arrogant phrasing. Ebert caught the reaction and frowned. What are you laughing at? But before Rude could reply, Ebert came to his own ridiculous conclusion. I get it now, unqualified adventurers like you endanger the lives of those around you. Ebert smirked with provocation. So let's test you. See if you actually deserve that B-rank title. The receptionist finally snapped. Seriously? Who made you the judge of everything around here? But to everyone's surprise, Alicia calmly accepted the challenge. Fine. She declared confidently, if you doubt Rude's abilities you can test him yourself. Scene transition: Bologna Guild training grounds. Alicia bowed her head, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, this escalated because of me. Rude scratched his chin with a small smile. Hey, don't blame yourself. It's partly my fault for not being strong enough yet. He glanced toward her with steady eyes. But I just have to beat the one challenging me. That'll be enough to prove I'm worthy to stand beside you. Rude understood one thing about this world. In the end, as an adventurer, only strength can silence doubt. The two stood facing each other in the middle of the Bologna Guild's training grounds, surrounded by curious onlookers. Alicia held her staff and raised her voice toward the arena. If either of you suffers serious injuries, I'll stop this immediately. Got it? But it was clear neither of them cared much for her words. Their focus was locked entirely on each other. Rude furrowed his brows, channeling his focus. All right then, his opponent, Ebert, simply smiled, calm and unbothered. Those emerald green eyes shimmered with undisguised arrogance. Begin. The moment Alicia's voice rang out, Ebert shot forward like a bullet. Rude's eyes widened slightly in surprise at the sheer speed of his opponent. But he quickly twisted his sword horizontally, blocking the incoming strike just in time. Ebert leaned in close with a mocking grin. Oh, you actually managed to block that. Guess you're not completely useless after all. With that, Ebert swung his sword again, full of smug confidence. A flurry of sharp strikes came raining down on Rude. Both hands gripping the hilt tightly, Rude clenched his teeth, blocking the rapid attacks as best he could. Damn it, his swordsmanship is way ahead of mine, and Rude's eyes narrowed as he recalled something Alicia had told him. He can fight using both offensive magic and reinforcement magic. As if on cue, a glowing blue magic circle appeared beneath Ebert's hand. Placing his palm against his chest, Ebert smiled with pride. A swordsman who uses magic. Rude's eyes widened in shock as Ebert's entire body lit up with radiant blue energy. In the blink of an eye, Ebert vanished from sight. Where? Before Rude could react, a strike came from behind. Fortunately, the blow only landed against his shoulder armor. The impact still rattled him. But it could have been worse. Ebert clicked his tongue in frustration. Rude quickly spun around, eyes scanning for his opponent. I can't even track his movements. If I want to counter, I'll have to suddenly. Ebert's voice rang out from behind him. My rank is B rank. That's a title only those with real strength deserve. With an air of superiority, Ebert casually brushed his bangs back and looked down on Rude. You understand now, don't you? You're not worthy of that title, or of standing beside Alicia. Alicia's expression tensed at those words, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Rude lowered his gaze, his tone calm but resolute. You're right. With my current strength, I'm not worthy to stand beside Alicia. Ebert's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. But then Rude raised his head, his gaze steady and unwavering. But as you can see, Alicia chose me. That single sentence made Ebert visibly twitch with irritation. Rude took a deep breath, eyes burning with determination. So I'll show you. I'll prove that I'll become someone worthy of standing beside her. Alicia let out a quiet chuckle, smiling softly as she exhaled. Ebert's half-lidded eyes burned with hostility. In response, Rude summoned a blazing red magic circle beneath him. A massive stone fist burst out from the ground, slamming toward his opponent. But Ebert was quick to react, forming a similar crimson magic circle of his own. You idiot, Ebert sneered. Did you really think you could beat me in a magic duel? The stone fist, empowered by Rude's earth magic, and Ebert's blazing fire projectile hurtled toward each other. The moment they collided, an explosion erupted, flooding the entire arena with blinding light. Smoke and dust swept across the field, forcing Magnus and Rieger to raise their arms to shield themselves. Hey, Magnus muttered, squinting into the haze. They're going a bit overboard, aren't they? From within the fading smoke, Ebert's unsettling grin emerged. Too bad for you, he muttered darkly. Purification dispel. A glowing orb of light hovered above him, responding to his command. This is the difference between our ranks, Ebert declared arrogantly. Just give up already. He hurled the orb of purifying light straight at Rude. But Rude, calm and composed, simply raised his sword skyward. As the orb made contact, its energy was effortlessly siphoned away, sucked entirely into the hilt of Rude's sword. The ominous eye embedded in the sword gleamed as it greedily devoured the lingering traces of magic. Ebert's expression twisted in shock. What the hell? His magic, gone in an instant. Rude finally spoke, his voice steady and confident. I figured you'd rely on magic to try and overwhelm me. He tilted his flaming sword slightly, the ominous glow of the cursed blade reflecting in his eyes. After all, elves are notoriously proud creatures, aren't they? Before Ebert could process it, Rude lunged forward, sword slicing down with crushing force. Ebert, still reeling from shock, struggled to block the attack. Steel clashed against steel as the duel reignited. But something had changed. The speed, the pressure, the raw power of Rude's strikes were on a whole different level than before. Ebert gritted his teeth, frustration boiling over. That sword, it's enchanted, isn't it? Rude deflected another blow, smirking slightly. You're not wrong. With a powerful swing, Rude forced Ebert to retreat several steps, completely on the defensive now. This is a cursed sword. Face darkening with rage, Ebert lowered his stance, summoning a dazzling golden magic circle beneath him. A cursed sword, he spat. Yet another reason Alicia shouldn't be associating with trash like you. Crackling with golden lightning, his left hand surged with magical energy. Magic blade, his entire body crackled with arcs of electricity as the buff magic enveloped him. Bracing himself like a sprinter on the starting line, he sneered. There's no way you'll be able to keep up with my speed now. Ebert's eyes gleamed with golden light. In a flash, his entire body seemed to turn into pure lightning, streaking across the training ground straight toward Rude. Before Rude could react, Ebert closed the distance and landed a palm strike squarely into his stomach. Golden lightning crackled and burst violently, shooting through Rude's body and bursting out behind him in brilliant flashes. A thunder palm. Magnus and Rigard, watching from the sidelines, broke out in a cold sweat at the scene. Ebert closed his eyes, still wearing that arrogant smile as sparks danced across his fingertips. You're nothing special after all. Smoke curled upward from Rude's back, his body still smoldering. Ebert turned away with exaggerated confidence. Well then, Alicia, why don't you announce the winner? But before he could bask in his supposed victory, Rude's hand suddenly shot out, grabbing him by the collar. Ebert's eyes widened in shock. Rude, still crackling faintly with residual electricity, smirked. Sorry to disappoint you, but electricity doesn't work on me. Paralysis has no effect. Ebert's face twisted in disbelief. That's impossible. You should be paralyzed after taking that much voltage before he could finish. Rude slammed his forehead straight into Ebert's nose. The brutal headbutt, delivered with enough force to make his hair stand on end from the static, sent blood splattering everywhere. Ebert collapsed onto his back, dazed and helpless. Still reeling from the unexpected blow, Ebert looked up only to see Rude's sword planted firmly into the ground mere centimeters from his face. Rude crossed his arms, a faint image of a green dragon materializing behind him, and spoke with a mocking grin. Apologies, but lately I've gained immunity to quite a few things. You see that for yourself now, don't you? Rigard stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. Magnus meanwhile broke into an excited grin. Alicia smiled softly, her eyes filled with pride. That's more like it. The roar of the crowd erupted across the arena, shaking the entire training ground. Scene transition inside the grand hall. Bologna sat behind a desk, holding an official document as two men sat across from him. The Lord is currently tied up with affairs in the capital, Bologna explained calmly. So I've been entrusted with acting on his behalf. He scanned the document, eyes sharp. I've reviewed Golar's complaints in full. Since we are responsible for managing the area, we intend to fully cooperate with your efforts to resolve the damage suffered. Petty, his expression twisted with frustration, jabbed a finger at Bologna. I've told you already. We don't want cooperation, we want compensation. We invested a fortune to acquire that labyrinth. His complaints continued to spill out. You've all gotten greedy, taken far more than you should have, and now you'll pay accordingly. But just as the tirade dragged on, the door burst open. A young woman with glasses hurried inside, flustered. Pardon the interruption. Golar, the guild chairman, shot her an annoyed glance. What is it now? Did you forget how to knock? The bespectacled girl ignored the scolding, her voice anxious. This is urgent, sir. Something strange is happening with Abellio's new labyrinth. The rubble and debris surrounding it, it's like they're reconstructing themselves, as if rising out of some bottomless pit. Her voice trembled with unease. The area that was just reported as completely collapsed, it's rebuilding itself. A chilling silence fell over the room as the final detail left her lips. A pair of glowing, crimson eyes has appeared within the fractured space. Two monstrous statues sat like immovable sentinels, their eyes glowing eerily in the darkness. The bespectacled girl clutched her stack of documents, worry etched across her face. The entire area is blanketed by an unprecedented amount of mana, and the source, it's a rank B individual. Bellona's brow furrowed in disbelief. That's impossible. The secretary's frown deepened, her nerves evident. The two stone demons remain stationed at the entrance. They're preventing anyone from getting close. Bellona's face grew grim. So those fools from Golar, I suppose this is no time for petty arguments anymore. Golar's guild chairman scowled at his subordinate. Petty, what do you think? Hearing that, the old man broke into a nervous sweat, reluctantly muttering, forget the other matters for now. Bellona rose to his feet, his voice sharp with authority. We're forming an elite expedition team to investigate the new Abellio labyrinth immediately. Summon every adventurer rank B and above at once. Call Rude Kun, too. Meanwhile, our clueless protagonist was still basking in the thrill of his victory, exchanging a celebratory fist bump with the beautiful elf, Alicia, completely unaware of the looming crisis brewing on the other side of town. Soon after, the summoned adventurers gathered before Bellona. The young secretary, now standing beside him, reported in a clear voice everyone is present, including Guild Chairman Golar and Sir Lankars. Nearby, Almira stood grinning with excitement, while Ebert's group exchanged uneasy glances. Bellona's expression darkened as he addressed the room. With the current situation we've confirmed, the labyrinth cycle has begun. Rude and Alicia exchanged puzzled looks, listening intently. We must head to the Abellio labyrinth and suppress it as quickly as possible. Rude leaned in closer to Alicia, whispering, Hey, what's a labyrinth cycle? She gave him a sideways glance. It's a rare phenomenon, when a labyrinth begins to transform. I've only heard stories about it before. Her emerald eyes grew sharp with focus. This time the collapse triggered the cycle, and it's my first time experiencing it firsthand. Alicia rested her chin on her hand, frowning thoughtfully. More importantly, the concentrated mana surrounding the labyrinth is at rank B. We even have rank A adventurers with us, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? But a mocking laugh cut through the air, drawing everyone's attention. It was Ebert, still carrying himself with the arrogance of a sore loser. He stepped forward with that ever-present condescending smirk. Chech, I expected no better from a newly promoted rank D like you. Your ignorance is showing. Rude turned with a confused look. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Ebert's expression turned uncharacteristically serious as he spoke. Think about the mana surrounding the labyrinth. If the exterior mana is rank B, that means the interior mana is likely rank A, or worse. He paused, his voice low and heavy. It could be rank S. Alicia chimed in, her voice calm but cautious. And as we've heard, the labyrinth is changing, evolving like a cocoon preparing to hatch. When this cocoon appears, the entire surface becomes flooded with mana. And because it's so close to Golar and Bellona, the likelihood of both areas suffering catastrophic damage is extremely high. The unleashed energy is so overwhelming that everything surrounding the labyrinth seems to be swallowed by an intense surge of violet light. Rude stood silently, picturing the barren, lifeless devastation in his mind. A hand landed on his shoulder, pulling him back to reality. Don't overthink it, Bellona said, offering words of reassurance. There have been very few cases where a labyrinth cycle triggered something that extreme. There's still so much we don't know. Maybe, all this worrying is unnecessary. The veteran placed his trust firmly in the young man before him. You're the one who conquered the original dungeon. I'm counting on you to guide everyone. Alicia tilted her head slightly, flashing Rude a proud, gentle smile. Scene transition outside the labyrinth. Massive boulders and rubble blocked the path, the open sky looming vast overhead. Two towering stone demons still stood guard in front of the labyrinth's entrance, their hulking forms unmoving. Bellona and Golar, the guild chairman, kept low behind a rocky outcrop, eyes trained on the entrance. Everyone remained silent, carefully observing the situation. Rude activated a spell on his eyes appraisal. The detailed stat screen of the stone demons appeared vividly before him. Rude quietly relayed the information to Alicia. They're a bit stronger than those rolling beetles we dealt with earlier. Just then, someone accidentally kicked up a small stone near their foot, producing a sharp, echoing clatter. The stone demons immediately snapped their heads toward the noise, their deep growls rumbling through the air. Rudy's eyes widened. Damn, their reaction speed. Without hesitation, both demons lunged toward the group, their massive jaws gaping wide as they let out an ear-splitting roar. Petrifying breath. A dazzling golden light burst from their mouths, sweeping toward the group. Alicia reacted instantly, summoning her small spirit wind sprite. Take it down. A surge of vibrant blue energy clashed with the golden petrification beam, the two forces crackling against each other. Standing protectively beside her, Rude gripped the hilt of his sword strapped to his back, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Not far away, a veiled young woman clenched her fist, revealing three sharp, gleaming claws beneath curious glances from Elmira. The stone demon's petrification breath finally overwhelmed Alicia's counterattack, shattering the defensive layer. It charged straight through the collapsing light, lunging toward her. The stone demon opened its mouth, letting out a guttural roar. But unfortunately for the creature, it didn't even get the chance to showcase its full strength before a mighty fist came crashing down on its head. Bologna's punch slammed the stone demon's head straight into the ground, cracking the floor beneath it. The seasoned guild master calmly raised his fist, casting a cold glance at the fallen creature. Pathetic, he muttered. The other stone demon, seeing its partner crushed so effortlessly, charged in recklessly, basically running to its own death. Guild chairman Golar couldn't help but crack a satisfied smile. With a swift swing of his sword, the second stone demon was cleanly beheaded, sent straight to the afterlife to reunite with its friend. The two veterans made short work of the first obstacles guarding the entrance. Rude stared, wide-eyed, utterly impressed. Damn, they're strong. Bologna glanced over his shoulder, his voice cool and impatient. Quit gawking. Let's move. The old veteran led the group past the two defeated demons, stepping into the labyrinth beyond. Meanwhile, Rude knelt beside the trembling severed head of one of the monsters, deep in thought. This thing actually looks edible. With that, he casually raised his hand, igniting a small flame to roast the creature's head. Standard fire magic principles. Chairman Golar raised an eyebrow at the scene, curious. What exactly are you doing? Rude calmly burned the thing to ash before standing up. These monsters regenerate. I'm just making sure it stays dead. Golar scoffed dismissively, turning away without another word, oblivious to Rude's subtle movements as he quietly opened the small pouch at his waist. Inside the labyrinth, it was pitch dark, the faint glow of torches flickering weakly along the towering walls. The group stayed close together as they advanced cautiously into the narrow, shadowy passage. The oppressive miasma that once choked the place seemed to have thinned, but it wasn't exactly a comforting thought. It could mean the dungeon's nature had fundamentally changed. Rude walked alongside Alicia near the back, quietly discussing. Even though the layout looks mostly the same, we still need to be careful. Who knows what could happen once we get deeper? Alicia frowned, her emerald eyes filled with concern. Exactly. And if the layout really hasn't changed, then the monsters, they're going to be even stronger than before. As if on cue, the group rounded a corner and found their path blocked by a new horde of monsters. Each had eerie blue flames flickering above their heads and claws painted a garish blood red, like they'd just stepped out of a monster nail salon. Bologna's sharp eyes immediately locked onto the largest beast among them, a hulking brute with a long white beard standing upright like a proud elder. I'll handle the big one, Bologna declared coolly. He quickly assigned tasks to the others. The rest of you, clean up the small fry. Guild Chairman Golar stepped forward, his hands forming a magical seal. Warrior's honor. A surge of green light wrapped around the group, enhancing their strength. Rudy's eyes lit up with realization. This spell, it boosts attack power. That's amazing. With this I can move freely. The horde of small monsters leapt toward them like wild beasts. The veiled girl calmly sidestepped, her blade flashing as she dispatched one of them with a single clean strike. Ebert casually finished off one of the monsters, while Elmira, standing behind him, drove her blade clean through another. The armored man swung his heavy sword, slicing a beast clean in half, effortlessly following up on his teammate's string of victories. Alicia gripped her staff, turning back excitedly. Rude, let's go take care of our part too, but she froze mid-sentence. Rude glanced down at his own palm, a sly smirk curling on his lips. This too dull. Gray status notifications hovered before him. Debuff immunity, nullified. Warrior's honor, nullified. Bologna pulled his weapon from the pouch on his belt, ready to face off against the biggest monster. With a powerful swing of his axe, he charged straight in. The massive beast lunged forward, throwing a punch at Bologna. But the seasoned warrior's eyes sharpened, locking onto his target. A brutal slash landed squarely on the monster, blood spraying everywhere. Behind Bologna, still frozen in place, stood Rude and Alicia, both wide-eyed and overwhelmed. Rude let out a strained laugh, glancing down at his own palm. So my debuff immunity skill cancels support magic too? Seriously. Meanwhile, waves of monsters kept pouring in. It felt endless. The armored man chuckled, clearly unfazed. Leave it to me. I'll grab their attention. He slammed his sword into the ground, crimson mana erupting outward. Come at me, you ugly bastards. Taunt. The swarm of monsters immediately lost their minds under the pull of his skill, recklessly charging toward him. The armored man grinned, eyes gleaming with excitement. Skill-red energy burst from his body, blasting the incoming monsters backward. His shield deflected the brunt of their attacks, sending them flying in all directions. Glancing back over his shoulder, he barked an order to his team. Now, right on cue, Ebert and the veiled woman surged forward to counterattack. Ebert moved like he was dancing among the monsters, his blade cutting with deadly precision. The veiled woman's footsteps were equally graceful as she slipped through the chaos shadow step. She flipped gracefully through the air. These monsters, there's no easy weak spot to find right away. Casting magic from behind, Lankars frowned slightly, muttering, just brute force your way through them. Elmira, standing beside him, smiled playfully, clearly enjoying herself. Together, they unleashed twin blasts of magic dark arrows and diamond burst. The resulting magical explosion wiped out a chunk of the enemy horde, drawing gasps of admiration from those watching. Nice teamwork, Ebert called, yanking his sword free from the green-skinned monster he'd just taken down, glancing back at them. The armored man, still holding the front line, warned, my taunt's about to wear off, stay sharp. Right as the words left his mouth, the ground beneath him cracked and buckled. A new monster, its long earth-colored body slithering out from underground, locked its glowing red eyes onto him. It lashed out with several legs, trying to trap him in its grip. A sword sliced clean through the monster's head before it could finish its ambush. The armored man slipped free of the creature's grasp, turning to Elmira with an exasperated grin as she laughed brightly in the distance. You almost got me there, couldn't you have been a little more careful? Still, he added with a wry smile. Thanks for the save. Rude watched the chaotic battlefield, tense but impressed. Damn, they're strong. But it's not just that their coordination is insane. It's hard to believe they're just a randomly assembled party. Rude clenched his fists, frustration boiling inside him. I'm completely useless here, I haven't helped them at all. Two of the green monsters turned their eyes toward the corpse of the earth-dwelling beast Elmira had just slain. It was like they were thinking. Then, one of them slithered forward and burrowed its head straight into the corpse. Rude frowned, watching the bizarre scene unfold. Those things. The green monster began to melt, a faint hissing sound filling the air as white smoke slowly rose from the body. Seeing the transformation clearly, Rude quickly came to a conclusion. Parasites. A grin crept onto his face as he conjured a magic circle. Well, in that case, earth magic. Elmira and Lankars turned at the sudden activation of magic. Chunks of enchanted rock flew toward the parasitic monster now fusing with the earth beast's corpse. But before the rocks could strike, the parasite successfully took control, summoning the creature's massive claws and calling forth a faint golden glow. The glow solidified into a magic circle, instantly dissolving the enchanted rocks Rude had launched. Eyes wide with disbelief, Rude activated his appraisal skill, scanning the creature with a swirl of chaotic thoughts. What? It's completely changed. As the monster's new status details floated before him, a sharp blade sliced clean through its head. Guildmaster Golor stood calmly in front of him, blade dripping with blood, that same confident smirk on his face. There's no better solution for parasitic monsters than chopping off the head, you know. Golor turned to the defeated monsters lying in the dirt, raising an eyebrow. You used earth magic to help those things crawl out of the ground, didn't you? The Guildmaster scoffed, eyes narrowing in disdain. How foolish, his gaze sharpened. Oh, and you're even immune to that warrior's honor skill, huh? I see now. Rude clenched his jaw, eyes shut tight, swallowing the humiliation. Alicia, on the other hand, clearly didn't appreciate the Guildmaster's arrogant tone. But in Rude's heart, he couldn't deny it. He's right, I've got zero experience working as part of a real team. Unlike Ebert and the veiled woman, who seamlessly covered each other's blind spots, Rude couldn't keep up. Unlike the armored veteran and Lankars, whose magic and attacks flowed together flawlessly, Rude couldn't synchronize with them at all. He couldn't even properly utilize the supportive magic his allies tried to offer him. Gripping the cursed sword tightly in his hand, Rude lowered his head, sinking into a pit of self-doubt. I'm nothing but dead weight here, hey, you, a voice snapped him out of it. Ebert, wreathed in crackling lightning, appeared before him, arrogance written all over his face. You really can't keep up with this fight, huh? Ebert sneered at Rude, his voice dripping with condescension. Working as a team to take down a powerful enemy. That's one of the most basic fundamentals an adventurer needs. You think you've beaten me? But in the end, you're nothing but a lowly miasma scavenger. Someone like you is completely unfit for. Before he could even finish his insult, Ebert froze in place, breaking into a cold sweat. Standing right behind Rude was Alicia, her face icy cold, eyes glowing a deadly, emerald green, sharp enough to kill. She gripped Rude's hand tightly, her expression leaving Ebert utterly speechless. But their exchange was abruptly cut off by a deafening explosion in the distance. Bologna fell to one knee, bracing himself on the ground. "I'm fine, Lankars," he muttered. But his eyes and everyone else's quickly shifted to something far more pressing. Off in the distance, a grotesque sight unfolded. The monsters had begun fusing with the corpses of their own fallen comrades, one after another. The writhing mass of green parasites tangled together into a disgusting pile, gradually shaping itself into a massive, towering creature. Not only were they restoring damaged body parts, but their combined strength had skyrocketed in the process. Guildmaster Golar narrowed his eyes at the monstrous fusion, but a faint, almost amused grin tugged at the corners of his lips. "Good, that just means we only have to deal with one target now." The armored man beside him gave a gruff nod, clearly agreeing with the sentiment. "Guess I'll be joining in too," he muttered. But mid-sentence, something suddenly bit into his neck, causing him to flinch. Golar casually smacked the side of his neck, but when he looked at what he'd just killed, his eyes widened in shock. A tiny, golden-colored creature with strangely seductive lips squirmed in his palm, already dead. His expression darkened. "Damn it!" White smoke hissed from the bite mark on his neck. His skin began turning to stone. The true purpose behind these parasites. All around him, the others were experiencing the same fate. The armored man's body, the veiled woman's limbs, even Ebert's, each of them slowly petrifying from the bite wounds. Bologna's entire body had turned to solid stone. Ebert, the armored man, and the veiled woman didn't fare any better. Their petrified forms stood frozen in place. Even the others, Guildmaster Golar, Almira and Lankars, had become eerily lifelike stone statues. The monstrous parasite let out a guttural snarl of satisfaction, clearly pleased with its handiwork. It morphed one of its grotesque limbs into a massive scythe-like blade. The scythe arm rose high into the air, its target clear, Bologna's petrified form, completely defenseless before it. Bologna stared at the descending blade with a calm, bitter smile. Just my luck. But before the scythe could land its fatal blow, a flurry of silver threads shot through the air, wrapping tightly around Bologna's statue. The threads yanked him upward, pulling him safely away from danger. The monster's eyes widened as its prize was suddenly snatched away. It let out a frustrated snarl, glaring toward the source. Rude stood firm, silver threads coiled tightly around his arms as he pulled Bologna's statue toward him. "Made it just in time," he muttered, focusing. Skill, status ailment removal. A soft glow enveloped Bologna's body, and the petrification immediately faded. Rude grinned, turning his eyes toward the hulking parasite. "Petrification. That's been dealt with. Now leave the rest to me." With one hand still glowing faintly, Rude placed it on Alicia's shoulder. Skill applied, substitute. The glow spread across her body, undoing the petrification curse that had gripped her limbs. Alicia flexed her hands, a bright smile lighting up her face. "Thanks, Rude. Let's do this." Rude activated his buff, his pupils narrowing as he invoked his appraisal skill. The detailed stats and attributes of the grotesque, parasitic monster appeared before him, crystal clear. "It doesn't seem to have any real magic resistance," Rude reported calmly to Alicia. "Hit it with some spells to throw it off balance." "I'll strike when the opening comes." Alicia nodded with a playful grin. "Got it." Two glowing orbs of power formed in her hands. The fiery orange light materialized into Momia, the spirit of earth. The green, swirling wind conjured Sylphide, the spirit of wind. Alicia commanded swiftly, "Cast it now." The two spirits unleashed their combined power, earth and wind magic intertwining as they blasted toward the parasite. "Take this." The monstrous parasite let out a guttural growl, but couldn't react in time. A massive boulder smashed directly into its hideous face. Blood spurted as the monster toppled backward, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. But even as it fell, its grotesque form began to shift once more. The lower half of its body oozed and warped unnaturally. The mangled remains of its crushed face reformed. Only it regenerated lower on its body, in an awkward, unsettling place. A wide, jagged mouth, lined with uneven, razor-sharp teeth, stretched grotesquely forward from its new face. White smoke hissed from the grotesque spot, filling the air with a foul stench. Rude winced, eyes narrowing in discomfort. It moved its mouth, down there? Alicia averted her gaze with a look of disgust. Ugh, it's so gross. Before they could recover, the new mouth opened wide and from within, a swarm of smaller, winged parasite creatures shot forth, buzzing straight toward them. Alicia's eyes widened at the sheer number of the small flying creatures. She instinctively leaned back in alarm. Meanwhile, Rude raised his right hand, electricity crackling across his palm as he shouted to her, "I'll fry them all at once." He slammed the cursed swordgram into the ground, golden light blazing in his eyes, as the fierce symbol of a wolf materialized behind him. Thunder surge. A powerful burst of lightning erupted outward. The swarm of flying creatures froze midair, their bodies convulsing violently. One by one they fell like overripe fruit, charred black, their smoking corpses littering the ground. Just as the last of the burnt creatures hit the floor, movement rippled through the petrified statue of Bologna. Thin cracks spiderwebbed across his stone face. The petrification was weakening. At the same time, the grotesque parasite monster, now fully transformed with its new head, scurried across the ground on all fours, charging toward them with terrifying speed. Rude and Alicia braced themselves. Alicia raised her staff with a confident smirk. How about this? A massive slab of stone shot upward from beneath the earth, smashing into the creature and launching it high into the air. Alicia tilted her head up, eyes tracking the airborne monster. Now, perfectly in sync, Rude leapt into the sky. Blink step. But mid-air, the monster morphed again. Dozens of mouths sprouted from what had been its limbs, snarling and snapping viciously. Its two front limbs lashed toward Rude in a ferocious counterattack. Rude's blade swung in a clean, beautiful arc, but the parasite was slippery, agile enough to narrowly evade the strike. Rude clenched his teeth in frustration. The creature morphed again, its form twisting grotesquely. A gaping mouth with unnaturally plump, seductive blue lips opened wide, lunging toward him. Alicia shouted in alarm, "Look out!" Before the monster could reach him, a blur of motion streaked past. Bologna, free of his petrification, launched himself forward, delivering a brutal punch to the grotesque mouth, sending the monster hurtling sideways, crashing into a stone wall with a thunderous impact. Rude stared in shock as the creature's body shattered part of the wall. Lankar's. Bologna landed beside him, casually cracking his knuckles. How did you? The petrification. Bologna tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. I circulated my magic through my body. Thanks for buying us time. The monster stirred once more, rising from the collapsed wall, glaring at the adventurers with feral hatred. Bologna clenched his fist, face darkening. Let's finish this. Rude nodded calmly, gripping the cursed sword gram tightly. Leave that to me. He poured mana into the blade. The parasite roared, its mouth wide as it lunged at him from above, jaws gaping in a last-ditch assault. Rude's eyes narrowed sharply. In a single decisive motion, his blade cleaved downward. The monstrous creature split clean in two, as easily as slicing through cabbage. Even its newly regenerated, smaller head was severed, thudding lifelessly onto the stone floor behind him. Rude looked at his sword with a satisfied smile. It seemed like he could finally control how much mana he infused into the blade. But on the ground, the severed parts of the parasitic monster still twitched and writhed, desperately trying to reconnect themselves. At that moment, Alicia's voice rang out in warning. Rude, behind you. The boy only chuckled lightly. Yeah, I know. 3 sharp fangs tore through the fabric of his glove, protruding menacingly. There's no way I'm letting you regenerate. A colossal purple dragon's silhouette appeared behind Rude. With a flick of his hand, he launched a flurry of venomous needles toward the monster's scattered remains. Poison fang. The needles embedded themselves into the squirming pieces of the creature. In an instant, the fragments began to shrivel and smoke, purple fumes hissing from the melting flesh. Alicia glanced down, observing the effects. The venom, it's eating away at its body faster than it can regenerate. That's really impressive. Toxic dragon, huh? She smiled wryly. If you hadn't used your status ailment removal ability earlier, that could have been a disaster. Suddenly, Bologna's voice cut in. Rude. Are you planning to tell everyone your little secret? Rude shifted his gaze toward the still petrified members of their group. Well, what should I do now? I won't be able to explain everything unless I come clean, right? Bologna nodded calmly. Exactly. And besides, we can't keep this under wraps much longer anyway. He gestured toward their companions frozen in stone. Let's take care of them first. Rude extended his hand. Substitute. A vibrant green light burst forth, illuminating the previously dim pathway. The petrification that gripped their allies faded one after another as the spell took effect. Moments later, the entire group stood there, stunned, fully restored. Everyone listened attentively as Rude explained everything that had transpired. So that's how it all went down. Someone muttered in disbelief. Bologna couldn't help but exclaim, unbelievable, but after seeing you fight earlier, Ebert's eyes were wide with awe. That was insane. Without hesitation, he rushed over, grabbing Rude's hand, practically sparkling with admiration. I've lived a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone as extraordinary as you. Rude shot him a flat look, still bitter about earlier. Hey, weren't you the one saying I wasn't qualified to be an adventurer just a moment ago? Before Ebert could answer, Almira chimed in, playfully grinning at Rude, her eyes twinkling just as brightly. Ah, don't sweat the small stuff. You and Alicia make quite the pair, you know? Then, with innocent curiosity, she tilted her head. By the way, did you really eat that monster? The unexpected question threw Rude off completely. His grin turned awkward as he hoisted the charred, blackened head and part of the stone demon gatekeeper from earlier. Well, anyone mind if I do a little cooking? The monster meat from the labyrinth had been cooked into two surprisingly appetizing dishes, now laid out before everyone. The group stared in disbelief at the shimmering, golden glow radiating from the food. First you have to slow cook the meat until it's thoroughly done inside, Rude explained casually, then use herbs to remove the smell. Sitting down he eagerly dug in, savoring the meal. To my surprise it's actually pretty good, he remarked between bites. The armored uncle, despite clearly drooling, still crossed his arms with a stubborn face. Wait. Don't let the appearance fool you. Lankarst turned to defend the meal. But the smell is insanely good though. Meanwhile, Almira watched Rude chow down with growing curiosity, eyes sparkling with interest. The guildmaster Golar stood with arms crossed, observing the faint magic energy swirling around Rude. How odd, eating that seems to restore your mana. Mouth full of food. Rude tilted his head and replied, you can tell, old man? That's not magic energy, it's mana. Golar narrowed his eyes at the golden streams of mana shimmering faintly in the air. Mana? It doesn't reek of demonic corruption, if anything it feels holy. Turning to Lankars, Golar continued seriously, we really don't know enough about the monsters inside this labyrinth. Should we consider retreating and calling for backup? But Lankars immediately shook his head. No, the longer we wait, the more the labyrinth cycles progress. By now Rude had polished off his energy-packed feast, smiling brightly with his hands pressed together in thanks. Ah, that was perfect. Having reliable companions really is the best. We'll conquer this labyrinth ourselves. With that, the group pressed forward, venturing deeper into the dungeon. If the layout hasn't changed, Rude said, we should be nearing the boss room. Suddenly, both Rude and Alicia paused, their expressions blanking out. The two of them exchanged a glance as realization dawned. They had completely forgotten. The group soon came to a halt in front of a collapsed tunnel, the way forward completely blocked by rubble. We forgot the cave-in from last time. Bologna looked up at the ceiling with a sigh. We've come all this way, but looks like we'll have to turn back. But Rude's eyes lit up as he recalled something the moment that parasite monster had emerged from underground. It had used magic to dispel his earth magic. That time, that technique. Placing his hand on the pile of rocks, Rude focused his mana. Earth manipulation. To everyone's amazement, the towering wall of rubble began to dissolve into shimmering light, clearing the path before them. Alicia gasped in awe. Ebert looked at Rude with pure worship in his eyes. Even the guildmaster couldn't hide his shock. Within moments the rubble had completely vanished, revealing the way forward. All right, the boss room is just ahead. Rude clenched his fist and turned to his companions. Let's do this. Leading the way, Rude stepped into the boss chamber. The light spilling from inside illuminated his face and Alicia's as both of them froze in shock. What is this? Inside the room, a massive glowing egg hovered in mid-air. Bologna tilted his head up, eyes narrowing as he muttered. An egg of the wise dragon. Rude turned toward him, puzzled. Wise dragon? Through the translucent shell, they could faintly see the figure of a newborn dragon sleeping peacefully inside. Bellona explained, "I've only read about it in books. A legendary dragon species, born in a cycle between life and death." The entire group tilted their heads back, gazing in awe at the mysterious creature. "When its physical body is destroyed," Bellona continued, "its soul reincarnates, using the labyrinth itself as an incubator." Lankars and the two girls listened intently as the explanation went on. Even after death, the knowledge stored in its soul remains intact. It's said these dragons understand human language, and their intellect can even peer into the future. The armored uncle clenched his fists, stepping forward dismissively. In the end, it's still just an egg." His eyes gleamed with reckless intent as he infused his fist with magic. "Kill it before it hatches. Simple physics." Bellona's face contorted in alarm as he shouted, "Wait." But the speed of sound couldn't compete with the tail that came whipping through the air. Before anyone could react, the armored uncle was sent flying, his body smashed against the ground, coughing up blood violently. Lankars hurried over, face pale with worry. "Hey. Are you all right?" The entire room rumbled as everyone's eyes darted toward the egg. It was moving. The protective membrane wrapped around the egg unfurled like long, spindly legs. Bellona's expression darkened as he muttered bitterly, "Damn it, careless. The egg's defense mechanism, everyone, fall back. Even if it's still just an egg, it's a real dragon." Ruda clenched his fist and closed one eye, activating his buffed appraisal skill. This thing. But the status window hovering before him was almost entirely blank. Concealed behind layers of magic, only the name was visible. Everything else hidden. Golar, the guildmaster, crossed his arms, his expression grave. "As I said before we came here, we should withdraw. Better to wait for reinforcements. Once a dragon egg awakens, not even an army of Srankers could contain it." But Bellona wasn't having it. Gripping his weapon tightly, he stepped protectively in front of the group. "No. We'll finish this, right here and now. Cover me." Almira eagerly unleashed a barrage of support magic, while Lankars followed suit. "Aim for the legs." Their spells struck the elongated limbs sprouting from the egg's protective membrane, just as Bellona charged forward to lead the assault. But at that moment his sharp instincts flared something was off. One of the dragon's limbs swung toward him like a whip, but Bellona, swift as ever, leapt high into the air, narrowly avoiding the blow. Bellona swung his axe with a mighty roar, severing one of the creature's legs. Rude watched the old man's fierce battle with genuine excitement. The dragon egg let out a deafening, enraged roar that shook the entire chamber. But in the blink of an eye, the severed leg began to regrow, sprouting rapidly as if nothing had happened. The guildmaster Golar and Ebert exclaimed in shock, "It's regenerating." Bellona stared at the limb he had just worked so hard to chop off, now perfectly restored in an instant. "How the hell does it heal that fast?" he muttered. Turning toward Rude, Bellona called out, "Kid, I need your help with something." At that moment, the baby dragon within the egg abruptly opened its blood-red eyes, glaring menacingly at the group. Suddenly, it let out a thunderous roar. The sound was so loud and fierce that everyone winced in pain, clutching their heads to endure it. But Rude simply grinned, giving a thumbs up, clearly excited by whatever plan Bellona had cooked up. After a quick exchange between the two, Bellona charged in once more, leading the assault. With one powerful swing, he severed another of the egg's legs. But from behind, another leg smashed into the ground with enough force to crack the floor beneath him. The limb burrowed underground like a spear and shot back up, wrapping tightly around Bellona's leg. Bellona whipped his head around in shock. It came up from underground just a little more. Before the creature could finish its trap, Golar and Ebert both rushed in, blades flashing, slicing through the limb in time to save Bellona. The old man gave a curt nod of gratitude. "Thanks." Raising his axe once more, he swung a heavy arc behind the egg. A bolt of lightning crackled through the air, stunning the monstrous egg, causing it to teeter and stumble as if about to fall. Alicia seized the opening, calling out firmly, "Now." The newborn dragon inside flinched at the loud command. Just as Rude raised his sword high, his voice carrying across the battlefield, "Let's see if you can withstand this, my sword, overflowing with mana." The little sylphide spirit hovered at Rude's shoulder, pouring her own power into him. With wind magic boosting him skyward, Rude soared high above the dragon egg. His cursed blade, glowing red-hot with concentrated mana, came crashing down. With one decisive strike, the blade cleaved straight through the monstrous egg, splitting it cleanly in two. At that moment, Ebert shouted excitedly, Alright, now's our chance. Inside the cracked golden shell, the newborn dragon, still covered in red, sticky fluid, glared at them with bloodshot eyes. Alicia gave a firm command to Sylphide, "Wind spirit now." A surge of fierce wind magic burst forth, roaring like a flood, sweeping straight toward the egg. A vivid emerald glow filled the entire chamber. The masked girl instinctively raised her hand, narrowing her field of vision. But in the blink of an eye, the egg's fractured shell suddenly sealed itself shut, leaving only a faint, long scar as proof of the effort Rude and the others had put in. The guildmaster Golar gasped in disbelief. It healed before the wind slash could even land. "We've made no progress at all." Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the entire room darkened. Golar's eyes, which were always half closed, snapped open in alarm. What? Ebert and Lankars both tensed up, feeling a creeping chill run down their spines. What is this ominous feeling? The egg began to glow fiercely, accompanied by a deafening screech that reverberated through the chamber. Everyone stared in disbelief at the massive object in the center of the room, its shape shifting, its presence growing more menacing by the second. "The egg, it's changing," someone muttered. Inside the shell, the infant dragon's body was visibly transforming. Its head had grown disproportionately large, its mouth now wide with jagged fangs, and its crimson eyes gleamed with malevolent intelligence. Alicia's voice trembled as she stammered. The wise dragon, and it's about to hatch." Bologna immediately barked out orders. "We're out of time. This ends now in one strike." Rude and Alicia locked eyes with the monstrous egg, determination burning in their expressions. Bologna reminded them sharply, "Remember, the legs regenerate instantly. Its healing ability is an enormous threat. Not only does it repair itself, it restores perfectly, without a single scratch." But he added, "Still, its legs are surprisingly easy to sever. I noticed that when I fought them earlier with help from Ebert and the guildmaster." He shouted to the group, "We need to launch a simultaneous assault to create an opening." The guildmaster Golar took the lead. "Leave the ones on the far right to me." Ebert and the masked girl moved into position. "We'll handle the ones on the far left." Almira and Lankars prepared themselves. "We'll take the ones in front of us." Alicia and Rude quickly stepped up. "We'll deal with the ones on the front left side." The moment everyone had finished dividing their roles, they sprang into action. But the egg's surface suddenly sprouted sharp orange spikes, stabbing down from the base and forming a dense barricade. The spikes shot outward, blocking Ebert and the masked girl's path. Amid the chaos, Almira still wore a playful smile as she raised her glowing staff high. "Barrier magic activate." A sturdy magic shield appeared, blocking the sharp spikes shooting toward Bologna. Standing safely behind it, Bologna looked on in brief surprise. "What the?" Almira cheekily popped her head up from behind the shield and grinned. "I've got your back, old man. You just focus on the attack." Bologna chuckled, quickly nodding in gratitude. "Thanks, lass." With that, he bent his knees, gathering energy. "Let's do this. Charge, charge." Through sheer magical force, he began boosting his next attack. Charged magic. "Your next offensive skill will deal double damage." Alicia, noticing the preparation, quickly called out, "Lankars has started charging up his energy too." She unleashed a blast of wind magic toward the dragon egg, then turned to Rude. "But how do we time it right to break its legs?" Rude, holding the cursed sword tightly, dashed forward. "Leave that to me." A faint ripple appeared behind him as glowing sound rings materialized in the air. "Skill, thread manipulation." Rude's voice echoed directly into the minds of everyone present. "Can you all hear me?" Ebert's cheeks flushed slightly with excitement. "Direct mental transmission? Huh? Not bad." Almira laughed brightly. "What a handy little skill." Rude's eyes shimmered a sharp green as he transmitted his instructions. "On my countdown we break its legs. Get ready." Everyone responded in unison. "Understood." 5. Bologna kept his focus, charging energy for his finishing blow. 4. Guildmaster Golar skillfully weaved through a barrage of spikes. 3. Ebert and the masked girl sprinted forward together, closing the distance. 2. Almira and Lankars conjured glowing magic circles, readying their spells. 1. Rude and Alicia dashed straight toward the target. From all directions their coordinated assault landed with perfect precision, severing every one of the egg's grotesque legs. Rude completed his part, pulling back as the severed limbs flew through the air. Looking at the chaos, he shouted, "Now, Bologna." Lightning crackled, coiling violently around Bologna's axe. With a mighty roar he unleashed his skill, Absolute Oblivion. A blinding flash erupted as a pillar of pure energy pierced through the dragon egg, leaving a gaping, donut-shaped hole right in the center. In an instant, the massive egg collapsed, crashing down with a thunderous rumble. The battlefield was littered with severed, twitching limbs and shattered debris. Bellona stood proudly, raising his axe in victory. But the moment his foot shifted, his body faltered, his stance weakening. Guildmaster Golar quickly rushed to his side, catching him before he could fall. Bellona exhaled heavily. As much as I hate to admit it, without everyone's help, there's no way we could have brought that thing down. Cocky bastard Lonkars, still full of energy, raised his hand after finishing a quick check on the armored man's condition. He's fine. No life-threatening injuries. Bellona chuckled, giving his teammates a thumbs up. Good work. Rude beamed, his wide grin impossible to hide. This is our absolute victory. He and Alicia leapt into the air, high-fiving and laughing in celebration. Elmira joined in, giggling mischievously behind them. The group burst into cheers, their voices echoing through the chamber, completely oblivious to the masked girl quietly sneaking around behind the giant egg, eyes gleaming with greed. Huh, look at them, celebrating like fools. Her sly gaze darted around, scanning the area. Now, it's time to pocket the wise dragon's magic core and make a tidy little profit. She carefully slipped past the remains, her eyes darting to the scattered limbs. But as her gaze swept the area, her expression darkened. What the hell? Her eyes flicked back and forth in frustration. The core, I don't see it. So focused on searching, she failed to notice a limb silently emerging from the ground behind her. Suddenly, her instinct screamed at her, and she spun around too late. A sharp, clawed appendage thrust straight through her chest. She coughed up blood, eyes wide in agony as her body convulsed. The limb withdrew as quickly as it appeared, letting her crumple lifelessly to the floor. From behind the shattered egg, a wide, grotesque mouth still slick with slime exhaled a hot, damp breath. A low, chilling voice rumbled out. This rebirth has failed. The dragon wasn't fully defeated, it had only shrunk itself down, and hidden behind the remnants of the egg. But even so, this setback wasn't meaningless. Its claw twitched faintly, the frail body on the verge of collapse. This form won't hold much longer. I'll have to wait for my next rebirth. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Rude, who was still grinning, laughing among his companions. But before that, these worms who dared ruin my rebirth. Hatred burned in its gaze, deep, unwavering, consuming. I will kill them all. Guildmaster Golar's eyes narrowed sharply, as he sensed a faint disturbance. His hand instinctively reached for his sword as he shouted. It's not over yet. The monster's presence hasn't vanished. The entire group immediately fell back into battle stance, eyes scanning the room. Suddenly, a slimy, grotesque figure rose to its full height, standing upright on two legs. Rude activated his appraisal skill, but the creature's information was almost completely hidden. Only one thing was visible: Wise Dragon, rank 1. Ebert's eyes widened in disbelief. What? It's still alive. Alicia's sharp mind quickly connected the dots. When we attacked, it must burrowed underground to escape, right? The Wise Dragon's eyes gleamed with eerie light, as it exhaled a thin mist. A bunch of lowly humans, daring to oppose a divine being. How utterly foolish. Rude stiffened in shock. It can talk. Bellona let out a heavy breath. Among dragons, there exist true dragons, beings so powerful they're practically gods themselves. It's no surprise this thing can understand and speak our language. The Wise Dragon sneered, its voice filled with disgust. I sense something utterly foul among you. Humans on the surface, yet reeking of monstrous filth. It straightened its massive body, nearly scraping the cavern ceiling. Now then, do your best to amuse me, squirm in despair. Elmira silently retreated into the shadows, faint magical light glowing between her fingertips. Sorry, I can't hold on anymore. Skill Shadow Veil. Her body became cloaked in pure darkness, completely vanishing from sight. At that moment, the Wise Dragon's front leg suddenly detached, thudding to the floor. It lowered its head, staring blankly at the severed stump. Oh my, I've started falling apart. Lankars frowned, watching the dragon's body visibly decay. Bellona exhaled a cloud of white mist, tightening his grip on his axe. If we're going to strike, now's our chance. I should have waited for my skills to recover. But at this point, the armored man hiding in the corner trembled as he stared at the towering dragon. What kind of monster is that? He clenched his teeth, panic creeping into his mind. I can't fight anymore. Without a second thought, He turned and bolted for the exit. I have to get out of here. But the dragon's sharp gaze easily caught his cowardice. You think you can run from me? With a mere thought, the broken columns littering the battlefield shattered. Chunks of stone levitated into the air, propelled by the dragon's magic. Half of those massive columns hurtled toward the fleeing man, slamming down in front of him with a thunderous crash, sealing off the exit completely. The wise dragon grinned wickedly. You cannot escape Orphis. Even with just one hand, did you really think a pathetic little rat could challenge me? Bologna tightened his grip on his axe, his eyes filled with resolve. If there's no escape, then I'll show you what happens when you corner a desperate rat. The remaining party members surged forward together, battle cries echoing through the chamber. Bologna and Rude leapt ahead, leading the charge. The final showdown had begun. Ebert and the guildmaster Goler flanked the dragon from the left. Both of them swung their weapons with full force, aiming for the creature's remaining arm. But Rude's face tensed in frustration as he quickly realized none of their strikes were landing. Ebert, sharp as ever, noticed the same thing. Impossible, how is it dodging so easily? The wise dragon's movements were unnaturally swift, impossible for the human eye to follow. It was as if it could predict their every move. A faint glow radiated from the dragon's eyes as it sneered. Is that all you've got? Come now, entertain me some more. The dragon roared, unleashing crimson beams of magical light towards them. Bologna and Guildmaster Golar both grimaced under the sheer pressure of its power. Rude was blasted backward by the force of the roar. Ebert, with his superior reflexes, narrowly evaded in time. Alicia's voice rang out, filled with concern. Rude. She rushed toward him, only now noticing a clawed limb from the dragon's egg-like body swinging in their direction. Are you all right? Rude coughed, pushing himself up. I'm fine. But I burned through most of my mana during that last fight. Alicia's eyes flicked to the still roaring wise dragon in the distance. Gripping her staff, her voice was firm. Rude. I'll end this in one shot with the 5-spirit array. Tell the others. We need perfect coordination. Rude immediately understood and scrambled to his feet. Got it. His voice echoed into the minds of Bologna and the others. Everyone, Alicia is preparing a finishing strike. Stall the dragon, buy us time. Ebert, holding his sword like a knight preparing for battle, replied calmly, understood. Alicia closed her eyes and began chanting softly. Lend me your strength. 5 glowing orbs of different elemental colors circled around her. Meanwhile, the others kept the dragon distracted, drawing its attention and delaying its attacks. As the 5 magical circles locked into place, Alicia's eyes snapped open. She shouted Rude. Without hesitation, Rude relayed her signal to the others now. The trio ceased their attacks and immediately retreated. A brilliant magic circle formed from the 5-spirit array, blazed across the battlefield. Its target the towering wise dragon. The dragon's eyes gleamed ominously. Its golden pupils dilated as it braced itself. A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing Orphis in a cloud of dust and smoke. Ebert shielded his eyes from the aftermath, squinting through the haze. Did we get it? Guildmaster Goler peered through the swirling dust, his eyes narrowing at the massive silhouette still standing. No. The dragon emerged battered but alive, using its remaining arm to block the brunt of Alicia's spell. A mocking grin spread across its face. As expected, I let my guard down for a moment, but you'll need far more than that to bring me down. Alicia froze in place, completely stunned by what she saw. Bologna, the quickest to react, charged forward, raising his axe high, aiming for the dragon's head. But Orphis had already noticed his intentions. With lightning speed it retaliated, striking Bologna square in the face. The guild leader was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly defeated. Lankars Sen. Seeing his superior overwhelmed, Lankars hastily cast a support spell, Damn it, bind. Thick vines burst from the earth, wrapping tightly around Orphis' massive body. Ebert seized the opportunity and attacked from behind. But the dragon was far too clever to fall for such a simple trick. So that's your plan? A loud crack echoed through the chamber. Orphis' jaws clamped down, snapping Ebert's sword in half. Ebert's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his broken blade. I was sure I targeted its blind spot. But before he could process what happened, the dragon's razor-sharp tail lashed toward him, sending him plummeting to the ground, defenseless. The vines that held Orphis in place began to snap and tear under its immense strength. The dragon let out a mocking snarl. Did you fools really think something like this could restrain me? How irritating. It raised a claw and fired a burst of magic straight at Lankar's. Alicia could only watch in horror as her allies fell one by one. No, everyone. Bologna lay sprawled on the ground, completely motionless, defeated. It was all because she lacked the strength to protect them. Ebert, drained and wounded, could barely stand. Lankars was already unconscious after taking a direct hit from the dragon. The sight triggered a flood of painful memories for Alicia. The blood-soaked battlefield, her former comrades, torn apart before her eyes, their bodies skewered by grotesque, jagged spikes, and the helpless feeling of watching them vanish into the shadows, unable to save them. The mighty orifice loomed over her now, its overwhelming presence crushing. It spoke to the small, trembling girl before it. With all due respect, I will tear you apart. Alicia tilted her tear-filled eyes upward, staring at the colossal beast. And turn you into nourishment for my boundless intellect. Orifice locked eyes with her, its golden pupils gleaming with insatiable greed. Rude knelt on one knee, his other hand pressed against his thigh, as he frowned at the situation. We can't win this. His mind raced back to the last time they cleared this labyrinth when he and Alicia had found a magic formation hidden deep within. If we can just buy ourselves some time and reach that teleportation array at the labyrinth's core, maybe, just maybe we can escape. With that thought, Rude reached out and shouted, "Thread shot." But his face instantly darkened with shock. What? No thread shot from his hand. His skill failed to activate. Out of mana. Meanwhile, Orpheus the dragon continued to toy with the armored man, swatting him aside with a familiar lash of its tail. Rude clenched his teeth, forcing his exhausted mind to think, if this keeps up, we'll all be wiped out. If I can't recover my mana somehow. His eyes suddenly caught sight of the dragon egg lying nearby. A strange liquid continued to ooze from the cracked shell. A risky, dangerous idea formed in his mind. On the other side of the battlefield, Orpheus exhaled a searing column of flames. Alicia swiftly commanded Sylphide to intercept. Wind Spirit. A powerful gust shattered the path of the dragon's flames. Guildmaster Golar, his body wreathed in golden magic, charged in to assist. With flawless technique, he slashed forward, flying blade. But Orpheus conjured a stone barrier, effortlessly blocking the attack. It countered immediately, firing high-speed droplets of water toward them like bullets. Both Golar's sword and Alicia's staff were forced to act as shields under the relentless assault. Golar's eyes narrowed as he glared at the troublesome monster before them. All these different spells, this thing is really a pain in the ass. Despite their combined efforts, the dragon stood tall, completely unscathed. Suddenly, Orpheus narrowed its eyes. Then how about this? A blade materialized along its remaining arm, forged entirely from concentrated magical energy. Charging, Golar's expression darkened with worry. What the? That's Lankars's void strike, so that's the true power of a wise dragon. But he quickly pointed out the key detail to Alicia. While it's charging that, it's completely defenseless. If we're going to strike, now's the time. Alicia responded without hesitation. Understood. I'll cover you. She immediately summoned two more spirits. Water Spirit, Thunderbird. The spirits answered her call as the critical moment approached. The combined power of the two elemental spirits surged directly into Guildmaster Golar's sword, much to his surprise. Waterflow Blade, Thunderwater Blade? What the hell? There was no time for questions. Sword in hand, he dashed toward the wise dragon Orpheus, who was still charging energy into its own magical weapon. Golar aimed straight for the dragon's massive head, raising his blade high. But just as he brought the blade down, his expression twisted in shock. Shit. A trap. The dragon's tail shot forward like a spear, impaling him clean through the torso. Blood gushed from his mouth as pain racked his body. Alicia and her two tiny spirits watched the scene unfold in horror. Golar collapsed to the ground, a deep, gruesome wound gaping across his chest. Alicia's mind began to crumble. This can't be happening. Suddenly, the water spirit Urdale, floating protectively before her, was yanked away by an unseen force. The wise dragon snatched the tiny spirit in its claw, its eyes gleaming with twisted amusement. A spirit? Rare. I wonder what it tastes like. Alicia's voice cracked with panic. Stop. Let it go. But the spirit was helpless, trapped in the dragon's massive jaws. With a sickening crunch, the beast bit down, blood spraying into the air right in front of Alicia's face. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. Her body went numb as she collapsed to her knees before the towering monster. No, this can't be. The dragon lowered a claw to her trembling form. Energy charging techniques, usually reserved for opponents far stronger than oneself, leaving an opening to lure the enemy in. Then unleashing overwhelming power, its sharp claw hooked under her collar, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. But for a bunch of insignificant rats like you, it wasn't even necessary. The beast grinned wickedly. Do you know why I still bothered to play such tricks? It relished the sight of her tear-streaked, despair-twisted face. To save her, the look of hopelessness on your faces. Crouching down, it muttered to itself. Now then, I wonder what an elf tastes like. It opened its wide, toothy maw, inches from Alicia's stunned, frozen face. But in that split second before disaster struck aim, a crimson fist slammed into the dragon's face, knocking its jaw violently off-center. Smoke hissed from the dragon's head as it snarled, glaring down at the defiant figure now standing between it and its prey. It was Rude. Mana poured from his body in thick, oppressive waves, shielding the small elf behind him. His vacant eyes gleamed with growing madness as he roared. A bottomless, suffocating black mana creeping across his form. A single golden eye tumbled to the ground. The wise dragon clutched its mangled face, muttering, "Teach, this body it really is incomplete." Its remaining eye fixed on Rude. So you absorbed the remains of my eggshell, and became a monster yourself. Meanwhile, Rude struggled to hold on to the last fragments of his sanity. A terrifying amount of mana is surging through my veins. I can't control it. Alicia, having finally snapped out of her shock, shouted urgently to encourage him. You'll be fine, Rude. Stay with me. But Rude couldn't tell friend from foe anymore. Without hesitation, he spun around and launched a brutal kick straight at her. Alicia barely managed to block it, but the raw force behind the blow sent her skidding several meters back. Her arms trembled as she called out to him in disbelief, "Rude!" But the boy before her had lost all control. His body radiated a chaotic swirl of black and crimson mana, his expression feral and unrecognizable. The wise dragon Orpheus straightened its back, gazing down at Rude with intrigue. You've absorbed that much mana, yet you haven't turned into a monster. Fascinating. But you won't last long. You're not worth my time. Rude dropped to all fours, growling low, his body burning with heat as what little sanity he had left desperately clung on. My body, it's burning up, I'm losing myself. I can't. Hold on. Just then, a faint purple glow emerged from the shadows. A small orb of light floated around Rude as a playful voice teased, "Oh dear, oh dear." Almira cancelled her stealth, appearing right behind Rude. Your mana control is horrendous, she sighed. Bending down, she placed a glowing hand gently on his back. Let me help with that. In an instant, the feral madness drained from Rude's expression. His familiar, slightly goofy face returned as his body relaxed. Rude touched his chest in disbelief. No way. Gentle, harmonious warmth pulsed through him, his mana finally syncing with his body instead of tearing it apart. Orpheus gawked in shock. What? Almira casually handed the cursed sword to Rude. Go finish off that dying lizard, will you? Who exactly are you? Rude asked, still bewildered. The wise dragon Orpheus, insulted beyond words, roared furiously. Lizard. Dying. You dare belittle a god? It lunged forward with terrifying speed. Almira smirked, flashing a sharp canine tooth. My. Bookworms really can't handle a little teasing, can they? Rude, now fully himself, charged head-on with the cursed sword gripped tightly in both hands. With a single clean slash, the blade carved through Orpheus' massive body, splitting the beast in two as easily as slicing through bread. The two halves of the dragon crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Almira raised a hand in triumph, grinning from ear to ear. One strike. The two quickly regrouped with the others, gathering everyone into one spot. Rude immediately began tending to the guild master Golar. Using his golden threads, he skillfully stitched up the deep wound on Golar's abdomen, his expression clouded with worry. Gritting his teeth, Rude muttered to Almira, I've done what I can, but the wound's too deep. Almira, much calmer than Rude's panicked state, crossed her arms and assessed the situation. Everyone's badly injured. Except for you and me, she pointed out matter-of-factly. If we don't stabilize them soon, Bologna lay unconscious, completely still. It would be nearly impossible to carry so many wounded out of here quickly. Lonkars, sitting nearby, was struggling for breath, barely able to hold himself upright beside the collapsed armored man. Ebert wasn't in much better shape either, bloodied and exhausted. Rude hesitated, thinking aloud, should we wait for backup? Or carry them out one by one? Maybe someone could help. Even Alicia, after being struck during Rude's moment of lost control, was unconscious. Rude froze mid-thought, clutching his chest in pain. Almira narrowed her eyes, watching his reaction with mild concern. "Looks like the backlash is setting in," she remarked. She explained calmly as Rude struggled to stay upright. "I forcibly manipulated your mana to temporarily enhance your body. But it's at its limit now." Before Rude could respond, a chilling voice interrupted them. "You bastards!" The mangled upper body of Orpheus glared at them, blood oozing from its twisted, ruptured eyes. "I won't let you leave here intact," it wheezed, its bloodshot eyes widening unnaturally. "If I have to die, I'll take you with me." Almira's previously relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of genuine worry, as the wise dragon let out a deafening roar. The entire labyrinth trembled violently beneath their feet. The two of them looked up. The ceiling above was cracking apart, massive slabs of stone beginning to fall. The labyrinth, it's collapsing, Rude realized. That thing was acting as the maze's core. "Hey, we need to get out of here now," Almira barked. The ceiling cracked further, chunks of debris raining down like a deadly hailstorm. Rude spun around, his gaze snapping to the back of the room. Stone and rubble cascaded downward, directly onto where Alicia lay unconscious. "Damn it." With a burst of speed, Rude launched himself across the crumbling floor, reaching her just as the rubble came crashing down. A cloud of thick dust blanketed the entire area. For a moment, it was impossible to see what had happened. But through the settling dust, it became clear Rude had made it just in time, holding Alicia securely in his arms. As her eyes fluttered open, she weakly whispered his name, "Rude." He looked down at her, relieved. "I defeated the wise dragon. All that's left is to get you out of this place." Alicia covered her mouth, coughing softly. "I see, that's just like you, Rude." Seeing her weakened state only deepened Rude's concern. "Hey, are you okay?" Amidst the deafening roar of the collapsing ceiling, Alicia gave him a faint, helpless smile. "I've run out of mana, I can't move anymore." Though she smiled, there was a sadness lingering behind her eyes. "Rude, just leave me here." His eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell are you saying?" "Damn it," Guilt gnawed at Rude as rubble rained down around them. He clenched his fists, blaming himself. Suddenly, Almira's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. "Hey, if you don't hurry, you'll be buried alive in here." Rude stayed kneeling beside Alicia, refusing to even glance back at Almira as the debris crashed down around them like a deadly storm. I can't just run away. I can't abandon my teammate." Almira's sharp eyes sparkled with blatant mockery. She crossed her arms and said bluntly, "I like you, but that choice is wrong." "Hey." Rude's mind raced. "If this keeps up, we'll all die here. At the very least, if I could just carry Alicia and escape." But then, images of his other comrades, the ones who had fought alongside him throughout this brutal conquest, flashed through his mind. Leave the others behind. His expression twisted in frustration. No way in hell, Rude's thoughts spiraled, desperate for a way to save everyone. Alicia, noticing his hesitation, lowered her gaze and softly pleaded, "Rude, please, just go." But he cut her off. "I can't this time." Alicia raised her voice, shouting at him with everything she had left. "I said Gio." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she forced the words out. "Because I know, that's what my teammates would have wanted." Her trembling words silenced him. Bologna, who had barely regained consciousness, clutched his bleeding side, struggling to sit up. "Run," he rasped. Rudy's head snapped toward him, eyes wide with hesitation. Longcars, leaning weakly against the wall, spoke next, his voice filled with bitter resignation. "If you truly want to be a proper appraiser, there will always be moments where you'll lose comrades." The battle-hardened man stared at the young, promising adventurer with unwavering eyes. "But if even those who can survive end up dead, what pride is left for those of us who've already fallen?" Rude clenched his jaw, seething with frustration, unable to argue. He stood up, slinging the cursed sword across his back. That's when the parasitic monsters burst into the collapsing chamber from another entrance. Ebert, battered and bloodied, braced himself against the wall and staggered toward Rude. "The monsters in the labyrinth, they're converging here." Rudy's eyes widened in shock. "Ebert." The young man stepped forward, planting himself between the horde and his comrades. "I won't let anyone else die. I won't lose them like before." Alicia tried desperately to support herself, weakly pushing against the ground. "Rude, run, please." But Rude ignored her plea entirely. The parasitic beasts lunged with a ferocious roar, and without hesitation, Rude swung his sword, cleaving the green, grotesque creature clean in half. The boy screamed at the top of his lungs, "I'm not going anywhere." His hand clenched tightly around the hilt of his sword. "I've been called a corpse scavenger, looked down on my whole life." Alicia's eyes widened in shock at his confession. "But when Alicia invited me into her party, when she accepted my secret, I was truly happy." Memories of those rare, joyful days spent alongside her and the others flashed through his mind. "When the whole team welcomed me, I felt like I finally belonged." Ebert and Bologna stood frozen, quietly listening to his words. "My teammates believed in me, they accepted me." Rude shouted as he fought, his voice raw with determination, "I won't abandon them," and run away. In his mind, a young boy, his past self, lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. A reassuring hand rested gently on his shoulder. "Listen, kid," came the familiar, strong voice of the armored knight, who had once inspired him. "No matter how hard it gets, no matter how much it hurts, never give up." Those words became his anchor. As Rude swung his sword to protect his companions, he declared firmly, "I'll never give up." For a moment, Alicia's heart tightened. Her expression filled with sorrow. Rude, a monstrous roar snapped both her and Ebert back to reality. They both turned toward the battlefield, their eyes widened in horror. The parasitic creatures had latched onto Orpheus's corpse. And now, the lifeless dragon's body stood once more, controlled like a grotesque puppet. Rude shouted in defiance, "Damn it, I'll never give up." The revived corpse of the wise dragon let out an ear-splitting roar. It stomped down, aiming directly for where Rude stood, forcing him to leap out of the way. Seizing the momentum, Rude raised his sword overhead, preparing to strike from above. But the grotesque parasite extended a long, gaping mouth, stretching unnaturally toward him. The twisted, tooth-lined maw lashed out, biting down hard on Rude's arm, sending his cursed sword tumbling to the ground. "Gaha!" Rude screamed in agony. Below, Alicia's heart clenched with fear. Gritting his teeth, Rude glared at the monster, his determination unwavering. "I'm not giving up," mana surged through his body. Skill sever. With brutal resolve, Rude severed his own arm to escape the creature's grip. Landing safely on the ground, blood dripping, he reached down despite losing his arm. His grip never wavered as he reclaimed the cursed sword. "I'm not giving up." In the blink of an eye, his severed arm regenerated. Skill regeneration. Both hands now tightly grasped the hilt of his sword. The parasitic dragon recoiled in visible unease. Rude roared, adrenaline pumping. With renewed strength, he charged straight at the towering beast. His sword plunged deep into the dragon's abdomen. Crackling lightning erupted from the point of impact, spreading violently outward. Thunderstorm. Rudy's breathing remained heavy. With this, fall already. But the creature suddenly spoke. "Massacre." Hundreds of mouths opened, echoing in unison, "Massacre, massacre, massacre." The haunting chant froze Ruda for a brief moment. Wide-eyed as a shining, razor-sharp claw appeared before him. "Massacre." A devastating blow landed squarely on his body, sending him flying. But someone caught him from behind. Dazed, Rude looked up. It was him. The hero from his childhood memories, clad in distinctive armor with crimson feathers atop his helmet. The man smiled down at him, pride in his eyes. "You did well, kid." He patted Rude's shoulder, his voice steady and reassuring. "Don't worry about a thing, we're all making it out of here alive." He glanced at the dragon's grotesque form, riddled with parasitic creatures clinging to its decaying body. Undying rebirth, only to end up a puppet for some other parasite. How pathetic. The twisted dragon let out a furious roar, its voice hoarse and filled with rage. Suddenly, a mass of writhing green vines burst from the ground, slithering menacingly toward the two men. Rude tensed up, eyes wide. "No way, that's..." But with a single, clean stroke from the man beside him, the entire mass of vines was sliced into neat sections before they could even attempt to bind them. The disfigured dragon, now driven by fury, lunged with its regenerated fist, restored thanks to a green parasitic creature. But that massive fist was effortlessly caught mid-air by the man's single hand. The man glared up at the creature, his voice cold and sharp. "Orpheus. The wise dragon, you still remember, don't you?" The trembling abomination froze as fragmented memories surged within its decaying mind. 5 years ago, when it still possessed a glorious, majestic form. Its mighty wings stretched wide, radiating golden brilliance, revered like a divine being before the tiny humans who dared oppose it. The man reminded it of that fateful battle. "You pushed us to the very brink of death." His eyes flickered with a fleeting sadness, disappointment laced with pity. But now, look at you. The last fragment of Orpheus's former self howled with humiliation silence. The creature screeched in rage at the man below, "Shut your filthy mouth." But the man had no interest in hearing its pitiful cries. With a swift, merciless strike, his sword cleaved the monstrous body in two, sending its pitiful corpse to the grave once more. Rude watched the entire exchange, unable to hide his awe. That strength, that's true rank S. The man's blade gleamed in the dim light, so sharp it sliced through the parasites like butter. Slinging his sword casually over his shoulder, the rank S adventurer exhaled with a relaxed smile. Good, that's done with. But the danger wasn't over yet. The entire ceiling rumbled ominously. Rude spun around in panic. Damn it, the ceiling's coming down. A massive pillar collapsed directly above Alicia, who remained slumped on the ground, completely drained of strength. No. Just as the debris was about to crush her, a commanding voice rang out. Frozen abyss. In an instant, everything, the falling stones, the collapsing debris, was encased in thick, crystalline ice, suspended in mid-air, mere inches from Alicia. Rude had dashed over, catching her in his arms, eyes wide in disbelief. The entire battlefield, frozen solid. Ice? No, this isn't normal. That power. A quiet cough echoed from nearby as a woman stepped confidently through the battlefield. Her face remained concealed beneath a hood, but the ornate staff in her hand gleamed with authority. She walked past the grotesque, green parasites now frozen in place, their twisted bodies creaking under the ice. Her expression filled with disgust. She flicked her hand dismissively. Repulsive. The rank S adventurer grinned, giving her a thumbs up. Serena, appreciate the save. The woman pointed a finger at him, scolding lightly. Leonise, you always get a little too excited. Rude stood there, still dazed, watching the two newcomers casually chat. Ah, right, so two more people showed up to save us in this hellish maze. Honestly, he couldn't argue with that logic. That was when Serena finally noticed Rude and Alicia huddled together in the corner. Her eyes lit up in delight as she rushed over, grabbing Alicia's hands with excitement. Alicia. It's been forever. Alicia smiled warmly. Serena. But Serena's expression quickly shifted, frowning slightly as she glanced around at the chaotic scene. Geez, look at this mess. Everyone's completely wrecked. Her gaze turned sharp as she spoke to her overly calm teammate. Hurry up and heal everyone already. The man only chuckled softly, clearly used to her attitude. Leave it to me. Pressing his palms together, he summoned a gentle, warm golden light. Holy radiance restoration. The soothing glow expanded outward, filling the cavern. The gentle waves of healing light wrapped around each wounded person. Alicia looked down at her hands, wide-eyed. My body, it doesn't hurt anymore. Bologna had the same stunned expression as he flexed his arm. The pain was gone. Ebert and Lancars instinctively patted themselves down, equally speechless. A wide-area healing spell this strong. Meanwhile, the healer knelt beside Guildmaster Golar, carefully checking the older man's injuries. He placed a glowing golden mark over the wound on Golar's abdomen. Spirit's blessing. The deep lines of pain etched across Golar's face slowly relaxed as he drifted into a peaceful sleep. The healer rose to his feet, addressing the group. I've healed everyone's wounds. But your stamina and mana won't recover immediately. Please rest for now. His calm, gentle expression darkened slightly as his sharp gaze flicked toward a shadowy corner. But there, slumped silently, was the masked woman from earlier. The souls of the dead cannot be revived. Leonise clapped his hands lightly, flashing a bright smile. Well, that's that. Time to get out of this labyrinth. Those who can't walk, rely on your friends, he added. The trio of Lancars, Ebert, and the armored man struggled to support one another as they made their way toward the exit. The healer gently lifted the lifeless body of the masked woman into his arms. The tall, burly man from Leone's group effortlessly tossed Bologna over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. With his free hand he tucked the peacefully sleeping Guildmaster Golar under his other arm and started walking, completely ignoring Serena's judgmental glare. Rude couldn't help but chuckle as he supported Alicia by the waist, the two of them following along. But then, her eyes suddenly lit up as she tilted her head toward him. Rude followed her gaze and froze. Scattered across the icy ground were fragments of Orpheus' corpse. Still fresh. Still glowing faintly with residual energy. The room, still encased in glistening ice, echoed with a familiar voice. All right, let's go. Time to go home. The group finally escaped the labyrinth and set up camp deep within the forest. Night had fallen, and everyone huddled around the warm glow of the campfire. Leonis held up a shimmering golden orb, its glow casting flickering reflections across their faces. This, he explained calmly, is a fragment of Orpheus' soul. The wise dragon. The glowing orb in Leonis' hand pulsed faintly, absorbing the residual energy drifting through the air. If we let this go on, its soul will recover and Orpheus will be reborn. Leonis' voice was calm, but his eyes were cold as steel. 5 years ago, the Lionheart Vanguard defeated the wise dragon, Orpheus. His gaze fell to the orb, tightening slightly. We sealed its soul and secured it in the royal vault. Bologna's eyes widened in disbelief. Then how did it end up resurrected, in a backwater town like Verona? Leonis' expression darkened as he lifted his head. Recently, the royal vault was broken into. The soul fragment was stolen. A heavy silence settled over the group as everyone absorbed those words. The campfire crackled softly, its glow casting flickering shadows across their tense faces. This entire incident, the artificial labyrinth, Orpheus' resurrection, Leonis' voice turned sharp. Someone orchestrated all of it. On the other side of the fire, the two girls chatted quietly, unaware of the somber conversation. Serena chuckled, nudging Alicia teasingly. What a waste. If you had joined the Lionheart Vanguard, we'd be unstoppable. Alicia offered a small shy smile. My rank has dropped, and I have different goals now. A shadow of sadness passed over her face as her eyes lowered to the ground. After this battle, I realized how powerless I still am. Serena's playful smirk faded, replaced by a look of quiet understanding. From across the fire, Rude watched Alicia intently, silently catching every word. Serena tilted her head back, steering the mood elsewhere. She's stubborn, you know. Once she's set on something, good luck changing her mind. But she smiled softly. Still, I'm glad you're thinking for yourself. Thanks. Serena suddenly wrinkled her nose and pointed toward the other group. Look at them. Lionheart Vanguard members. Her voice oozed mock disdain as her eyes flitted between them. Leonis, the self-righteous squad leader. Leonis frowned in disapproval. Serena, enough. Undeterred, her gaze moved to the two men beside him, a walking muscle mountain who barely talks, and a scrawny know-it-all. She stomped her foot dramatically. Too much testosterone. I'm suffocating. Leonis half rose from his seat. Serena, quiet. His scolding made Rude freeze awkwardly. Rude stood up stiffly, posture as straight as if giving a formal speech. When I was little, in Tina village, east of here, you saved my life. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks as he continued. You probably don't remember, but to me you were a hero. Leonis leaned down, his gaze intense as his voice softened. That little boy I see. The flames reflected in his eyes, burning with unwavering resolve. You've held on to hope, all this time. Serena gently elbowed Rude, pulling his attention back. See. If only we could have gotten there sooner. She's been blaming herself for not being able to save the other villages. The healer spoke up calmly, adding to the conversation. Because of that, she's developed this reckless habit of throwing herself into every dangerous situation headfirst. He smiled knowingly, which is why she often ends up in trouble. The S-rank adventurer stepped forward, offering his hand to Rude. Thanks to your quick thinking. The damage from the labyrinth incident was kept to a minimum. His gaze was steady, sincere. You're already an outstanding adventurer. Rude blushed slightly, hesitating for a moment, before nervously shaking the man's hand. I think you're exaggerating, but thank you. From behind, Bologna called his name, making Rude turn his head. Rude. The old man's expression was serious as ever. I'm concerned about the strange events happening in the capital as well. His eyes sharpened with resolve. Given the need to strengthen Verona's defenses, I'm considering forming a new town guard unit. He paused briefly before continuing. And I want you to be the captain. Rude straightened his back instinctively, standing tall with pride only to freeze again, eyes wide with shock. Me? Captain of the guard? Serena tilted her head curiously, clearly entertained as she turned to observe Leonis' reaction. Alicia, on the other hand, was visibly surprised by Bologna's offer, her eyes instinctively drifting toward the person beside her. Rude took a deep breath, pushing aside his flustered expression. His gaze hardened with quiet determination. That's certainly a tempting offer, he admitted. But I'll have to decline. Bologna didn't seem particularly shocked by his answer. He had only asked out of respect, not obligation. I see, the old man nodded. I won't press the matter. But may I ask why? Rude lowered his eyes, speaking honestly. During the expedition into the labyrinth, I realized just how inexperienced I still am. A flood of recent memories surged through his mind: the brutal fights, his own shortcomings, the countless moments he struggled to keep up. And then, meeting Leonis' group had stirred something within him. His fists clenched tightly at his sides. I realized, if I don't grow stronger, I won't be able to protect my comrades. Alicia sat quietly beside him, listening intently. Suddenly, Rude straightened his back, drawing in a deep breath and shouting, "Leonis." The seasoned adventurer looked over, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Rude's voice trembled with raw sincerity as he confessed, "I became an adventurer because I looked up to you." Leonis' gaze softened slightly as he listened. "I know I'm still weak," Rude admitted, his eyes burning with determination. "But I'll get stronger, strong enough to stand beside you." Then, turning toward his partner, he added firmly, "And Alicia, we'll conquer the abyssal labyrinth together." Alicia smiled warmly, raising her hand in cheerful agreement. "I'm counting on you, partner." Bologna chuckled under his breath. "You two really have unfinished business to settle." Rude didn't shy away, stating his intentions openly. "I plan to leave Verona, to travel, to grow even stronger." Just then, a slender young man with light brown hair from Leonis' group suddenly appeared behind Rude, whispering near his ear. Interesting. Startled, Rude instinctively shifted away. But the young man's sharp eyes stayed locked onto him. "A power unlike ordinary magic," he mused, his gaze glittering with fascination. "This is miasma." His expression darkened. There's no way miasma could reside within a human body. Stepping closer, he gently lifted Rude's chin with his fingertips, voice low and probing. You've eaten a monster, haven't you?" A dangerous glint flashed across Leonis' eyes as he turned sharply toward them. Bologna's group also tensed, their focus snapping to the brewing tension. Serena's playful expression vanished, replaced by alarm as she shouted, "Everyone step back. He's dangerous." The words had barely left her mouth before she unleashed an attack aimed straight at Rude. Serena gave him one last chance to be honest. "Hey, you there, what he said, is it true?" Her dagger was pressed just an inch from Rude's throat as she warned loudly, "Depending on your answer, I'll decide what to do next." The brown-haired man couldn't hold back any longer and clicked his tongue, cutting in. "Really now?" A blue energy flared up around his hand as roots from the ground began to stir and move. The earth beneath Serena trembled violently. Suddenly, thick roots burst forth, wrapping tightly around her body. She screamed in panic, "Hey, let me go." The root cocoon sealed her off, muffling every sound. She struggled desperately but couldn't break free. The brown-haired man gently stroked the bark-like shell and calmly reassured, "Serena, stay calm." The moment Serena saw an opening, she lunged out, greedily gasping for air. She couldn't understand her teammates' behavior. "Why? Eating monsters is strictly forbidden. How can this be acceptable?" The brown-haired man spoke softly. "It seems he's a special case. I don't detect any signs of monster transformation." He carefully analyzed the details. "Moreover, I don't sense any malicious mana at all, though I'm not sure why." Leonis stepped forward with sincerity. "Rude, please allow me to apologize on Serena's behalf for her rudeness." He understood why Serena was so quick to anger. "However, we're currently pursuing those who infiltrated the treasure vault in the royal capital." Leonis candidly explained, "Based on the residual mana traces, we believe monsters are involved in the incident." Hearing this, Rude began to piece the story together. He decided to speak up and explain from the beginning. "I'll explain everything clearly." After some conversation, everything became clear, so that's how it was. Leonis was very interested in Rude's story, amazed that he had survived. Apparently it was thanks to something in the poison village. He still found it hard to believe. Immunity to abnormal statuses, that's a unique and extremely rare skill. The brown-haired man nodded in agreement. "Yeah, this is the first time I've ever heard of such a skill." That explains everything. Once they realized it was all a misunderstanding, Serena felt deeply apologetic. "You managed to lift Alicia's abyssal labyrinth curse. And yet Rude shook his head sympathetically. "No, that reaction was completely normal." Suddenly the brown-haired man lunged forward, speaking quickly. "Rude, by absorbing monsters, you might be able to reproduce their skills." He shook his head thoughtfully. "However, just because you ate a water monster doesn't mean you can breathe underwater." Leonis stroked his chin, analyzing. "You can learn the skills, but you won't inherit the monster's physique." He unexpectedly turned to the girl opposite him. "Alicia, have you ever eaten monster meat?" Alicia blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard by such a bizarre question. She paused thoughtfully. Me, eat monster meat. Within seconds she imagined herself voraciously devouring monster flesh, then hastily shook her head. Of course not. I haven't even thought about that. Leonise fell silent. No, besides rude, I was just wondering if eating monster meat and absorbing their mana could help one learn their skills. Alicia asked back. Confused, what are you talking about? That's forbidden. What if you end up becoming a monster? A bold thought crossed Leonise's mind, and he blurted out. No, if you could recover from monster transformation using a replacement skill. Then Alicia immediately gasped, understanding his meaning. Rude spoke firmly, denying the possibility. No way. There are only two outcomes when you eat monster meat: monster transformation or death. The brown-haired man nodded slowly. I see. So besides turning into a monster, you might just dissolve from the inside out. Rude recalled his own experience. The first time I ate monster meat, mana flooded my entire body. He remembered every detail afterward. I lost control, I went mad. All I could think about was revenge. He muttered quietly, against Bayer and the traitors who betrayed me, that's what kept me moving. Calmly Rude recounted the whole story. Now, I hardly experience any side effects when absorbing mana. The brown-haired man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So your body has adapted to the mana. Rude suddenly recalled the earlier fight with the cursed sword and that there had been a previous replacement failure. Leonise immediately changed his perspective. I see, there's so much we don't know about mana. The man beside him nodded in agreement. Seems like it's best not to act recklessly. Leonise narrowed his eyes, studying Rude for a moment. He hesitated, then said, Hey, that power, can you show me? Taking his sword, Leonise smiled wryly. I understand the theory, but there's still a lot about mana I don't get. His request caught Rude off guard for a moment. If you want to understand, why don't we let the sword do the talking? Leonise casually drew his sword. After all, we're all adventurers here. At that moment, darkness engulfed the entire forest. The horned rabbits wandering around suddenly stopped, their ears twitching as they listened closely. Without warning, they shifted into aggressive stances, growling fiercely forward. Leonise and his companion cracked their joints and stared down the horned rabbits, making the creatures shudder in fear. They shrank back, intimidated by the two dark figures descending upon them. The end result was a delicious meal: herb-roasted horned rabbit. Rude enthusiastically dug in, thanking them for the food. He chewed with satisfaction. So good. Just like that, and I get a horse mount. Leonise grumbled, clearly annoyed. That's not fair. Serena stood nearby, drooling with envy. We have to use items or rest to recover mana, she complained. Alicia suddenly sympathized deeply with Serena. Must be nice to just eat and fully recover mana like that. Rude had finished eating, and was already bursting with energy. Alright, my mana is fully restored. Leonise asked with concern. You just ate. Are you sure you're okay? Rude smiled confidently. Thanks. Honestly, I'm in the best shape right now. The brown-haired man realized the time had come and quickly activated a skill. Now, I'll open the hidden garden, and lead you all into another space filled with natural plant energy and spiritual power. Notably, no one can interfere within this space, and it only activates with the consent of the person being transported. Leonise gestured invitingly. Everyone hurried on in. Rude slowly stepped inside. He was stunned by the sight before him. An expansive meadow stretched out before their eyes. Leonise proudly announced, Here, no one will bother us. He activated a formation to demonstrate, and white smoke immediately rose from the spot. Leonise calmly added, We can do anything here. Feeling pumped, Leonise threw off his cloak. Now, I'm eager to fight you, Rude. Let's get started. He warned him, Don't hold back. Rude immediately focused intensely, lips pressed tight and jaw clenched. He launched the first attack. Leonise laughed with delight and immediately used Morpheus' skill. You really can control monster powers. He swung his sword, blocking each strike. Rude took the chance to use another skill and caught Leonise off guard. But Leonise easily broke the web Rude cast and cheered excitedly. That's all you've got. Just then, white smoke appeared from nowhere, startling Leonise. He froze, staring at his hand. This is paralysis breath. Rude planned to attack from behind but failed. Leonise reacted swiftly and pushed the strike away. So naive. He laughed heartily. A simple trick like that can't even faze me. Refusing to lose, Rude pushed forward into close combat. He swung his sword from every angle but Leonise effortlessly countered all attacks. Luanis scolded seriously, "You rely too much on skills, and your footwork is sloppy." Rude watched as his opponent unleashed powerful moves while he struggled just to dodge. He felt puzzled the paralysis breath didn't seem to have any effect. Leonis was happy to explain. "No, it did work. It's just that veteran adventurers usually have high resistance." With a strong pull, Leonis swung his sword and knocked Rude flat on his back. He didn't give Rude any time to recover. "Take this," Luanis shouted. Rude hastily raised his defense. Iron body. His whole body stiffened for a moment, taking the full force of Leonis's punch. But it wasn't enough to keep him standing. Just one punch from Leonis sent him sprawling backward. Luanis retracted his fist and looked down at him. "Many monsters have the ability to resist certain debuffs," he advised. "Don't be overconfident in your skills." Rude quickly got back up and resumed fighting, this time using a different skill. Luonis narrowed his eyes in annoyance. "Are you joking?" He raised his leg and kicked straight at Rude's face. Rude fell again, cursing in frustration. "Damn it." But he refused to give up and struggled to his feet. Luonis grew interested in Rude's next move. The sword in Rude's hand was wrapped in swirling red energy magic-infused blade. The young man took a running leap into the air, intending a powerful downward slash. Luonis quickly recognized the essence of the attack is that the rabbit's skill from before. Clever. Rude tightened his grip on the sword and unleashed the strike. As the blade came down, fierce flames erupted around, shattering rocks and scattering debris everywhere. Luonis, watching the scene, was momentarily stunned. Through the thick smoke, the outcome was clear. Luonis pressed his sword against Rude's neck and declared coldly, "But with such wide swings, you still can't beat me." He bluntly pointed out, "Your monster skill is strong, but your close combat technique is lacking. That swing might hit a big monster." Rude looked up at his opponent, then Leonis helped him stand and continued his lecture. "But in a fight with a human, that attack won't land." Rude listened carefully and responded with a simple, "Yes." Suddenly, Leonis channeled mana around his arm and held it out in front of him. "You've probably heard about this before, right?" he said. He demonstrated and explained, "It's about circulating mana throughout your body to enhance physical strength." Hearing this, Rude immediately snapped awake. He replayed the fight in his mind, recalling everything clearly. One thing caught his attention from earlier: he had followed Leonis's guidance just now. He closed his eyes, concentrating deeply to feel the mana flow through his body. Opposite him, Leonis smiled with satisfaction at his junior. Rude had successfully circulated mana throughout his body. Leonis praised, "You learn fast." Rude excitedly cheered, "One more round, please." Leonis readily agreed. "All right, show me everything you've got." The brown-haired guy nearby chuckled at their reactions. From there they dove right back into training, refining their skills through continuous sparring. Outside, Alicia had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as she saw them emerge from the hidden garden, she called out Rude. After several rounds of combat, Rude stepped out, his face scratched and bruised. He sighed in admiration, "No wonder adventurers ranked S are so strong. I'm nowhere near that level yet." Leonis smiled modestly, "Your diverse skills and adaptability even made me cautious." Someone hesitated, then called Leonis. Rude bowed deeply before Leonis and said, "Thank you so much." Leonis scratched his cheek and listened as Rude continued. "You showed me my weaknesses and fighting habits throughout the match. You trained me well." Leonis's friend interrupted, "Leonis is pretty clumsy, you know." Leonis frowned and retorted, "Like I did it just for you." Rude was surprised. This was the first time he'd heard Leonis speak up like that. The brown-haired guy stepped forward and said, "By the way, Rude, about your monster meat-eating habit, don't tell anyone about it, okay?" He kindly warned. "If the royal capital finds out, you'll definitely be executed." Hearing those words, Rude panicked. "Execution?" he asked in shock. The brown-haired man nodded seriously. "The closer you get to the capital, the stronger the influence of the church becomes. To them, the scriptures are absolute faith. And among their teachings, eating monster meat is considered one of the greatest taboos." There was a hint of doubt in his voice as he added, "But with my skill I can neutralize the effects, right?" The brown-haired man lowered his head and let out a cold chuckle. "Even so, just the act of going against the scriptures is already a sin." Serena, standing nearby, chimed in, "They're just narrow-minded priests. Those people will never understand the real nature of things." The brown-haired man turned his gaze back to Rude. "Does anyone else know about this secret?" Other than the adventurers currently conquering the labyrinth. Rude answered truthfully, no. I know it's taboo. He carefully searched his memory. So far, I've kept this secret from everyone, except Alicia. Suddenly, a face popped into his mind. Rude's eyes widened as he remembered a certain conversation. He and Alicia blurted the name at the same time. Doem. Back then, Doem had proudly held up a sword and boasted, after all that research I finally completed it. The scene shifted to Barona, the dwarven blacksmith. Doem scowled impatiently, I don't care. His tone made his stance clear. Taboo or not, I couldn't care less what people eat. Don't worry, I won't go blabbing about it. But his attention quickly shifted to a different matter. What matters more is that sword you're carrying. The moment Rude walked into his shop, Doem had already locked in the cursed sword strapped to his waist. You asked me to forge a sword for you, and now you're saying you don't need it. Rude scratched his cheek awkwardly. I'm sorry for making that request. Doem replied in a low, serious voice. I crafted a sword that won't break, even when infused with magic. He looked at the finished sword in satisfaction and laughed loudly. And in the end I've completed it. Rude thought to himself, this guy is insane. Alicia, standing beside him, shared the same thought. Of course he's insane. Doem suddenly made a request. Can you do me a favor? Rude, feeling guilty, was eager to make it up to him. Anything, just name it. To his surprise, Doem's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he pleaded, can I touch that sword? Rude froze, feeling awkward. No. He scrambled for an explanation. That sword is cursed. Anyone who touches it loses their mind. But Doem ignored the warning, stepping closer while grumbling. You made a request and then abandoned it. This is the only thing I'm asking for, and I'm not even complaining. Didn't you say you'd do anything? Then he abruptly changed the subject. I heard you have the ability to cure abnormal conditions, right? Rude immediately understood his intention and rejected it outright. No way. It's too dangerous. If you lose consciousness, the replacement effect might be rejected. But Doem remained serious, insisting firmly, I don't care. If I lose control, just kill me, along with the sword. Rude groaned inwardly. Don't say such reckless things. Everything happened so fast that Rude scratched his head in hesitation. In the end, he sighed in defeat. Alright, if you insist that much. Alicia, still clearly worried, interrupted. Hey, are you really sure about this? Doem narrowed his eyes with firm determination. I've been a blacksmith for many years, but I've never seen a weapon that absorbs magic or mana like this one. This is a worthy opponent, even if I have to stake my life for it. He reached out to take the cursed sword. Very well then. The moment Doem's hand touched the weapon, he couldn't help but exclaim, this sword, it's not ordinary steel. His eyes sparkled as he examined it in fascination. The darkness residing within its cold, sharp edge, it feels almost alive. A blade where madness and beauty coexist like this, I've never seen anything like it. His gaze shifted to the eerie eye embedded in the hilt. Incredible, is it really alive? He stared at it, whispering to himself, one day I'll forge a sword like this too. But in the very next instant Doem froze, eyes wide in shock. It felt like he had fallen into another realm entirely. A single maddening word echoed all around him, kill. 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 Doem's pupils dilated in disbelief. A grotesque shadowy figure materialized before him, its twisted arms wrapping around a human body as it cackled maniacally, whispering kill over and over by his ear. Doem's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Rude quickly reached out and touched the man, activating his ability. Substitution. The dark visions vanished, and Doem gasped for air, snapping back to reality. Sorry for dragging you into my selfishness, Doem muttered, still visibly shaken. He clenched his fist, recalling the horrifying illusion. That vision, what was that? But he quickly composed himself and gave his word. Don't worry, I won't say a thing. That would only get in the way of your achievements. A steely resolve shone in his eyes. I'll forge a blade, one that surpasses even that cursed sword. The scene shifted to a peaceful forest path sometime later. A voice filled with relief broke the silence. This feels amazing, Rude chuckled, looking at the person ahead of him. Did you really rent out this entire carriage for yourself? Alicia grinned playfully. After years of constantly being hunted, I'm beyond thrilled to finally relax for once. Rude glanced toward the front of the carriage and smiled. Well, even so, we still have Sylphide and Momiya acting as drivers. Alicia excitedly explained. I could have hired a proper coachman. But considering your appetite. Before she could finish that thought, Rude smoothly changed the subject. Anyway, the place we're headed now, what's Ischia like? Alicia happily answered. The coastal town of Ischia. It's a lively place. They make their living through fishing and trade. Alicia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. We've got 2 objectives when we get to Ischia. Rude raised an eyebrow, curious. 2. She nodded enthusiastically. First, you'll get a new skill. The underwater temple labyrinth near Ischia is crawling with monsters completely different from the ones near Verona. Just thinking about it seemed to make her more energized as she went on a passionate rant. You could get all kinds of useful skills there, like the floor ruler's ability, or the steel body skill. Rude's curiosity deepened. Steel body. Is that like an upgraded version of Harden? Alicia grinned, her voice full of admiration. Stronger than that. Even high-ranking adventurers struggle to pierce it. I still remember how hard I had to fight just to scratch through it. Then her expression turned a little more serious. And the second objective, the resurrection of Erdeel. The name immediately triggered a memory in Rude's mind. He vividly remembered the small spirit creature had once seen, the same one that was swallowed by that monster. Alicia summoned a tiny, faintly glowing creature into her palm. The underwater labyrinth is where Erdeel was born. If we can revive her, I'll become stronger too. Rude tilted his head, inspecting the tiny creature. So this is Erdeel. But didn't she get eaten? Alicia explained softly, spirits don't have physical bodies. Even if they're hurt, they don't just disappear. Excitement crept back into her voice. We'll restore her mana in the labyrinth, and she'll regain her true power. But there was something else clearly occupying her thoughts. And more importantly, just thinking about it made Alicia drool a little. Ischia is full of amazing seafood. Then something else came to mind. Oh right, speaking of which, when we left Verona, didn't August give you something? Rude rummaged through his belongings. This. He pulled out a small book. When August had handed it to him, Rude was filled with curiosity. What is this? The brown-haired man had smiled as he explained. It's a journal left behind by a count, a man who researched monster cuisine. Rude blinked in surprise. Monster cuisine. The man chuckled. It might come in handy for you. Rude gratefully nodded. Thanks, really. Leonis patted his shoulder with a warm smile. I'm expecting great things from you, Rude. Rude felt a bit shy receiving such sincere support. Leonis, he thought back to their time traveling with Leonis and the others. They had laughed, trained, and shared meals together, a peaceful, carefree time. The whole group had looked after them with genuine care. But every journey has its parting. Rude and Leonis shared a firm handshake, wordlessly acknowledging the road ahead. Each had their own path to follow. Rude and Alicia waved them goodbye. Rude glanced down at his hand, a faint smile curling on his lips. Alicia teased him playfully. Hey, you never thought of going on adventures with Leonis and the others, did you? Not even once. The flustered expression on Rude's face was all the answer she needed. What? What are you saying? She grinned, loving how easy it was to mess with him. You're panicking so much it's suspicious. Rude could only sigh in defeat. Give me a break already. The scene cut to a dark forest. A woman's terrified screams echoed through the trees. She collapsed onto the ground, her body trembling with fear. Nearby, a man struggled to lift his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With great effort he choked out his final words. Run, run. But the woman remained frozen, paralyzed by terror, as a shadow loomed closer. A hulking monster stepped forward, brandishing a crude weapon. The woman's eyes widened as tears streamed down her cheeks. No, it was a level 28 monster. It bared its fangs with a guttural growl, its feral gaze locked onto its prey. On the cover of the book were carefully written words, neat and precise, Memoirs of Count Ida, my secret research. Inside, the Count documented methods for cooking monsters. A small glimmer of light appeared on the page, as if reflecting the author's excitement at his discovery. The ultimate slime recipe. An adorable illustration of a little slime accompanied the text. Slimes are often the first monsters rookie adventurers encounter. They're easy to defeat, but cooking them, well, that's a different story entirely. The memoir went on to describe the challenges. Slimes contain highly corrosive acid. Eating them raw could dissolve your stomach and intestines and almost guaranteed death sentence. An image of a large pot filled with simmering slime was sketched next. To neutralize the acid, a special process is required. Soak the slime in an alkaline solution extracted from burnt seaweed ash, for 2 days. That way, the acid is completely neutralized. The next illustration showed a skillet sizzling with vibrant, emerald green slime meat. They can also be fried, but beware the oil splashes violently, and the meat contracts excessively, ruining the flavor. At last, a beautifully prepared dish was displayed. The optimal cooking method is boiling. When immersed in boiling water, the slime changes color and transforms into a delicacy resembling cured ham but without shrinking. A bowl of salad topped with neatly sliced slime meat completed the scene. It's recommended to cut the meat into bite-sized pieces and mix it with fresh vegetables for the perfect salad. Rude chuckled as he read the book aloud. The flavor is described as subtly sweet, without being overpowering, with a unique texture that pairs perfectly with the crispness of the salad. Alicia couldn't hide her excitement. Sounds like the perfect culinary experience. She tapped the cover, clearly amused. A monster cookbook, given to you by Augusto. The gentle rhythm of wagon wheels accompanied their conversation as they traveled down the wide road. Rude smiled, shaking his head in disbelief. Count Ida, he's something else. Even though eating monsters is strictly forbidden, I still can't believe a memoir like this exists. Alicia's eyes sparkled with amusement. And yet somehow, that book ending up in your hands feels oddly fitting. Her small hands clasped together with visible excitement. Hey, after we finish our business in Ischia, let's go visit the Count. Rude leaned back against the side of the carriage with a hesitant sigh. Doubt that's possible. Alicia snatched the book from his hands and flipped through it with curiosity. But as she read on, her expression gradually shifted to one of confusion. She exhaled softly and gently closed the book. In the end, it seems like no one but you can actually eat monsters. Rude's voice broke the stillness of the forest outside, low and calm. Exactly. The vast, endless greenery echoed with the sound of their quiet conversation. Beyond this forest was Ischia. Rude gazed out at the sunlit scenery as golden rays gently bathed his face. A faint smile touched his lips as he softly remarked, "This forest really is beautiful." Alicia tilted her head, a teasing smirk forming. "Hey Rude, have you ever heard of the Calamity Dragon?" Rude leaned his head back, searching his memory. The image of a massive dragon surfaced in his mind. "Oh, now that you mention it, yeah. Ages ago I heard about it in old fairy tales. Like earthquakes or storms, it's something beyond human control, a dragon, of immense power." Old childhood memories suddenly flooded Rude's heart. "When I was little they used to scare me, saying if I misbehaved, the Calamity Dragon would come for me at night." Alicia raised a finger, her tone serious yet gentle. "This forest, it's said to be the home of that very dragon." Rude's eyes widened in disbelief. "Huh? Wait, you mean it's real?" She nodded softly, her voice dropping to a quieter, almost reverent tone. "Yeah, it exists." The memory resurfaced in her mind, a distant, yet unforgettable encounter. "I saw it once, from far away. It was enormous. Its presence felt divine, completely untouchable by human hands." Rude pursed his lips, tilting his head back to stare at the ceiling of the carriage. "Since I was born, no one's seen it, but you've actually laid eyes on it." He glanced down at her, an amused smirk creeping onto his face. "So, in other words, your age." But before he could finish, Alicia leaned in close, her expression darkening ominously. "Careful now, guessing a lady's age is a dangerous game." Just then, a small spirit floated into view beside their carriage, murmuring in its own language. Alicia quickly translated the message. "There are 3 ogre boars up ahead." The two exchanged a glance before hopping off the carriage. "No other way around," Rude said. "We'll have to take them down." Deep within the forest, 3 hulking ogre boars lounged lazily. One of them even seemed to be dozing off. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked through the air straight through the sleeping one's skull. Its head burst into flames, shocking the remaining 2. Rude appeared behind them, the cursed sword gleaming in his hand. In a single fluid motion, he cleaved through the other 2, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Alicia approached with a grin, giving him a high five. "Nice work, Rude." But then, something strange caught their attention. They paused, scanning the surroundings. Rude's voice was low, troubled. "This isn't good." Alicia frowned with quiet sympathy. "Poor things." A flicker of concern crossed her delicate features. Something was off. From the depths of the forest more ogre boars emerged, their hulking bodies casting eerie shadows. Rude narrowed his eyes. With their natural predator, the Calamity Dragon, gone, maybe they've been breeding out of control. His expression darkened with quiet resolve. We can't just leave the villagers to deal with this, it's dangerous. Under the clear blue sky, his voice carried softly. Since we've stumbled across this anyway, let's take care of a few more ogre boars. A short distance later they halted. Rude's violet eyes glowed crimson, scanning the area. Found them, heat signatures confirmed. The scene before Rude's eyes was nothing but a blur of green and red. His enhanced vision calculated quickly estimated numbers, around 40 to 50 targets. Alicia remained calm, her voice steady as she assessed the situation. They may be low-ranked monsters, but ogre boars have intelligence. They move in organized packs. We can't afford to let our guard down. Their figures were hidden among the large fallen logs scattered throughout the forest, perfect cover. If we want to avoid getting swarmed, Alicia continued, the best strategy is to thin out their numbers, all at once. Rude puffed out his cheeks, and with it, a faint yellow mist drifted from his mouth. Toxic fog quickly spread over the ogre boars. Paralysis gas. Carried by the wind, he muttered, grinning. The boars stiffened as crackling yellow lightning sparked across their bodies. Moments later, they all collapsed with heavy thuds, the ground trembling under their weight. Nice. Let's wipe them all out while they're down. Rude exclaimed, his voice full of excitement. But Alicia's calm voice cut through his enthusiasm. Wait, Rude. His eyes narrowed, puzzled, as he noticed some of the ogres still standing. What the? The creatures bent down, plucking handfuls of grass and stuffing it into their mouths. Rude frowned. Paralysis isn't working. Suddenly, Leonie's warning echoed in his mind. Many monsters have natural resistance to certain status effects. One of the ogre boars threw its head back and let out a thunderous roar. The others, still chewing that strange grass, began shaking off the paralysis. Alicia's sharp emerald eyes observed them carefully. That's paralysis relief grass. The ogres' large mouths chewed rapidly, devouring the herb. They're using items to recover. One after another, the ogres straightened up, their bodies fully mobile again. They've completely recovered from the paralysis, Alicia stated cautiously, her tone now more serious. It seems they've gained temporary resistance. A sarcastic smirk curled on her lips. Looks like your fancy paralysis gas strategy just failed. Rude pouted in exaggerated frustration. Yeah, shut up. The lead ogre snorted loudly, exhaling with force. It turned its massive head, signaling its companions to advance toward them. Rudy's eyes sharpened as a confident grin spread across his face. Alright then, guess I'll just turn all of you into grilled pork chops. The ogre leader let out an earth-shaking roar that echoed through the forest. His underlings immediately surged forward, axes raised high, charging straight into battle. Alicia grinned excitedly, stepping ahead with confidence. Alright then, let me show you how my magic wipes them all out, but Rude's voice cut in, cheerful and eager. Hang on, Alicia. There's something I've been wanting to test, leave this to me. A brilliant light flared behind him as a summoned creature materialized, its presence amplifying Rude's power. With a wide, mischievous grin, Rude gave her a thumbs up. If we fight with this setup, we might just have the upper hand. Alicia crossed her arms, shooting him a look of exasperation. I literally said that first, and if I get too close, I'll get caught up in it too, you know. Rude ignored the complaint, gripping his sword as he dashed straight into the fray, excitement radiating from him. Paralysis doesn't work. Fine, let's see how you handle poison. Like a bolt of lightning, Rude darted through the enemy ranks, slashing with precision. One after another, ogres collapsed in his wake. But he didn't stop charging towards the next group, taunting them with a wild grin. Come on, bring it on. Let's see what you've got. Rude weaved through the battlefield, cutting down the ogres as toxic clouds spread with every strike. The spreading poison soon took its toll, eyes reddening, mouths foaming. The ogres staggered and collapsed, one after another. Rude glanced behind him at the heap of defeated monsters. Looks like the poison's finally kicking in. But just then, the ogre leader reappeared out of nowhere. It swung down a massive club, but Rude slipped away with ease. The beast let out another deafening roar, shaking the ground beneath their feet. 4 more ogres quickly surrounded Rude, their axes glinting menacingly. Rude's eyes darted between them, analyzing the situation. Mind control the caster, that means we take that one down first. Suddenly Alicia's voice rang out. Rude. Above you. Rude instinctively leapt aside as a massive boulder came crashing down, slamming into the ground with a thunderous boom. Kneeling beside the crater, he muttered, "What the hell, where did that come from?" His eyes snapped up, widening in shock as a towering ogre emerged, its thick, matted hair and wild beard giving it an especially savage look. Alicia approached, her tone deadly serious. "That's an ogre boar king. Normally those things only live deep underground, it shouldn't be anywhere near the surface." She narrowed her eyes, her expression tense. Maybe, the increased mana concentration caused by the Calamity Dragon drew it out. Whatever the reason, if we leave it unchecked, the casualties are only going to pile up. Another ogre charged toward them, axe swinging. Rude ducked, sidestepping the strike as he slashed back. Less talking, more fighting. Alicia hurled several wind blades at the approaching ogre, cutting it down swiftly. "Let's take out that boar king fast." The ogre leader roared again, charging straight for Rude. Rude's sharp eyes gleamed with determination. "Sorry, big guy, I don't have time to waste on you." Without hesitation, Rude's blade sliced clean through the ogre's torso. But across the battlefield, the ogre boar king hefted a massive boulder onto its shoulder, steadying itself in preparation. With a grunt, the creature hurled the giant rock with terrifying force, its trajectory locked straight onto Rude. Rude reacted instantly, his foot tapping lightly off the ground as his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Blink step. He launched himself off the very boulder that was meant to crush him, using it as a foothold to soar straight through the enemy ranks. And just like that, Rude closed the distance, landing right in front of the boar king. The towering beast had already braced itself, fully prepared for the clash. In the blink of an eye, the boar king deflected Rude's opening strike, the clash of steel and muscle echoing through the field. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Rude flipped back, landing softly on his feet. But the rumbling sound that followed made his expression tighten. The ground trembled as the remaining ogres rushed in from all sides. The boar king was in trouble, and its subordinates were responding, closing ranks to defend their leader. Suddenly, a thick, poisonous purple mist began to coil around Rudy's body. "Let's finish this, in one strike," he muttered, voice low and dangerous. A monstrous figure emerged from the haze, bringing with it a wave of toxic air. The ogres recoiled in panic, shrieking in fear as the overwhelming poisonous aura burned their eyes and choked their lungs. Even the boar king struggled to stay upright, its breathing labored, sweat pouring down its face. "Negative status poisoned," Rude noted with a smirk. Curling his fingers in a taunting gesture, Rude beckoned the beast forward. "Come on, let's end this." His sword crackled to life, enveloped by a crimson aura, familiar heat pulsing along the blade. That sensation, the overwhelming magic flooding his body, it was back. The boar king roared in defiance, its pride unwilling to accept defeat. It gripped its club and brought it crashing down toward Rude. But Rude caught the strike, bare-handed. His eyes burned with raw fury, his voice filled with determination. "Lunis-san." The boar king's bravado shattered, replaced with visible fear. And in the next heartbeat, its massive body was cleaved clean in two. Rude wiped the sweat from his brow as the battlefield fell silent. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out joyfully beside him. "Rude." Alicia ran up to him, beaming with pride. "That was incredible. You took down the ogre boar king in a single strike." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she tilted her head. "That skill just now, don't tell me," Rude answered casually. "Ah, that's called Venom Wave. Got it from the poison dragon." "It's strong," he admitted. But he hesitated for a moment, frowning slightly. "There's a weakness." Alicia raised a brow, surprised. "Weakness? What kind?" Rude's stomach let out loud, undeniable growl, cutting their conversation short. The boy groaned dramatically, clutching his belly. "I'm starving, my strength, it's fading," Alicia chuckled softly, a teasing smile curling her lips. Oh dear, right on cue, she revealed a perfectly plated pork cutlet, golden and crisp. "Tada." Her eyes sparkled, and despite her best efforts to stay composed, a small droplet of drool betrayed her true feelings. "Again. It looks way too good." Meanwhile, Rude beamed with exaggerated pride. "I used this notebook as a reference to prep and season everything." His eyes gleamed as he added eagerly, "Can't wait to dig in." But before he could claim his prize, a playful voice interrupted. "Whew, that smells amazing." Rude's shoulders stiffened, his face contorting with surprise and a hint of unease. "You're..." Almira stood there gracefully, a relaxed smile playing on her lips as she leaned in closer. "Hey, mind sharing some of that with me?" Her violet eyes glinted mischievously. No, the so-called gourmet adventurer can't exactly pass up a meal like this. Rude's voice tensed as he stared at Almira. You, who exactly are you? Almira planted one hand on her hip, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. Relax, just save me a little, will you? You're that infamous gourmet adventurer, aren't you? Seeing her so casually standing there like she owned the place, Rude couldn't suppress his curiosity. What are you even doing here? Almira practically skipped over like an excited kid, humming, I'm interested in you, her eyes sparkled, locking onto the food in front of them like a predator spotting prey. With an eager grin, she exclaimed, didn't you cook monster meat from the Iberio labyrinth? I've always wanted to try it. Before Rude could stop her, she'd already snatched up a piece. Wait, hey, too late. Almira popped the meat into her mouth, her eyes fluttering shut as she prepared to savor every bite. The moment the flavor hit her tongue, her entire face lit up with delight. Meanwhile, Rude's expression twisted into pure panic. She really ate it. Alicia gasped beside him, equally horrified. Rude. Do something. Make her spit it out. In a flash, the two of them lunged at Almira, desperately trying to intervene. Rude grabbed hold of her, practically shouting, I'm holding her. Just reach in there and make her throw it up. Almira, caught completely off guard by the ambush, could only gape in confusion. What exactly are you two doing? Alicia yelled, you just ate monster meat. Don't chew, don't swallow, you'll die. Despite Rude gripping her cheeks, trying to pry her mouth open, Almira's brows furrowed in mild annoyance. I'm fine, geez. There's no way you're fine, Rude snapped back. Alicia hovered beside them, still flustered. This is all your fault, calm down, don't swallow it. With a frustrated huff, Almira casually stretched her arms, and with that small motion alone, both Rude and Alicia went flying, tumbling across the ground with pained yelps. Dusting herself off, Almira clicked her tongue. Goodness, touching me so freely like that. Rude groaned, rubbing his aching head. What the hell? He looked up just in time to see Almira happily munching away on the meat, savoring each bite. I cooked that, and I didn't even get to eat any. His words trailed off as Almira, completely unfazed, swallowed another big mouthful. Both Rude and Alicia screamed in unison, pure panic in their voices. No way, she actually swallowed it. Finishing her meal, Almira straightened up slightly, and let out a low growl from deep in her throat. Rude's eyes widened. No, monsterification. She's gambling with her life. But nothing happened. Instead, Almira bounced in place, beaming. That was delicious. Rude and Alicia could only gape in stunned silence, completely speechless. Still flabbergasted, Alicia managed to stammer, wait, what is going on? You're really okay? Rude rubbed his chin, still trying to process everything. It's true the ingredients contained high concentrations of magical essence, but... His words faded as he stared at Almira, whose bright, carefree smile made the entire situation feel utterly surreal. Alicia continued. But, she looks completely fine. Rude could only watch in silence as Almira devoured the food in front of her. Alicia's gaze shifted to the plate of juicy, delicious-looking meat, and for a brief moment, she was tempted to try a bite herself. Still concerned, Alicia leaned toward Almira. I don't mean anything by this. But maybe you really should stop eating that. Inwardly she thought to herself seriously, but Almira kept eating without the slightest hesitation. Between bites, she casually asked, you do know what happens to a normal human if they eat monster meat, right? Her eyes shifted toward Rude, as if expecting him to agree. Alicia's eyes went wide. But you're eating it just fine. Her gaze stayed locked on the plate of meat, clearly conflicted. Almira shrugged lightly. Isn't that only a problem for humans? For a monster like me, this stuff's no big deal. That statement made both Alicia and Rude blurt out in unison. What? They both stared at her in confusion. Monster, Rude repeated. Almira nonchalantly nodded. That's right. I'm not human. Narrowing one eye in suspicion, Rude muttered under his breath, a praise. But what popped up on his system screen completely contradicted her words. Almira. Race. Human. His eyes narrowed further as he looked at her. I used appraisal, and it clearly says you're human. Almira simply smiled. Oops. Sorry. She explained with a shrug. I forgot to drop the disguise. But what about now? In that instant, Rude felt a shift in the atmosphere. He immediately grabbed Alicia's wrist and pulled her. Alicia, get away from here, now. Alicia stumbled after him, confused. Acha? What are you talking about? Almira's entire demeanor darkened as a dangerous, eerie aura radiated from her. She's a disaster-class being, Ruda muttered grimly. Almira's eyes now glowed a sharp, threatening gold. Her true identity appeared on the system screen, Disaster Dragon Almira. Race, monster. Alicia froze, fear creeping into her voice. And no way. Meanwhile, Almira happily continued eating as if nothing had changed, even praising the food. Ruda. This tonkatsu is incredible. Honestly, out of all the monster meat I've ever tasted, this is on a completely different level. Hearing that, Rude immediately tensed up, his guard fully raised. What exactly do you want? Almira casually popped another piece of meat into her mouth and smiled slyly. Relax. I'm not here to steal your food, or anything else really. So you can chill with the hostility. But Alicia clearly wasn't about to drop her guard. She stared at Almira, wide-eyed, and demanded, Someone of your rank, can you at least explain why you're disguised as a human in the first place? Almira thought back to the magical aura she sensed from Rude earlier. There's no special reason, she admitted honestly. I was just really curious about the magic aura swirling around Rude, so I got closer to check it out. Her eyes sparkled with childlike excitement as she went on. And then surprise. Turns out he's a half-demon. Still chewing happily, she added. And I got completely hooked on the monster dishes he makes. There's no way I could sit still after that, so I decided to tag along. Rude and Alicia exchanged glances, but neither of them could say a word. They just stood there, helplessly silent. Out of nowhere, Alicia spoke up, Hey Rude. There's an orc nest nearby. Almira let out a dramatic sigh, clearly annoyed. Yeah, those things have been breeding like crazy ever since I cleared out that forest. It's disgusting. She couldn't help but throw in a complaint after every sentence. That meat earlier was delicious though. Must been Orc King meat. The higher the monster's rank, the richer the magic essence, the stronger the flavor. Rude watched this scene unfold with a blank expression, mentally noting to himself, guess she really is a bit of a food snob. After finishing her meal, Almira stood up, beaming. Alright then, time to go hunt the boss of that orc nest. Cooking duty's yours, by the way. Thanks for the meal. Her carefree attitude left Rude speechless. Okay. Beside him, Alicia stared at the now empty pile of food that had been overflowing just moments ago. She ate all of that? She muttered in disbelief. Almira started walking away, casually waving a hand. A deal's a deal. You guys stay put for a bit. But before she got too far, the young man called after her, Hey. Alicia chimed in, Wait. Take us with you. She looked at Almira seriously. You weren't lying about who you are, so would you mind showing us how you fight? We need to get stronger too. Almira glanced back at them, putting on an exaggerated thoughtful face, as if weighing the request. Then suddenly her eyes lit up with excitement. Sounds fun. Their group set off, with Rude walking steadily behind her. As they moved, something clicked in his head. Come to think of it, your way of speaking changed, didn't it? Almira, walking up ahead, didn't bother hiding her amusement. Yeah, well, I already revealed my identity, didn't I? No point keeping up the disguise now. Just then, Almira announced, We're almost there. What greeted them ahead was a massive wooden gate hidden behind thick layers of leaves and branches. She turned to Rude, her golden dragon eyes glowing dangerously. They call me the Calamity Dragon, let me show you why. Rude stared at the strange gate in front of them, curiosity evident on his face. Where is this? He asked, puzzled. Alicia looked equally confused. A labyrinth? I've never seen one like this before. Almira placed both hands on the gate, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. It might be something the guild hasn't reported yet, she replied with a smirk. And with that, she pushed the gate open. If I were you, I wouldn't waste too much magic right now, she added casually. The sight behind the gate made Almira pause for a moment, her eyes narrowing in interest. Oh, inside, a group of beast-like monsters stood on guard, watching the intruders warily. Almira's tone was calm and unfazed. Looks like this is their food storage. Huh? In stark contrast to Almira's nonchalance, Alicia's face turned pale. No matter what this is, there's way too many of them. This is abnormal, she said, clearly panicking. Rude instinctively stepped forward. Almira, I'll help too. But Almira casually waved off their offer. Her body began to shift, transforming into a battle-ready state. No need. The sudden change caught Alicia completely off guard. What? Rude's eyes narrowed, analyzing the situation. Instead of wasting magic, only one overwhelming source of power should be used here, he muttered. Almira had fully entered her combat form. Massive black wings unfurled from her back as her expression twisted into a sharp, dangerous grin. You're gonna have to cook for me after this, she teased. Suddenly, the swarm of monsters charged straight at her. With a heavy thud, Almira landed back on the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. And then, in a flash, she surged forward, creating shockwaves and bursts of blinding light. Rude and Alicia instinctively shielded their eyes with their arms. What the? As Almira advanced, her voice deepened, filled with calm, merciless confidence. I got to enjoy some delicious food today. Standing before the horde of beasts, Almira looked absolutely ready to tear them apart. There was something terrifyingly special about her presence. A deafening roar erupted from her throat, shaking the entire cavern. Skill, Black Dragon Devastation Cannon. The immense, terrifying force sent the beasts howling in agony. One by one, they were swallowed whole by the violent power. Their screams pierced the air like nails on glass. But Almira wasn't finished. She unleashed another devastating attack, triggering a massive explosion that shattered the rocky floor and sent debris flying in every direction. Smoke and rubble filled the space as sheer terror appeared on the faces of the monsters. None of them could withstand the overwhelming energy engulfing the entire area. Inside a narrow crevice between the rocks, a few trembling monsters tried to hide. But it didn't last long. The entire cavern began to collapse. They were swallowed by the destruction, unable to escape. Nearby, the alpha beast made a last-ditch effort to shield the others. But it was useless. The light and rubble tore through everything in sight, leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. Alicia stood frozen in place, unable to look away, her body trembling slightly. This can't be real, she whispered, eyes wide in disbelief. Rude, his expression tense, let out an admiring breath. Damn, that's some terrifying magic power. After cleaning up the mess, Almira casually dropped to one knee, admiring her handiwork. The more she looked at the chaos she had created, the more satisfied she felt. Man, it's been ages since I got to go wild like that, she grinned proudly to herself. Almira beamed with excitement as she turned to Rude. Alright Rude, let's go carve some pork chops off those bodies. Rude and Alicia were still frozen in shock. She was completely back to normal. But Rude could only shake his head helplessly. No, even if I wanted to do that, his eyes drifted to the scorched, smoldering pile in front of them, nothing but ash and rubble. There's nothing left to carve. Even Almira looked stunned. Huh? A beat passed as realization sank in. She groaned in frustration, flailing her arms. Ah, damn it. I forgot how to control that skill. Suddenly her nose twitched as she sniffed the air. Something caught her attention. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she spoke up again. Hey, Rude, there's another boss on the lower floor. That one's still in one piece. Rude sighed, utterly exhausted already. But Almira, dreaming of pork chops, perked right back up. Simon, let's go. Rude called out weakly, hey. Wait. A short while later Almira came to a stop. There it is. In front of them stood a massive solid iron gate. She crossed her arms, nodding in approval. Looks like this is the boss room entrance for this floor. Without hesitation, Almira's eyes gleamed as she cheered. Alright, let's do this. She burst through the gate, her voice echoing with excitement. Come on in. Her face lit up with pure joy as they entered, though Rude and Alicia couldn't share her enthusiasm. They both tensed up at the sight of the massive beast inside. Arms crossed, Almira smiled with delight as she eyed the creature. Now that's some top-quality, fresh ingredients. Before them stood the hulking form of the Orking Demon Boar Lord, level 68. Almira turned her head, flashing a wicked grin. To make sure the other ingredients don't get damaged, I'll take this one down bare-handed. The Demon Boar King let out a deep guttural snarl, its voice dripping with contempt. Your control over magic is still clumsy and weak. Almira's expression darkened as a dangerous, fiery aura radiated from her hands. Her voice was low and threatening. Keep your eyes wide open, I'll show you what a true demon dragon really looks like. The beast bared its fangs and charged straight at her. Watch out. Alicia shouted in panic. But Almira didn't even flinch. With a single simple strike, she sent the creature's jaw flying into the air. Rude's jaw practically hit the floor as he gawked in disbelief. What the? Almira followed up with a vicious kick that sent the beast crashing onto its back. Suspended mid-air, power surged through her legs as she declared coldly, "This'll be over in one hit." Without hesitation, she drove her foot into the beast's gut with bone-crushing force. Its eyes bulged, its nose running, unable to even react properly as it slammed violently into the rock wall behind it. Almira landed gracefully, completely satisfied. Done. Rude, still wide-eyed, couldn't hold back his admiration. Holy crap, that was awesome. Even Alicia was stunned. Instant knockout, she muttered under her breath. Without missing a beat, Almira spun around toward Rude with excitement sparkling in her eyes. "All right, Rude, look over there." The beast lay motionless, completely defeated. Almira's grin widened. Time to prep dinner. Moments later, what once was the terrifying Demon Boar King had been reduced to a feast of delicious dishes: demon boar steak, demon boar pork chops. Almira hummed happily like a kid at a candy store. There it is, there it is. I've been looking forward to this all day. Almira quickly picked up a piece of meat, took a bite, and closed her eyes to savor it. The moment the flavors exploded in her mouth, she let out an excited, delighted cheer. So good. Rude could only watch helplessly as Almira devoured her food, repeatedly marveling out loud. This is unreal. I can literally feel the magic essence flowing back into my body. It's so clear, honestly. The absorption rate is even better than eating it raw. Her exaggerated reaction made Rude raise an eyebrow in confusion. Wait, it actually feels like that. Almira smirked, giving him a look full of worldly experience. Rude, you're still a rookie. You wouldn't understand yet, she continued without skipping a beat, her tone turning slightly critical. Your training methods are way too inefficient. Then, with a mischievous smile, she threw out an unexpected proposal. Hey Rude, why don't you let me join your party? The offer sent Alicia into immediate panic. She jumped in, eyes wide, voice sharp. What are you planning? Almira casually raised her fork, her expression unusually serious. If you're willing to handle all the cooking, I could teach you how to properly control your magic output. Rude hesitated, caught completely off guard by the sudden proposal. That's kind of out of nowhere. It's putting me in a tough spot. His gaze drifted to the strange energy radiating from the pouch nearby. Not to mention, the fusion item he carried had an unusual aura. He silently assessed her, his instincts whispering, the scent of a true slumbering dragon. His mind flashed back to the terrifying scene of her effortlessly wiping out their enemies. As if reading his thoughts, Almira's voice softened. Maybe you didn't eat it because you were afraid of awakening its power. Rude's expression darkened at her words. I can't believe I couldn't bring myself to absorb a creature that powerful. But Almira only chuckled lightly, wiping the corner of her mouth with her fingertips. She licked her lips with satisfaction. What a waste. Rude opened up the pouch, his expression unreadable. You've got sharp eyes, huh, he remarked. In his hand was a long, curved horn, radiating a strange, shimmering energy. Almira lowered her gaze to the horn, her expression turning serious. Do you remember what happened to your body during that last battle? She asked. Rudy's face darkened as the memory resurfaced. Yeah, to replenish my depleted magic. I absorbed the shell fragments from that imprisoned dragon. His voice wavered slightly as he recalled the sensation. A massive surge of raw magical energy flooded my body, along with its poisonous side effects. The more he thought about it, the more his body tensed. And then I wasn't myself anymore. Back then he had completely lost control. Almira, for once, dropped her playful attitude, her tone carrying a rare seriousness. But your body didn't break down under that ridiculous amount of magic. In the very next moment, though, she nudged his arm with a teasing grin. Isn't that strange? Normally, that little suppressor device of yours should have shut down all those sensations, shouldn't it? Rude stared down at the large horn lying on the table, her words making his mind waver for a moment. Maybe, I should try cooking it and eating a bite, he muttered. Almira's eyes gleamed with sharp, expectant amusement. If you go nuts, I'll handle you. Her tone was casual, like the outcome wasn't even in question. Whether or not you can absorb its power depends entirely on you. Rude and Alicia exchanged a glance, a long silence hanging between them. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. Guess I'll give it a try. Before long, the horn had been expertly transformed into a mouth-watering dish-wise dragon steak. Despite having already eaten, Almira's eyes sparkled with hunger. Wow. That looks incredible. Rude eyed the food cautiously, still holding on to a sliver of common sense. It does look good, but are we sure this is safe? What if the same thing happens as last time? Almira calmly waved off his concerns, her voice light but steady. Relax. She explained patiently, magical essence is no different from mana to monsters. It's something they naturally store inside their bodies. As she spoke, Rude pictured the haunting image of a beastkin with pure white, lifeless eyes, the result of a body unable to process magical energy. If a human absorbs elemental magic without the proper compatibility, Almira continued, their body mutates, and if they can't handle those mutations, it kills them. But her voice softened, your skill suppresses that. Rude frowned in confusion. Suppresses? You mean changes it? Seeing the uncertainty on his face, Almira elaborated. It doesn't completely block the mutations. It selectively suppresses the parts that would turn you into, well, something non-human. And it allows the changes that help your body adapt to elemental magic, without seeing them as harmful. She leaned in slightly, her expression oddly gentle. Your body's still evolving. Right now you don't have the foundation to completely absorb pure elemental magic. Her voice dropped to a murmur. Even the first time you devoured a monster, you had the same symptoms, didn't you? The memory hit Rude hard. Yeah, I lost all control back then too. Realization dawned on Alicia as she spoke up. So, that's what it means when you can't adapt to large amounts of elemental magic. Almira's gaze shifted toward the quiet cavern entrance ahead. If you keep devouring monsters and leveling up, your stats might eventually catch up to your magic. But who knows when that'll happen? Her eyes gleamed with determination as she offered another path. But there's another way. If your body can't keep up, then you compensate with skill. Rude thought back to the moment he had broken through and unlocked a new skill. The memory was still a little hazy, that skill. Back then, he had carefully focused on the flow of energy within himself, his senses attuned to every movement. He could still clearly recall the sensation, the surge of raw power coursing through his body. I guess, it's kind of like mana circulation, Rude offered, uncertain. If that's the case, I've actually been practicing that recently. Almira's gaze lowered slightly, her expression turning thoughtful. In that case, it sounds like you've already built a foundation for this. She paused, her voice calm but firm. If you can keep those elemental energies, the ones beyond your limit, outside of your body, then, without hesitation, Almira extended her hand toward him. All right, let me give you a hand. Their palms met, and together they summoned a faint, swirling aura of violet energy. First, Almira began, her tone steady and patient. She guided him meticulously, walking him through each delicate step. Release the elemental magic from inside your body, she instructed. Then, slowly, feel it. Wrap yourself with the energy you've just released. Rude's eyes widened in shock. I can feel it. The power crackled around him, and for a moment, awe filled his voice. This is incredible. But strain quickly followed. His teeth clenched, his jaw tight as he forced the words out. It's completely different from before. But my body, the object in his hand suddenly disintegrated into sparkling particles of energy. Rude exhaled sharply, his breath ragged. He looked down at his hand, now glowing faintly with that same mysterious energy, sweat pouring from his face. Beside him, Almira's voice remained cool and steady. Etch that feeling into your body, she told him. This little meal of ours is the perfect training session. Alicia's eyes went wide with disbelief. No human could ever use a technique like that, she whispered, stunned. Meanwhile, Almira was already shifting gears, casually picking up a fork and knife with childlike excitement. All right, enough talk. If we wait any longer, the food's gonna go cold. Let's eat. Alicia stared at her, exasperated. You're eating too. Even after all that? Almira answered without a hint of shame. Of course. That's literally the whole reason I'm here. Rude hesitated, holding a piece of meat near his mouth, tension still lingering in his eyes. Okay, here goes. They both took a bite, but their reactions couldn't have been more different. A single bead of sweat slid down Almira's cheek as she chewed, her expression turning serious. This, and then, bliss. The burst of flavor and overwhelming energy nearly made her melt. Clutching her cheeks, Almira let out a dreamy sigh. Unbelievable. It felt like her entire being had been lifted straight to heaven. No wonder you're a real dragon now. High-quality elemental magic like this is crazy rare. She glanced sideways, curious to see how Rude was handling it. Now then, Let's see if you can survive that elemental magic, rookie. On Rude's side he was overwhelmed with shock, practically screaming inside his own mind. Incredible, I can feel the power flooding in. Almira continued munching happily, speaking through her mouthful. So, starting to feel like you're losing control yet? Rude's voice trembled slightly as he answered. Not yet. I can still manage. Sort of. He could feel his entire body surging with strength. And something else. Wait, I think I actually absorbed some skills too. The system notifications flooded his mind one after another. Skill acquired, psychic control. Skill acquired, sky piercer. Skill acquired, paralysis resistance. Skill acquired, earth meld. Skill acquired, clairvoyance. But before he could process what was happening, something else hit him. His eyes flew open in shock as images unfamiliar and overwhelming crashed into his mind. Clutching his head in agony, Rude let out a strained groan. Rude, Alicia cried, panic lacing her voice. His crimson eyes burned intensely as he gritted his teeth. What the hell are these visions flooding into my head? A blurry image of a soldier in armor charging forward suddenly filled Rude's mind. Both Rude and Alicia instinctively dropped into a guarded stance, ready for battle. But the scene kept rippling, distorting. Rude narrowed his eyes, forcing himself to stay grounded. An illusion. The images inside his head kept glitching and flickering, the details impossible to make out. No. If this is an illusion, that's when a dragon came hurtling toward him. Rude's instincts screamed at him, but in that haze, he remembered his resistance to abnormal status effects had triggered. Gritting his teeth, the young man steeled himself, fighting through the mental assault. Suddenly, massive tornadoes tore across his vision, spinning violently. What is this? Then, the image shifted again. A dragon's head filled his vision, staring him down. What am I looking at? The dragon raised what looked like a card. On it, clear as day, were the words, skill acquired, clairvoyance. And beneath that, a chilling threat: a lowly human like you dares to steal from me. The dragon clenched its fist, its voice defiant and filled with venom. I won't let anyone steal that from me. My eyes far surpass yours. Then, a cold system message popped up in his mind. Skill acquisition failed, clairvoyance. His knees buckled. Rude doubled over, struggling to stay on his feet. And just like that, reality snapped back into place. His vision cleared, and he opened his eyes, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Alicia shook him frantically, her voice trembling with concern. Rude, are you hurt? Hey, talk to me. Rude rubbed the side of his head, groaning. No, I'm okay. Just looks like there are some skills I can't absorb after all. Meanwhile, Almira sat calmly nearby, propping her chin up with one hand. Wow, even you couldn't steal it, huh? She remarked, almost impressed. She explained casually, clairvoyance isn't just any skill, it's a unique ability tied to slaves. With a single glance, it can replicate an opponent's skills, and even see fragments of the past and future. Every word made Rude's expression tighten with unease. I was really hoping you'd be able to teach me how to steal that one. Almira teased with a mischievous grin. But I guess, even you aren't strong enough to beat that thing yet, huh? She chuckled softly, clearly unbothered by the failure. Relax. Failing to acquire a skill doesn't mess you up or anything. By now, only scraps of meat were left on the plate in front of them. Rude shot her a frustrated look. You could have mentioned that little detail before I tried eating it. Why no? Almira glanced between him and Alicia, her golden eyes sharp and unreadable. Well, how about this, she suggested, voice lowering conspiratorially. If you two team up with me, I could show Rude how to properly handle those elemental energies of his. The air tensed instantly. Rude and Alicia exchanged wary glances as Almira smiled sweetly. So, what do you say, mind adding me to your little party? Alicia glanced at Almira. A flicker of hesitation in her eyes. It was true, but, meanwhile, Rude's mind drifted back to the strange vision he'd just experienced. That scene, what exactly was that? A memory from the past. Or, a realization suddenly clicked in his mind. Even if the body dies, the image of a spirit beast curled up peacefully flashed across his thoughts. Knowledge remains imprinted on the soul. A spark ignited inside his head, a fragment of understanding. Blurry, fragmented images raced by, including glimpses of the future. Rude lowered his eyes, lost deep in thought. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke up. All right, let's form a party. His voice was steady, sincere. If I want to get stronger, I'll need your help, Almira. And honestly, it'll probably benefit Alicia too. Alicia nodded in agreement beside him. I get it. If that's our goal, then maybe this is the right choice. Hearing that, Almira grinned with satisfaction. She reached her hand out toward them. Good. I'm in, let's make it official then. The three of them stacked their hands together. Yeah, Rude said with a small smile. Looking forward to working with you. Alicia shot Almira a sideways glare, voice low but firm. But if you try any funny business, I won't show mercy. Almira chuckled awkwardly, raising her hands in mock surrender. Man, elves really are the suspicious type, huh? Scene transition. They had arrived near the coastline. As soon as Alicia stepped down from the carriage, her eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, I can see the ocean now. Rude let out an impressed whistle. Hoa, look at this. All around them were stalls brimming with fresh seafood. Off to the side, a group of people was preparing to board a ship. After walking a little further, they reached the bustling heart of town, Ishia Port Town. Almira looked around curiously, soaking in the atmosphere. First time here, but it looks like a pretty nice place to live. Alicia, leading the way, offered an explanation. It's close to the sea, so trade's really active here. That's what keeps this place lively. Rude chimed in with a suggestion. We should head to the guild and register for the Sea Temple Labyrinth mission. But Alicia quickly shot down the idea. That won't work. Her words caught him off guard. Huh? What do you mean? She turned to him, lowering her voice slightly. Outsiders like us, we have to complete a basic extermination quest first. Only then will the guild even consider letting us take on a labyrinth mission. She added, besides, with the way things are right now, clearing the Sea Temple won't exactly be easy for us. Rude exchanged confused looks with Almira, both of them clearly puzzled. Scene transition. Inside the Ishia Adventurers Guild, the three of them stood by the large quest board, scanning the various flyers posted. Alicia's eyes darted across the board, searching for something specific. A beginner extermination quest. Moments later she plucked a sheet from the board and held it up in front of Rude. This one seems reasonable. As they continued scanning the board, a loud voice suddenly called out to them. Hey, you guys new around here? Two rough-looking men appeared, sneering as they sized the group up. They looked at them like they were nothing but a pitiful, broke rookie party. Rude frowned, clearly annoyed. Huh? What was that? Glenn stared down at him, eyes full of mockery. He casually pointed toward Alicia, starting to taunt them. What's with this little girl? You do realize adventuring isn't some playground game, right? Galt chimed in, even more aggressive. If you want to play, kid, go home and play with your parents. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air, grabbing everyone's attention. Enough. Cut it out. Alan calmly stepped forward, offering a polite apology. Sorry about that. My party members can be pretty rude sometimes. Glenn scowled, barking at him. Hey Alan! Who the hell do you think you are, ordering us around? Alan met his glare with piercing eyes, his voice low but steady. If you plan to disgrace the name of the White Wolf Blades, I'll personally deal with you. The words struck a nerve with Glenn, his pride clearly wounded. He yanked his sword from its sheath, sneering. Big talk. Come on then, let's see what you've got. But before things escalated, Galt spoke up. Hey, knock it off, Glenn. The crowd had already started paying attention to the commotion. If word gets out we were brawling in the middle of town, the boss won't let it slide, Galt warned. Glenn cursed under his breath but backed off, roughly bumping his shoulder into Alan as he walked past. Piss me off. Let's go, Galt. As they left, he kept grumbling to himself. Pathetic weaklings like them are better off as monster chow anyway. Almira watched the two of them disappear into the crowd with a look of pure disgust. Hey Rude, can I roast those two and eat them? Rude let out a helpless sigh. Come on, knock it off. Once the two jerks were gone, Alan bowed slightly, offering another apology. Sorry about earlier. On behalf of those two idiots. Rude waved it off casually. No worries. You run into adventurers like that everywhere. Alan smiled and changed the subject. First time in town, Rude nodded. Yeah, we just got here. Alan extended a friendly hand, bright and welcoming. Name's Alan, from the White Wolf Blades. His tone was genuinely warm. Welcome to Ishia. Rude shook his hand. I'm Rude, nice to meet you. Just then, Alan's eyes landed on the paper Alicia was holding. You guys going after fish? He asked with a smile. Alicia returned the smile. Yeah, we just arrived today. We figured we'd start with that. Realizing they were new, Alan offered some advice. Gotcha. That quest not too bad, but you'll need a boat to get out there. Alicia skimmed the paper and nodded in agreement. Looks like it. Should we rent one down at the port? Alan suddenly offered, if you want, I can lend you one. Alicia blinked in surprise. Really? That'd be amazing. Alan scratched the back of his head, looking slightly embarrassed. Consider it an apology for those idiots from my team. If you want, I can tag along too. Hunting at sea can be tricky for newcomers. But Almira crossed her arms and shut the idea down. Don't bother. Alicia quickly spoke up, clearly frustrated that Almira had ruined a perfectly good opportunity. Wait, hold on, but Alan simply kept smiling gently. No, it's all right. I'm sorry for making such an unthoughtful offer. His voice was sincere. Trust matters a lot when you're teaming up to hunt monsters, after all. Before leaving, Alan gave them a small wave. I'll have a boat ready for you at the port. Safe travels, you guys. Rude waved back, smiling. May the blessings of the water spirits guide your journey. Scene transition. The three of them were now riding across the open sea on Alan's boat. Alicia let out a gleeful puff of air, clearly excited. Whew, good thing we managed to borrow a boat safely. That's a relief. Rude chuckled in agreement. Seems like he's actually a decent guy. Almira, on the other hand, looked unimpressed as usual. Theft, this boat isn't anything special. Alicia shot her a glare. Don't be so picky. The small boat sailed smoothly over the vast ocean. Their excitement grew as they approached their hunting grounds. All right, Rude said. We'll be there soon. Just then, Alicia stepped in front of him, looking curious. Hey Rude, can I ask you something? Without waiting for a reply, she conjured a small sphere of water, inside of which swam a tiny dolphin-like creature. Ordure. She gently pushed the sphere toward Rude, calling out Water Spirit's blessing. But the sphere quickly fizzled and disappeared. Alicia sighed in disappointment. Just as I thought, it doesn't work. Because of Rude's immunity to abnormal status effects, the Water Spirit's blessing was automatically nullified. She stared at the remaining traces of the water sphere. Normally, with deep-sea monsters, you'd use magic to breathe underwater. Rude stood up slowly, smiling confidently. But if that doesn't work, he gave a thumbs up, flashing a toothy grin. Just leave it to me. I can swim at high speed. Without another word, Rude dove straight into the water. Wait here, you two. It's just a low-rank hunting mission. Almira chuckled, clearly entertained. He's kind of funny, isn't he? Alicia, exasperated, could only mutter geese underwater. Rude swam deeper and deeper beneath the waves, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Suddenly he stopped, spotting what he'd been searching for. A wide grin spread across his face. Found it. Before him swam a large shark, its blood-red eyes gleaming dangerously. Land-adapting blue shark. Status and skills: water bullet. Current manipulation. Adaptation to both land and sea. Water pressure resistance. Rude smirked in satisfaction. Shark meat, huh? Could go sashimi or fried? Oh wait, I know. His eyes sparkled. Let's make meunier. The group of sharks suddenly turned, clearly having noticed Rude's presence. In unison they lunged toward him, jaws wide open, full of savage intent. Watching them, Rude simply smiled and let out a soft chuckle. Meanwhile, back on the boat, the two girls were still waiting. Almira looked a bit uneasy. Think Rude's gonna be alright? I mean, it's not that dangerous, but still. Alicia, however, was far more relaxed. If something happens, we'll get a signal and reel him back up. With a playful grin, she added, besides, this is basically a walk in the park for him. Suddenly, the surface of the water rippled, a pure white hoof stepped onto the ocean's surface. Almira's eyes widened in surprise. In the distance, a majestic creature appeared. A seahorse. Alicia wondered aloud. Almira's curiosity was instantly piqued. It stood calmly on top of the water, completely unbothered. The two girls studied the creature as they chatted. Whew, a sea steed. Those are rare. Excited, Almira shaded her eyes with her hand to get a better look. Wait a sec, is that it's using water-walking magic? Huh. Alicia grinned, already scheming. Looks pretty useful to me. Let's go catch it. The moment she spoke, the sea steed suddenly became aggressive. It stomped down hard, sending a huge splash of seawater into the air. The water twisted and formed a perfectly round sphere. Standing tall, the sea steed spread its legs and manipulated the seawater, launching an attack at the two girls. Waves crashed everywhere. The water came rushing toward their boat like a tidal wave. Alicia immediately cast a defensive spell. Wind Spirit's Protection. A violent gust of wind exploded outward, clashing with the incoming water. Her expression grew more determined, eyes sparkling with resolve. So it's using water magic. That means we have to catch it for Rude's sake. Almira flashed a sly, wicked grin. Her hand darkened with ominous magic. Guess today's menu has horse meat on it. With an evil glint in her eyes, she muttered darkly. I'll strip it down to the bones. The sea steed's glowing red eyes locked onto them, completely unaware of the danger it was truly in. Suddenly it turned tail and bolted away, leaving the girls stunned. Alicia scolded, "Hey. You scared it off." Almira looked proud, crossing her arms. It sensed my power and made the smart choice to run. But I'm not letting it escape. Alicia blinked, startled as Almira called out to her. Come on, Alicia. Let's go. At the same time, the seawater below suddenly turned red. One of the sharks had been injured, its blood dyeing the ocean around it. The wounded shark slowly sank, while the others ferociously charged forward. Rude observed them carefully, analyzing the situation. I want to catch that blue land shark as soon as possible, but these waves of attacks are such a pain. Just as he thought that, he suddenly noticed a rope wrapped around his waist. Before he could react, he was yanked upward. A shark lunged, just barely managing to clamp down on his sword. Rude's eyes widened in shock as he broke through the water's surface. Their boat sped across the waves like lightning, powered by magic from the two girls. Still being dragged along. Rude shouted in confusion, "What the hell is going on?" Alicia smiled brightly, explaining, "Sorry for pulling you out like that, Rude. But we just spotted a rare monster." Climbing onto the boat, Rude groaned in frustration. "I almost had that thing." Almira threw her hands in the air, excitement radiating off her. "Forget the dumb blue sharks. Look ahead." The sea steed was still desperately trying to escape. When Rude spotted it, he couldn't hide his surprise. A horse, running on water. His companions chimed in right away. "Pretty perfect skill for you right now, don't you think? And it looks kinda delicious too." The sea steed kept conjuring huge orbs of water behind it. It glanced back, locked onto its pursuers, and hurled the water spheres straight at them. Water magic. Rude exclaimed in shock. He quickly raised his sword, using it to block the attack. The group, however, seemed way more interested in the sea steed than bothered by the assault. "I really want that kind of magic too," Rude muttered eagerly. Almira urged Alicia, "Come on, speed up already." But before they could even react, an ominous noise echoed from behind. Something's coming. Turning around, they saw the dangerous blue land sharks trailing the boat. Alicia shouted, "The blue land sharks are chasing us." Everyone on the boat, though, didn't seem to care. "Forget them. Don't lose sight of that sea steed. Head for that small island, let's beach the boat there." A short while later, their boat rammed into the sand. The group jumped onto shore in a hurry, but the sharks weren't backing down. They charged right after them. Rude called back to the sharks with a grin, "Sorry boys. We'll deal with you lot after we take care of that sea steed." Glancing behind, Rude thought they had successfully lost the sharks until pure horror struck his face. The sharks grew legs. They clambered onto land, furious, sprinting at incredible speed. "The hell is that?" Rude blurted out, wide-eyed. They can run on land." Rude planted his feet firmly into the ground, motioning to Alicia and Almira. "Save some of that sea steed for me. I'll handle these guys first." Alicia was thrilled, while Almira looked unimpressed. "Did that kid just give me an order?" Almira muttered, sounding amused but slightly annoyed. Now, it was Rude, alone, facing off against the blue land sharks. "Hey, you guys got some interesting skills, huh?" With that, Rude closed his eyes, focusing deeply. A surge of blood and energy pulsed from his body as he murmured under his breath, "Circulate the magical essence." His fist clenched tight, visualizing the mana flowing throughout him, gradually wrapping around his entire body. At that moment, a massive shark leaped forward, jaws wide open. It chomped down, its teeth sinking into half of Rude's body, yet Rude stood firm, completely unfazed. The shark kept gnawing at his arm, but not a single scratch appeared. His body had turned as hard as stone. Rude's eyes sharpened with intense focus. With one fluid, almost impossibly smooth motion, he slammed the enormous beast straight into the ground. Looking down at his sturdy hands, Rude smiled with satisfaction. I'm finally starting to get the hang of controlling the magical essence, and my skill power, it's getting stronger, too. The remaining shark, seeing this, panicked. It immediately turned and tried to retreat. Oh no you don't. Rude called out, grinning wickedly. You're not getting away, buddy. He let out a mocking grin, both hands releasing a mysterious surge of energy. Alright then, how about this? A massive whirlwind formed in an instant. A glowing blue light shot toward the shark as Rude shouted confidently, take this heaven's severance. The devastating strike sliced the shark clean in half. Its two halves crashed onto the sand with a heavy thud. Satisfied, Rude dusted off his hands and muttered, alright, that's done. Meanwhile, Alicia came to a sudden halt. The girls found themselves deep in the forest, surrounded by nothing but thick, tangled trees. Alicia frowned. Did it get away? Almira clicked her tongue in frustration. That thing's fast, I'll give it that. But then her lips curled into a sly smirk. But there's no way it's escaping from me. At that moment her sharp ears twitched, picking up faint noises nearby. Without hesitation, she pointed toward a dark shadow hiding in the bushes. There. From the undergrowth not one, but two sea steeds emerged. And then a whole herd of them followed, stepping out into the open. The girl's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Almira's playful expression vanished, replaced by cold, sharp eyes. The hunters had just become the hunted. They were completely surrounded by sea steeds now. Almira muttered under her breath. This just got complicated. More and more of those bizarre horses started to appear. Their eerie, glowing red eyes locked onto the two girls without blinking. Alicia and Almira could both feel that something was seriously off. Almira's eyelids lowered in disgust as she stared them down. She and Alicia stood back to back, completely surrounded by the sea steeds. Hands on her hips, Almira sighed in frustration. This is such a pain. Suddenly, water magic circles appeared in front of the horses. From inside them, large orbs of water materialized and shot toward the girls. They're attacking. Alicia shouted. The water spheres came rushing at them at breakneck speed. Alicia quickly raised her hand, summoning a tiny spirit. Normia. Lifting her staff, she cast an earth spell, causing the ground beneath them to rise, lifting both of them up and out of harm's way. Almira's eyes lit up with excitement as she watched. Nice work, Alicia. Alicia glanced down, already planning their next move. I'll take care of all of them in one go. From the patch of raised earth, countless sharp spikes suddenly burst forth, leaving the sea steeds stunned. Alicia called out, stone spike launch. The sharp stone spikes launched themselves from the ground, aiming straight at the herd. One by one, the creatures were impaled, not a single one spared. Their bodies twisted in agony as the spikes pierced through them, their forms distorting. The once solid forms of the sea steeds crumbled, collapsing into puddles of water. The two girls stood atop the mound, looking down at the pools of liquid. Alicia sighed in disbelief. They were all fake. Almira tilted her chin up arrogantly, trying to fool me. Not happening. Just then, a strange light shimmered nearby, revealing another creature. Almira's face lit up with excitement. There it is. Without waiting a second longer, Almira leapt down from the mound, leaving Alicia staring in disbelief. Her legs morphed mid-air, allowing her to land effortlessly. Without saying a word, Almira dashed off into the trees, chasing after the real sea steed they had just spotted. The creature was already sprinting with all its might, terrified after witnessing the girl's power. It galloped desperately, sweat dripping down its body. But Almira quickly caught up, easily running alongside it with a playful grin. She calmly kept pace while the sea steed grew more and more frantic. Then, Almira threw a sharp punch toward it, teasing, too slow. The punch landed with a deafening crack, echoing through the forest. Right at that moment, Rude came running over, holding a massive fish under his arm. The sea steed collapsed from Almira's blow, unsure if it was even still alive. Alicia greeted Rude with a friendly smile, while Almira casually remarked, perfect timing, dinner's ready. Before long, two delicious-looking dishes were laid out. The main ingredients: the fish and the sea steed they had just taken down, crispy blue land shark with lemon butter sauce, and hearty sea steed stew. The three of them sat around a stone table, Almira's eyes sparkling as she stared at the feast, practically drooling. Ooh, oh, this looks amazing. One by one they dug in, curiosity and excitement in every bite. Everyone couldn't help but rave about the food after taking a bite. Sea steed meat's pretty good too, Rude remarked casually. he added with a grin. At first I wanted to make horse sashimi, but eating it raw just didn't taste that great, so I gave up on that. Elmira chuckled as she nodded. I see, so the flavor really changes once you cook it, huh? While the two of them were excitedly enjoying their meal, Elisha, on the other hand, sat quietly, lost in thought. I'm actually starting to get hungry now, she admitted to herself. Determined to shake off the growing hunger, she perked up and casually asked, Hey, did you pick up any new skills or what? Rude, still chewing his food, gave her a thumbs up. Yep, pride crept into his voice as he spoke. I actually got a bunch of new ones. Let me see, he started listing them off like a kid bragging about his toys. Water stride, water element principles, tidal flow, and aquatic adaptation. Clearly fired up, Rude stood up, coughed a little for dramatic effect, and announced, Let me show you how it works. He confidently stretched his hand forward. Aquatic adaptation. But contrary to his expectations, absolutely nothing happened. Huh? Rude muttered, confused. Alicia's jaw dropped for a second, but then her eyes lit up with surprise. Wait, look at your face. Following her words, Rude tilted his eyes downward, his hand moving to his cheek. As he looked closer, his curiosity deepened. No way. He inspected his hands and fingers. Webbing had grown between them like those of a fish. With genuine amazement he exclaimed, Who webbed fingers? The ridiculousness of it all made him burst into laughter. The two girls couldn't take their eyes off him, watching their friend giggling like a total fool. Energized, Rude darted off toward the shoreline, calling back, I'm going for a swim. Alicia still looked slightly unsettled by the strange transformation. Rude is not gonna turn into a monster, right? Elmira, still savoring her food, shrugged nonchalantly, he'll be fine. He's barely human to begin with. Meanwhile, Rude had already plunged deep underwater. His excitement was plain as day. This is insane, I can breathe underwater. Not only that, but his movements felt smoother, more agile. Swimming had never been this easy. Suddenly, a massive shadow passed overhead, a whale. The young man's eyes widened with wonder as he watched it glide effortlessly above him. Driven by curiosity, Rude swam up alongside it, matching its pace. In his heart he could barely contain his excitement. Growing up inland, I never thought I'd be swimming next to a whale one day. Soon, a group of dolphins joined them, surrounding him playfully. Exploring the ocean with new friends. A genuine smile spread across Rude's face. Yeah, maybe this is happiness. Time passed quickly, and the sun was already beginning to set. Later that evening, Alan couldn't hide his surprise after hearing about their accomplishments. You guys actually took down those blue land sharks, and even a sea steed? Seriously? Rude gave a modest smile, glancing over at Alan. Couldn't have done it without you, honestly. Alicia excitedly chimed in, Hey, let me treat you to dinner. Consider it our thanks for lending us your boat. Alan scratched the back of his head awkwardly, clearly embarrassed. Nah, no need for that. I didn't do anything special, he said modestly. But Alicia stepped in closer, eyes sparkling with excitement, and raised her voice. Don't say that. Her eyes burned with determination and enthusiasm. I want to go somewhere that serves good drinks. Standing nearby, Rude and Elmira exchanged amused glances, saying nothing. Faced with Alicia's energy and persistence, Alan realized there was no way he could say no. All right then, thanks I guess, he replied with a sheepish smile. The group quickly made their way to a local tavern. Alicia looked around the place, clearly pleased. Not bad at all, she remarked with a grin. But elsewhere in the tavern, a man sitting in the corner cast a glance toward their table. Leaning toward the person next to him, he muttered, Look over there. His companion, a rough-looking brute, turned his head, scowling. The two of them exchanged irritated glances as they eyed Rude's group. Cocky little punks, acting like they own the place, one of them growled under his breath. Their expressions darkened as their eyes stayed locked onto Rude's table. The food was beautifully arranged on the table, looking absolutely mouth-watering. Alicia's eyes sparkled like stars. Wow, this looks amazing. Alan chuckled as he explained, This village owes its wealth to fishing, so fresh seafood has always been their pride. Alicia eagerly took a bite and practically squealed in delight, It's delicious. Elmira, sitting nearby, didn't look nearly as impressed. She commented flatly, The ingredients and cooking technique aren't bad, but it feels like something's missing. Alan laughed, teasing her, Wow, Elmira, you've really got a refined palate. Alicia jumped in, Nah, she's just picky. Alicia nudged Elmira gently with her elbow, whispering, Hey, don't say weird stuff like that. Almira sighed, resting her chin in her hand. Ugh, you nag way too much. Alan turned to Rude, curious. So, what brings you guys to Ishia? Rude answered honestly, we're planning to challenge the Sea Emperor's Temple Labyrinth. Alan tilted his head, confused. The Sea Emperor's Temple Labyrinth. Alicia added, we're after the boss materials, and we want to help this little one. She gestured to the tiny spirit floating gently in her hand. Alan's eyes widened with awe. Is that a spirit? You're already able to control a spirit at your age. That's incredible. Alicia blushed a little and waved it off. No, it's nothing that impressive. Almira snorted, smirking. Young. You do realize she's probably 3 times your age, right? Alicia quickly shoved food into Almira's mouth. Okay, that's enough. Just eat. Suddenly, a foot slammed against their table, knocking everything over. Food scattered across the floor as a mocking voice chimed in. Oops, sorry about that. Glenn sneered, clearly doing it on purpose. Slipped. Alan shot to his feet, glaring at him. Glenn, knock it off. Leave my friends alone. Glenn scowled, his voice dripping with hostility. Huh? And what gives you the right to tell me what to do, huh? You're cozying up to a whole different party now, aren't you? Alan's face darkened with frustration. Our swords were forged to protect the weak. Have you already forgotten the ideals of the White Orchid blades? Another man, Galt, chimed in with a scoff. The founder's ideals. Those went out of style a long time ago. The world's changed, Alan. Glenn sneered, goading him further. Hey, if you don't like it, why don't you get lost? Huh? Alan's fist clenched as he stepped forward, clearly ready to slap the smug look off Glenn's face. But the guy dodged easily. His voice was low but steady. Don't play games with me. That man gave everything for the White Orchid blades. I won't let you stain what he stood for. Glenn's eyes narrowed in annoyance as he slowly drew his sword. Son of a bitch, not like I ever liked you anyway. The two locked eyes, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. Suddenly, Alicia stepped between them, her expression sharp. Hold it right there. She positioned herself between the two men, raising her voice to cut through the tension. There's always disagreements in a party, that's normal, but… She casually twirled Glenn's sword in her hand, no one even noticed when she snatched it. You both know where we are, right? This is a tavern. Alicia spun the blade around skillfully as she spoke, her eyes daring them to argue. Glenn blinked in confusion, stammering. When did you? Alicia continued firmly. A party has its rules. A tavern has its own rules. But Glenn clearly wasn't following. His brow furrowed as he grumbled, what the hell are you even talking about? The table was soon covered with overflowing mugs of beer. Everyone gathered around, each holding a full mug in hand. Alicia lifted her mug high, announcing boldly, that's right. If we're gonna fight inside a tavern, then it's gotta be a drinking contest. Almira grinned with interest. Sounds fun. Rude raised an eyebrow, clearly suspicious. Alicia, you're just using this as an excuse to drink, aren't you? But Alicia was too busy laying down the rules to respond. Listen up. The loser has to do whatever the winner says. Anything. Glenn leaned over to his buddy, whispering, not really sure what's going on here. But this is the perfect chance to kick Alan's ass out here. Galt nodded with a grin. Yeah, no doubt. Then, narrowing his eyes, Galt stared directly at Alicia, his perverted smirk revealing exactly what was on his mind. Alan frowned, questioning, anything, huh? Glenn slammed his palm on the table with confidence. Hell yeah, count me in. He shot Alan a taunting look. Hey Alan, even taverns have their own rules. You better follow 'em. With a cocky sneer, Glenn added, you challenged me, so you'll pay the price. Let's do this. Galt puffed out his chest with pride. You guys are seriously screwed. In this town they call me the drunken pig demon. He bragged about his track record. Never once passed out from booze or seasickness. Meanwhile, in Almira's mind, all she could picture was an actual chubby drunk pig, barely holding in her laughter at his ridiculous nickname. Glenn and Galt sneered as they leaned in. You guys better at least put on a good show for us. Alicia didn't even flinch, replying with a smirk, bring it on. Alan looked visibly tense, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A voice from nearby called out, Rude, give the signal. Rude raised his hand. All right, begin. Sometime later, everyone was slumped over the table, completely out cold. Even the self-proclaimed drunken pig demon was passed out, dead to the world. Alan wasn't doing much better, barely conscious. Alicia, still full of energy, slammed her mug down. Another round. Almira, equally fired up, shouted, "Bring out the booze." A guy nearby muttered in disbelief, "Ishia's liquor is 3 times stronger than regular alcohol. Most people can't even handle it." Alicia glanced over at Almira, impressed. "Hey Almira, you're actually holding up pretty well." Almira smirked, raising her mug. "Same to you, guess I respect you a little more now." Rude, still sober, tried to intervene. Everyone's passed out. Maybe you've had enough." Already tipsy, Almira pointed at him with a drunken scowl. "Little brat. Don't you know how to respect alcohol? Shut up already." The guy from earlier rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "These two, I wonder, could they handle Ishia dragon wine? That stuff's 100 times stronger." Almira snatched the bottle of liquor with a grumble. "Hand it over." Without hesitation, she poured the whole thing straight into Rude's mouth. "Well? You holding up or what?" The young man nearby paled in shock. Hey, that's Ishia dragon wine. That stuff could straight up kill a person." Everyone in the tavern froze, eyes wide, watching as Rude downed the entire bottle without flinching. A system message chimed in: the effects of intoxication have been nullified. Rude remained perfectly calm, his expression serious as he warned, "All right, joke's over." The whole tavern was stunned. He's not even tipsy. What the hell, he's a monster. Almira took a swig from the bottle herself, clicking her tongue in disappointment. "Drinking with you is so boring." She paused for a second, frowning in confusion. "What is this stuff anyway?" Then suddenly her eyes lit up as the taste hit her. "Whew, this is delicious." With that, Almira plopped down into a chair, dramatically announcing, "Let's keep drinking." But something behind her caught her attention. "Huh?" The young man standing there waved awkwardly, forcing a strained smile. His thoughts were written all over his face. "All right, time to wrap this up." With a steady gaze, Rude declared, "This match is over." In no time, he hoisted Alan's completely wasted body over his shoulder and casually announced, "We're heading out." The scene quickly shifted to a quieter location. A calm voice filled the air. "Center yourselves." At some point, the 3 of them had wandered there, still looking dazed. Alan spoke first, puzzled. "That technique, you can use it like that too?" Still flustered, he asked, "What was that?" Rude shrugged, "It's a long story. Don't ask." Alicia added with a smirk, "Yeah, don't overthink it. We drink to have fun, remember." Alan suddenly understood everything. "So that whole drinking contest, you did that to stop the fight at the tavern?" "Huh." Alicia nodded proudly. "Exactly. You know, I've probably been alive twice as long as you, but I've never lost a drinking contest." She smiled playfully. "Besides, once I win, things always settle down. I just didn't want a fun meal to get ruined." Alan rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. "Sorry for causing all that trouble." Rude offered, "If you don't mind, maybe tell us what's going on. We might be able to help." Alan hesitated for a moment, then slowly began. "It was about 6 years ago." His voice grew heavy with sadness as he continued. "A monster appeared in my village, but I wasn't there at the time. I got lucky." His expression darkened, his eyes reflecting the weight of those memories. "My whole family, they didn't make it. I ended up an orphan, but the founder of the White Orchid Blades took me in." A gentle smile spread across his face as he recalled that moment. A warm hand had been extended toward the young, broken version of himself. Eyes filled with sorrow had slowly lifted to meet his. "Our swords were forged to protect the weak." The founder's words echoed in his mind. "That man, he reached out to me when I had nothing left. He gave me the strength to fight monsters, to keep going." Alan's voice softened with quiet gratitude. "For a long time, the White Orchid Blades were all I had. My only family." He paused. "Until that day. 6 years ago inside the Sea God's temple maze. A sword pierced straight through the head of a massive octopus, its eyes wide with terror. The man wielding the sword, known as the White Wave Sword, chuckled lightly. Not bad, kid. You've gotten better." Glenn scowled, clearly irritated. "Stop treating me like a little kid already." Just then, Glenn spotted something and pointed ahead. "Hey, what the hell is that over there?" The White Wave Sword turned his gaze toward the direction Glenn had indicated, his expression growing tense. Oh no, in an instant, his eyes widened with realization. Charging toward them was a horde of Sahagan's humanoid sea monsters, vicious and deadly. A pit formed in the White Wave Sword's stomach as he thought to himself, damn it, the smell of blood must have lured them here. The group of Sahagins was massive, aggressive, sharp-toothed, and intimidating. The White Wave Sword quickly turned to his companions. I'll hold them off. The rest of you run. Now. Alan's face twisted in shock. What? No way. I'm not leaving you behind. The White Wave Sword gave him a reassuring smile. Come on, kid. You know who I am. I'll survive, I promise. I'll come back to you guys. Alan's lips trembled as tears welled in his eyes. But before he could protest further, the White Wave Sword's voice turned cold and commanding. Shut up and run. Hurry. Glenn didn't hesitate to shout, hey idiot. Don't act all noble. Before he could finish, Galt scooped him up, muttering, cut the crap. We're leaving. Alan struggled, desperate to stay behind. Stop. Put me down. I'm not leaving him. But there was no time. In mere seconds the Sahagins had already reached the White Wave Sword. Alan's tear-streaked face twisted in anguish as he watched the man face them alone. The memory of his final words echoed in his mind. Don't look back. Even in his last moments, the man wore a smile. Alan's voice cracked as he recited the words the White Wave Sword had entrusted to him. Swim with everything you've got. The scene shifted. Alan continued his story with a heavy heart, and he never came back. The White Wave Sword gone. In his absence, the youthful and overconfident Glans took over the group. But everything changed. Alan's eyes darkened as he recalled those days. Without our leader, the whole team lost its way. They got reckless, started doing whatever the hell they wanted. Bitterness crept into his voice. They turned into a bunch of arrogant punks. His voice quieted as the sadness took over. One by one, the original members lost faith. They all left. Alicia, her tone calm yet understanding, spoke gently. When leadership changes, so does the whole group. You either accept it, or you leave. There's really no other choice. Alan clenched his fist tightly, shaking his head. Yeah, maybe for some people. But not for me. I wanted to protect it. I wanted to stay with the White Wave Blades. His voice softened as he looked down, embarrassed. I'm sorry I'm rambling, aren't I? Must be the booze getting to me. Finally, Alan gave a quiet warning. I won't say anything else. But you guys shouldn't try to conquer the Sea God's temple maze. Alicia and Rude had been silently listening the entire time, their faces serious, the weight of Alan's words settling over them. Alan explained, his voice calm but firm. That labyrinth, it's the White Wave Blades territory. Hearing that, Alicia frowned, clearly irritated. A party trying to monopolize a whole maze. That's not how this works. Alan quickly added, sounding both frustrated and helpless. Yeah, maybe outside the maze they still pretend to act decent. But once you're inside, they drop the act. If they see you, they'll bare their fangs and attack without a second thought. A bitter chuckle escaped him. Pathetic, right? I can't even stop them anymore. Rude, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. Thanks, I really appreciate the warning. But, he paused for a second before confidently continuing. We have our own goal in there. Alan looked surprised. Your goal? Rude nodded, his eyes unwavering. Yeah, we're here to get stronger. Meanwhile, not far away, Karst was secretly observing them. At the same time, a furious voice barked nearby. You idiot. Glan's expression twisted with anger as he scolded the subordinate next to him. How the hell did you let some outsiders get ahead of us? The man stammered nervously. I'm sorry, Glans. But Glans wasn't done. With a cold grin, he casually tossed more information onto the fire. They're headed for the Sea God's temple maze. The subordinate's eyes widened. Huh? Leaning back in his chair, Glans propped his feet up on the table, voice dripping with arrogance. I'm not letting a bunch of nobodies disrespect the name of the White Wave Blades. The two men near him grew uneasy. Boss, we'll handle them ourselves, but Glans waved them off. No, I'll deal with them personally. A wicked grin spread across his face as he pulled out a glowing green gemstone. Besides, I just got myself a new toy I've been dying to try out. His eyes darkened with malice. They'll regret ever tarnishing our reputation. Scene shift. The group of three had finally arrived at the entrance to the Sea God's temple maze. Here we are, they announced cheerfully. Rude turned to Alicia. You've been here before, right? Alicia nodded. Yeah, but that was a long time ago. The maze has probably changed since then. We shouldn't let our guard down. Rude pressed further. And back then, the white wave blades had already taken over this place, hadn't they? Alicia thought for a moment, her expression shifting as the memory resurfaced. Now that you mention it, yeah, I think they had. Almira chuckled teasingly. Typical S-rank party, acting like they own the place. You didn't even remember, huh? Suddenly, a voice echoed out from within the maze. Well, you're all just standing around chatting like you're at home, huh? Glanz and his entire party strolled out with cocky confidence. This is white wave blade territory, he sneered. You don't just waltz in here like you own the place. One of Rude's companions fired back without hesitation. We've already registered with the guild. We've got no reason to stand here listening to your crap. Glanz didn't even flinch. Out here, we are the law. His eyes glinted with amusement. Sounds like you lot need a little lesson, to remind you who's really in charge. As Glanz spoke, Rude's gaze suddenly locked onto someone in their group. Alan. The scar on his face was unmistakable. Memories flooded back. Along with the words once spoken by the founder of the White Wave Blades, our swords were forged to protect the weak. Hearing those words, Glanz's face immediately darkened. Rude spoke seriously, his voice calm but cutting. If the founder of the White Wave Blades could see what you've become, I'm sure he'd be beyond disappointed. Glanz clenched his teeth, his pride wounded, spitting out a curse. You little shit. Without hesitation, he barked orders to his crew. Get him. Take him down. Almira, completely unfazed, casually asked, need a hand? Rude shook his head, still calm and confident. Nah, I got this. Suddenly, a crimson glow of energy erupted from Rude's hand. On the other side, a hulking, bald man was already charging forward, fist cocked back, ready to strike. But in a flash, Rude's fist connected, landing squarely in the man's face with brutal precision. Before the others could react, Glenn appeared behind Rude, blades slicing through the air. But Rude's reflexes were sharper with ease. He dodged the attack and countered, slamming a powerful punch into Glenn's side. Glenn was sent flying, crashing to the ground helplessly. In the same moment, Rudy's eyes locked onto something slicing through the air toward him. A deadly, razor-sharp weapon came hurtling his way. Die! Glenn shouted as he unleashed his attack. But Rude leapt into the air with incredible agility, dodging effortlessly. Glanz's eyes widened in shock. What the? Before he could process what happened, Rude's foot smashed into his face, sending him sprawling. In mere seconds, the once arrogant group now lay sprawled out on the ground, defeated. Rude stood tall, unfazed, his expression cool and composed. That's it, that's the best you've got. Glanz struggled to his feet, gripping his weapon tightly, his body trembling with rage. I'll never forgive you. A dark, ominous energy began to surge from him as he poured everything into a final, desperate strike. From the sidelines, Alicia watched the scene unfold, her eyes widening in surprise. Hua, this is in the blink of an eye, Glanz charged forward like a beast unleashed. His weapon raised high, eyes filled with fury. I'll end this right here. An explosive clash erupted, debris and smoke billowed everywhere, making it impossible to see what had happened. From behind, Glenn grinned confidently. That's our captain, they're done for. No one survives that attack. As the dust finally settled, a deep crack had formed in the stone cliff behind them. But standing tall, completely unharmed, was Rude. His sword pressed firmly against Glenn's throat. Rude's voice was cold, steady. With swings that wide, you'll never hit me. Glanz and his crew finally came to a stop after running for what felt like miles. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. We've made it this far. Even the floor boss didn't bother chasing us, Karst wheezed, clutching his knees. But Glanz's face was contorted with anger and disbelief. His mind raced with frustration. What the hell, what the actual hell is happening? His thoughts immediately turned to Rude and his companions. His fists clenched as a curse escaped his lips. Damn it, ever since they showed up, everything's been a damn disaster. Suddenly, a strange singing voice echoed the darkness. Karst blinked, confused. Wait, singing. They all turned toward the eerie sound. From the shadows, figures began to emerge. Karst's face twisted in panic. Monsters incoming. Glanz spat a string of curses. Shit. I've been avoiding running into those sea freaks at all costs, guess we've got no choice now. Fight. The creatures fully emerged from the shadows, their forms becoming clear. Slender, graceful silhouettes, with eerily beautiful faces. Glanz gritted his teeth. Siren, damn it. The seductive song filled the air again, weaving its way into their ears. Glanz wasted no time, barking orders. Cover your ears. Don't listen to their song. Glenn slapped his hands over his ears, but his body wobbled unsteadily. "Boss, something's wrong. Even covering my ears, I can still hear it. It's crawling into my head." Off in the distance, the mermaid smiled a wicked, predatory grin. Without hesitation, Glenn charged forward, gripping his weapon tightly. But the moment he moved, his entire body froze mid-step, locked in place as though time itself had stopped for him. A sharp, agonizing pain exploded in his head. He clutched his ears, screaming in agony. "Gah!" The others were no better, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain, hands clamped over their ears, their faces twisted in torment. But then, the pain faded. The scream stopped. What remained was eerie silence. Glenn slowly lowered his hands. His once sharp, calculating eyes, now dull and lifeless, staring blankly ahead. They'd all been completely brainwashed. Scene shift elsewhere. A sea monster charged toward them, slicing through the waves. Rude stood firm, expression cold, eyes locked onto the creature. With a single fluid motion of his blade, the monster was cleanly severed in half. The body fell into the sea, blood spreading like ink. Rude exhaled, brushing the sweat from his brow. Dry that one up. Smoked stingray would go perfectly with a few bottles of booze right about now. But Alicia's expression hardened as she sensed something. Something's coming. And I don't mean dried stingray. From the distance, 3 silhouettes emerged. Their steps slow but heavy, like predators stalking prey. Their presence radiated killing intent. Rude narrowed his eyes, his face tensing. Those guys, guess they didn't learn their damn lesson last time. Alicia's gaze sharpened as she added, "Alan's not with them, and they're off. Something's seriously wrong." Suddenly, without warning, Glenn's lunged forward, spear aimed straight at Rude's head. Rude reacted instantly, raising his weapon to block the strike, steel clashing against steel. But his eyes widened with shock as he felt the difference. This isn't like last time. He quickly activated his appraisal skill, scanning the enemy before him. Rude immediately saw through Glenn's state. His eyes sharpened as he gritted his teeth, raising his weapon to block another savage strike. "They've been brainwashed." Rude shouted. "We have to suppress them, don't kill them." Behind him, Alicia suddenly noticed something. Her eyes narrowed as she turned, gathering mana into her palm. With a swift, powerful thrust, she launched her attack. Uldura. Not far away, Karst activated a magic circle beneath him, energy rippling outward. Rude glanced toward Alicia, concern flashing across his face. "Alicia, are you okay?" She quickly nodded, steady and focused. "I'm fine. Leave this one to me." But just as she answered, Glenn's let out a feral, guttural roar. His movements turned wild, his strikes brutal and unrelenting as he swung at Rude with reckless abandon. Forced onto the defensive, Rude barely kept up, his arms straining as he blocked blow after blow. Almira, watching from the sidelines, tilted her head with mild amusement, arms crossed. "You're struggling, huh? Want me to step in?" But before Rude could answer, a blur shot toward them. Glenn charged in from behind with frightening speed, weapon raised. Almira didn't even flinch. With a single hand, she casually caught his strike mid-air. Her crimson eyes glinted with disdain. "A mere human, baring your fangs at me." With a cold, commanding voice, she raised her free hand. "Then die for your insolence." But Rude's voice cut through the moment, firm and urgent. "Don't kill them." Almira paused, turning to him with a curious expression. "Rude, what are you saying?" She narrowed her eyes, a teasing smirk creeping onto her lips. "Talking nonsense again, are we?" But Rude's expression was steady, resolute. His voice carried a weight deeper than any casual conversation. "Ever since I've lived in this form, I've come to understand most of humanity's rules." Memories flooded his mind, the arrogance, the flaws of humans he had once ignored out of respect for their laws. He continued, "Even now, under mind control, they're attacking us with deadly intent, there's no mistaking that." He paused, his gaze darkening as he glanced around the dangerous, shifting walls of the labyrinth. "And this place, this labyrinth, even if we judge them by human standards, there's hardly a reason not to end them right here." A brief silence lingered before he spoke with finality. "But even so, we can't kill them." Almira's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her expression shifting into genuine curiosity. "Rude, you must have a damn good reason to order me a calamity dragon around like this, right?" Rude didn't answer immediately. Images from his past flickered across his mind. A fist pounding onto a table, determination burning in defiance. The faces of friends standing beside him when the world seemed pitch black. Laughter, shared meals, the warmth of youth, the fragments of joy that once kept him alive. And above all, the heavy, unrelenting loneliness. Curled up in the dark as a child, clinging to that fragile thread of hope just to survive. With steady eyes, Rude finally spoke, voice unwavering. Alan would be heartbroken. Almira blinked, and then burst out laughing, playful yet sharp. Rude, you actually care about that brat? Rude's voice softened, but his gaze remained unwavering. When I was a kid, monsters took everything from me. My family gone. The weight of that memory sat heavy on his chest, but his words stayed firm. I know exactly how Alan feels. In his mind, the memory resurfaced, the cold bed, the quiet sobs, the emptiness clawing at him as he clung to the smallest shred of hope. Losing the people beside you, losing that sense of belonging, it breaks you. Rude clenched his fists, meeting Almira's gaze without hesitation. That's why I won't let him lose anyone else. Almira finally pulled her hand back, clicking her tongue. Fine, just this once. For your sake, I'll let it slide. Without hesitation, she slammed her fist straight into Glenn's gut. Don't worry, she added coldly. I'm only knocking him out. The blow landed with brutal precision. Glenn crumpled to the ground, completely unconscious. On the other side, Alicia unleashed her magic. Her voice rang out, commanding and sharp. Fall back. A surge of force rippled from her, blasting Karst backward. He stumbled and hit the ground hard. Seeing her opening, Alicia rushed to Rude's side. All done here, she announced, flashing him a quick smile. I'll cover you now. Rude gave her a nod of gratitude. Thanks. Alicia clasped her hands together, summoning her magic once more. Numia. The ground beneath them rumbled. A massive stone hand erupted from the earth, surging toward Glans with crushing force. But Glans gritted his teeth, spinning his spear with ferocious strength. With one powerful swing, he shattered the stone hand into fragments. Alicia's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Rude stepped forward, calm but focused. Leave him to me. Mana pulsed around him as he extended his hand. Psychic assault. The shattered pieces of stone hovered in the air, suspended by his power. Then, like guided missiles, they shot forward, swirling around Glans, trapping him within a sphere of floating debris. Alicia pointed at Rude, smirking playfully. Nice work. Rude smiled back. Thanks. Moments later, all three Glans, Glenn, and Karst lay unconscious on the ground. Rude exhaled heavily and sat down beside them, fatigue settling in. Alicia, gotta admit, I really needed that backup. He chuckled dryly, brushing dust from his clothes. Guess I'll take the beating this time. Before long, Glenn stirred, his eyes fluttering open. He clenched his jaw in frustration. Damn it, I didn't ask anyone to save me. Alicia immediately snapped at him, her tone sharp. What's with that arrogant attitude? You could at least say thank you. But Rude's expression darkened, his voice turning cold. More importantly, where's Alan? Glans froze, eyes darting away. That, without waiting for a full answer, Rude grabbed him by the collar and yanked him up, his eyes burning with anger. I asked you what happened to him. Fear flickered in Glans's eyes as he hesitated, finally choking out the words. We left him, in the deepest floor of the labyrinth. It was the only option at the time. The entire area fell silent. The words hung in the air like a curse. Suddenly, an overwhelming bloodlust filled the space. Rude's body trembled, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. His eyes, blazing with fury, locked onto Glans as his teeth ground together in quiet rage. Rude grabbed Glans by the collar, yanking him forward. Fear spread across Glans's face as he stammered, it's not my fault. I didn't have a choice. Rudy's eyes darkened with rage, his hand curling into a fist. Before Glans could utter another word, Rude's fist crashed straight into his face. You bastard. The impact sent Glans sprawling onto the ground, groaning in pain. Rude glared down at him, his voice sharp and dripping with venom. Get out of my sight. With fury burning in his chest, Rude shouted, get the hell out of here. As Glans, Karst, and Glenn scrambled to their feet and retreated, Rude watched their backs disappear into the distance. Then, turning to his companions, his expression softened but remained determined. Alicia, Almira, let's go help Alan. Please, lend me your strength. Alicia gave him a cheeky grin. What are you saying? Of course we're helping you, we're allies, remember? Almira smiled slyly, chiming in. Well, there goes my plan for a lavish feast, I guess. Rude chuckled softly, his gratitude sincere. Thank you, both of you. Let's head to the deepest floor together. But suddenly something felt off. A strange, reddish mist began spreading ahead of them. Rude's expression darkened in confusion. What is that? The mist thickened, creeping closer, staining the air and the sea. Alicia's eyes widened. The ocean, the water's turning red, what's happening? Almira's eyes narrowed, her voice low but serious. Seems like the nature of this sea area has changed. The water's saturated with high concentrations of magic energy now. The monsters will be drawn here before long. Without hesitation, Alicia conjured a water bubble, capturing a small fish inside. She explained calmly, when strange phenomena like this appear in a labyrinth, the usual response from monsters is to relocate. They'll retreat and regroup elsewhere. Raising her hand, she created a large magic circle beneath them. Water surged and sprayed everywhere as her eyes sparkled with excitement. So, today's strategy is simple: full assault. Let's move. Rude stared at her, confused. Wait, what are you? Before he could finish, a powerful current of water wrapped around all three of them. Wah! Rude yelled in shock as the current swept them off their feet. Alicia just laughed. Relax. Just follow the current, and we'll push straight ahead together. Realizing the plan, Rude loosened up, a grin spreading across his face as excitement filled his chest. Alright, let's do this. But before they could get far, a group of fish-like monsters appeared, blocking their path. Without hesitation, Rude drew his sword, slashing through them one after another. Almira turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Didn't you nullify your support magic earlier? Rude paused mid-swing, realization dawning. Ah, yeah, guess I did, Alicia's voice chimed in from behind them. It's not support magic, Rude. I'm using Uldial to control the water current. She explained further. Remember when we flew through the sky with Sylphid's wind? Same concept applies here. Alicia smiled knowingly. As long as your condition stays stable, I can keep this going. Rude grinned back. Thanks, Alicia. But suddenly, a haunting, melodic voice echoed through the water. Alicia's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing with alarm. Singing. Up ahead, a graceful figure swam toward them, her shimmering tail gliding effortlessly through the water. Alicia's heart skipped a beat. Recognition flashed in her eyes. A mermaid? But the next second, her face hardened as she shouted, "Watch out. It's a siren." Alicia's expression turned sharp as she warned the others. Careful, those songs mess with your mind. It'll drive you insane if you listen too long. But Rude just raised his sword, flashing a confident grin. Mind control? Leave that to me. Without hesitation, he lunged at the mermaid, slashing through the water with a precise strike. Those status effects don't work on me. His blade connected, leaving a gash across the mermaid's body. Blood drifted into the water as Rude smirked. Pointless. Looking at the group of mermaids hovering nearby, he added with a dry chuckle. The more human they look, the less interested I am in eating them. Almira immediately cut in with a teasing scoff. Pathetic. Just let me handle this. Rude blinked in surprise. Wait, what? Before he could finish, Almira grabbed the mermaid's fish tail and gave it a little shake. See? Looks way more edible like this. Just a regular fish now. The other mermaids gasped in horror at the sight. Panicked, they quickly turned tail and fled. Alicia blinked, confused. They ran off. Rude hefted the mermaid's tail over his shoulder, shrugging. Let them. Our top priority is still reaching the deepest floor. But the fleeing sirens weren't done yet. As they swam away, they unleashed one final attack madness song. Their eerie, hypnotic voices echoed through the water, carrying straight to a nearby group of Sahagin. Within seconds, the Sahagin's eyes shifted from calm green to glowing, bloodthirsty red. Alicia's face tensed with alarm. Rude, Almira, we've got incoming. A whole horde of Sahagin, and they're berserk. Rude clicked his tongue in frustration. Great. Should have finished off those sirens when we had the chance. The frenzied Sahagin charged with wild eyes and snapping jaws. They're coming. Rude shouted, slashing his sword rapidly to fend them off. Alicia cast spell after spell, launching powerful water blasts into the mob. But Rude's frustration only grew as more and more poured in. Damn it, there's too many, I can't cut them down fast enough. While they fought desperately, Almira stood off to the side, her expression cool, even bored. These fish never learn, do they? Her hands began to glow with ominous magic as she stretched them out. In that case, time for me to teach you a proper lesson. But just as she prepared to strike, something suddenly coiled around her arm. What the tentacles? thick, slimy and wrapping tightly around her limbs. Her legs were snared next. Almira glanced down, completely unamused. A damn octopus? Really? Meanwhile, Alicia continued blasting back Sahagin. But her sharp eyes quickly caught the change in the water. Her face darkened with concern as she called to Rude, "This is bad. The mana concentration in the sea is spiking." That means Rude's eyes narrowed. The deep sea monsters, they're rising. The water churned violently as shadows from the abyss approached. They were no longer just fighting Sahagin. Something far worse was on its way. The approaching monsters included one particularly nasty sight: water dragon. Level 48, stats HP 378, MP 331, strength 321, spirit 220, endurance 430, agility 247, skills. Water scales, current manipulation, aqua lance, stun resistance. Almira barely spared it a glance, her voice flat with boredom. A water dragon. Ugh, what a pain. With a swift twist, she broke free from the tentacles coiling around her limbs, stomping down hard on the giant octopus beneath her. Guess I've got no choice. Time to pull out one of my special tricks. Almira waved them off, barking orders with a playful yet dangerous smirk. Rude, Alicia, distract those Sahagin. Keep them away from me. Her eyes narrowed, voice dropping low with warning. Unless, of course, you want to get caught up in the blast. Then stay right there. Rude's expression tensed as he called out, "Almira, what the hell are you planning now?" Alicia didn't hesitate, pulling him along. "Don't argue, just listen to her. I've got a really bad feeling about this." Meanwhile, Almira opened her mouth wide and unleashed a roar so fierce it shook the sea itself. The monsters froze. The Sahagin and deep-sea beasts hesitated, their bodies trembling with primal fear. Alicia's eyes lit up with opportunity. "This is our chance, let's go." The confused, panicked monsters surged toward Almira, driven by instinct to attack the source of their fear. A water dragon lunged, jaws gaping, ready to tear into Almira. The other creatures piled in, snapping and clawing in a frenzy. Rudy's eyes widened in alarm. "Almira." But then Almira opened her eyes, a sharp grin curling on her lips. "Watch very carefully." Her body pulsed with radiant light. The Sahagin and deep-sea monsters clustered tighter, unknowingly sealing their fate. A blinding explosion of energy burst outward. From a distance, Rude and Alicia shielded their eyes, stunned. Their jaws hung open as they watched the impossible unfold. Alicia's voice cracked with disbelief. That's before them stood Almira, her true form unleashed. A towering dragon, scales shimmering with dark, celestial light, wings unfurled. Almira's voice rumbled, dripping with confidence. "Well then, let's see if your little sea monsters can keep up with me now."